This boy is the son of the great hero, that kind of hero who becomes a story for children. Even the Magic Academy, where he studies, carries his father's name. That means he's going to be idolized and adored by everyone. You are completely wrong. This boy was frequently humiliated at this Magic Academy. That's because he has already repeated the first academic year several times. In terms of theory and knowledge, they were excellent, but in practice is where the problem was. Elric Melvinger was born with a disease that makes it difficult for mana to flow freely through his body. The hospital doctor himself gave up on the case after trying several times. Elric cannot use magic, no matter how much he studied more than everyone else. And his ability to detect and understand mana is the best in the academy. When the day of practice came, he was the only one incapable of making a mere magic circle. Even the teachers wanted him to give up. And you know what was the worst of all? Elric is the son of a true legend, the hero of the Great Demon War, the one who used star magic. After all, it was Ustan Melvinger himself who created it. Elric's father was a true monster, and the greatest magic academy of all nations today is the Ustan Academy. That's why Elric doesn't give up. He cannot disgrace the family name. So he will find a way to solve this, and become a legend just like his father. The protagonist studies documents at a desk, deep in thought, but none of them mention his disease. Then he notices someone coming closer. A moment later, someone slams his face straight into the table. Everyone around them is stunned. Elric gets back up with his face all squashed, and the one who did it turns out to be Sean Narrister, the third son of the Narrister family. He asks if MC has been using his name again. He gets up and jokes, "Well, if it isn't my good friend Sean." Sean tells him to drop the act and stop using his name to scare younger students. He agrees, then says Sean came at the perfect time. He adds that he even ordered them drinks, and Sean says he better have. The protagonist reflects on Sean Narrister. After the Mervinger family fell, the magic tower came under the 6 hexagram families, and Sean belongs to one of them, the Narrister family. He graduated early, became a teacher, and now stands among the elite. Even though his path is the opposite of the protagonist's, Sean is one of the few who stayed by his side. Sean asks why MC is making that face, saying it's disgusting. Then he drops a document on the table. He glances at it and thinks, Diamond Dragon, it's an exploration plan. The protagonist asks why Sean is showing it to him, and Sean explains they recently found a nest from a species no one has identified before. He wants the protagonist to join the expedition. Looking closer, MC realizes they are ancient dragons. He thought they were extinct, but now a new nest has been found. Ancient dragons are said to be the source of all magic. Sean says that if Elric finds a valuable artifact there, the academy might not expel him. He studies the map in awe and starts thinking the dragon nest might hold a cure for his mana blockage disease. Then he checks himself. There's no theory to support that. Suddenly, he jumps up and slams his hand on the table. Sean asks if he's lost his mind, but Elric sees this as a chance sent by heaven. He starts laughing like a madman. Sean says he's finally gone crazy, but the protagonist points to a spot on the map. He says there is no nest there. The nest isn't in that place at all. Sean quickly checks around to make sure no one is listening. Luckily, no one is, so he leans in and whispers for Elric to stop shouting, because this is highly secret information. MC insists he's telling the truth. Sean thinks maybe smashing his head wasn't enough this time. He doesn't fully buy it, but he decides to check anyway. He casts magic on the map, and it starts glowing brightly. The two are pulled into another space, almost like they're floating above the world. From there, they look down at a massive rift, and Sean explains it formed when 2 layers collided. Huge amounts of mana and pure magic are pouring out of those cracks. Elric says that much energy must have been building up for 100,000 years. He adds that it's only natural for people to think the dragon nest is here. Then he asks Sean about the 3 principles of mana. Sean acts annoyed, and the protagonist teases him. He should know this, since he's a teacher. The properties of mana vapor move from high to low, from wide to compact, and as they move through the cave by magic, he adds the last rule, from hot to cold. Part of the cave is frozen, and Elric says those principles make it easy to assume the dragon nest would be there. But because extremely hot magma flows through the cracks, the mana can't settle properly. A dragon couldn't live there. Sean starts to catch on. It must be the Great Akron volcano. Elric says exactly. The magma from Akron runs beneath the whole continent. Sean argues that they detected a wavelength identical to dragon mana, so the nest has to be there. MC says he never claimed there was no nest. There definitely is one. It's just not where they thought. It's in Caragol Cave. He's completely sure of it. Now Sean is alone, wondering how he's supposed to explain this to his superiors. He figures maybe playing dumb is safer. He might still get scolded for annoying the headmaster, but if he said it, then it's probably right, because he is a genius. In a flashback, Sean walks through the halls at night and finds the protagonist practicing alone. He realizes the protagonist doesn't even have a private room to train in. Even so, MC keeps pushing himself despite his illness, and Sean believes he can still overcome it. That's why Sean decides he has to help his friend. Later, while speaking with Headmaster Barracks asks if Sean thinks his research is wrong. Sean says not exactly, but since another opinion came up, they should at least review it. The headmaster replies that he has no idea how Sean reached that conclusion, and he isn't convinced. Even if Sean is a son of the Narrister family, the headmaster won't be pushed around like that. Sean realizes Barracks is releasing magical pressure, power at least, at the 7th circle. Then someone breaks the tension. It's Elric. Sean wonders why he's there at all. He thinks he must be crazy. But the protagonist simply bows politely and says, "Hello, headmaster. Sorry for coming in like this." The headmaster actually looks interested in Elric. He goes, "MC Mervinger." "Yes, of course. So this was your conclusion?" He calmly says it was. The headmaster praises his judgment and admits it's impressive for a student, but asks if he has any proof. The protagonist gives him a sharp look and says proof isn't needed. Even a 3-year-old should understand this. The headmaster stares back, but Elric doesn't even flinch. Sean can only think this guy has lost his mind. He tries to help, and this is what MC does. Then the headmaster lets out a small laugh. That turns into full laughter. He says the claim is so absurd that laughing is all he can do, especially hearing it from a boy who can't even condense mana. He answers right away. "So you're saying my guess is wrong?" The headmaster says yes. A few people get lucky once and mistake that for talent. To him, people like that are trash, those who speak without knowing their place, just like Elric. Still, he says a professor can't simply ignore a student's opinion. With a dark look, he asks if the protagonist would like to make a bet. MC asks what kind. The headmaster says he'll provide every resource needed for the expedition, but if Elric fails, he must hand over the inheritance left to him by the first director. He accepts. A little later, they're in a carriage. Sean asks if the protagonist was seriously out of his mind back there. MC says it's fine. As long as they find the dragon's nest, everything works out. Sean snatches the book from his hands and asks what happens if they don't find it. Elric would lose everything, including the heirloom from his grandfather, the pendant passed down only to the head of the Mervinger family. He just says everyone has always wanted that pendant, and Sean asks why he's laughing when things are this bad. Instead, the protagonist thanks him for staying by his side. Sean says he's finished too, if they fail to find the nest. Then he asks about the plan, and MC grins. Did his dear friend really think MC Mervinger would accept a bet without one? Sean just stares, confused. He says if the headmaster dared to covet the Mervinger inheritance, he should have wagered his life. Hearing that, Sean remembers something he had almost forgotten. This guy has 2 nicknames. One is the disgrace of the Mervinger family, but the other is the worst side of the Mervinger family. Sean realizes that side of him is back, and he doesn't even want to remember the last time he saw it. In a flashback from 7 years ago, several students are training hard to condense mana. Elric was there too. The others mocked him, asking if he was really a Mervinger who couldn't even condense mana. One of them joked that the first director probably picked him up off the street. Everyone laughed at him, and Elric acted unfazed. But it did get to him, so he grabbed a huge crystal sphere and smashed it into that guy's head. He thought he felt bad, but only because of those idiots. The boy dropped unconscious, and the sphere was covered in blood. When questioned, the protagonist said the son of some petty viscount dared insult him, the head of a family. So he punished him under the Empire's laws. What was the problem? Everyone started arguing, and Sean was there, panicking. Elric got suspended along with the other students involved, but after that day, no one dared mess with him again. Sean feels miserable seeing this side of him again, then looks down and panics. He asks if MC has gone insane, because the book he's reading is forbidden, Effects and Factors of Physical Enchantments. He says that's right. If anyone finds it, the book will probably be burned. Sean hands it back and calls him crazy. He asks what Elric expects to gain from studying body-strengthening arts. The protagonist says it might help treat his illness. He explains that when the Beast King invaded the Empire with his Beastmen army, everyone struggled because of those body-enhancing techniques. In the end, those arts were lost after the Empire purged the Beastmen, and the Beastmen built a great wall. Sean says every scholar has failed to recover those arts, and Elric casually replies that he recovered them. He just doesn't know how to use them. Sean is stunned, but then gives up trying to be surprised. It's MC. Then suddenly, the carriage stops hard. Both of them get out to see what happened. A group approaches and greets him like it's been a long time. Elric clearly isn't pleased. He says this was the last person he wanted to see, and asks why he's here. It's Revern, the same guy the protagonist cracked in the head years ago. He's now a senior researcher at the Barracks Research Institute, and says he came to help his colleagues. Sean is immediately annoyed, but Revern explains the headmaster sent this support. Elric wonders why he bothered. Even after being told no help was needed, he still sent them. Sean whispers that they're hiding their mana, and MC says the headmaster has finally shown his true face. Still, he tells Sean not to worry. He prepared for this too. Sean sees what he has and blurts out, "How did you get one of those, kid?" When the report reaches the headmaster, he's shocked. He really got Garena's breath and the Blue Sky Lord's armor. They explain the artifacts. Garena's breath is a chalice holding hellfire that burns a target to ashes, and the Blue Sky Lord's armor has overwhelming resistance to magic. The headmaster can't believe it. Where did Elric get artifacts powerful enough to wipe out a whole city? He says this is driving him insane and dismisses the student who brought the report. To himself, he thinks that if the other candidates learn this, it'll cause chaos. Then he stops. If the protagonist really finds the dragon's nest, maybe this isn't bad after all. He says the research team should be replaced if they missed what even a basic student like Elric knew. Still, thanks to those fools, he should be able to get that pendant, and if he secures that magical pendant, his position as the next director will be guaranteed. The headmaster adds that winning the bet only matters if MC makes it back alive. A little later, he studies from his book for a bit. While the rest of the team looks nervous, Sean starts chanting a search spell, sending a wide magical wave across the area. Then, a pillar of light and magic appears. Sean says Elric was right after all. The whole team is shocked that the place was really there. The protagonist isn't surprised at all. He already knew. He immediately shouts for the expedition team to move before the pillar vanishes. Sean admits this is a little embarrassing, but says he'll help. He grabs Elric, and the two leap high, almost flying straight toward the pillar. The rest of the team is left going, "What about us?" After a while, they finally catch up, exhausted. But then they look around in confusion. There's nothing there. They ask where the nest is supposed to be. Riverne scoffs that, of course, Mervinger would lead them to a useless result, and asks if they can kill this idiot now. Elric calls for Sean and says it's time to make a huge hole. Sean tells him to leave it to him. He coats his hand in magic and begins chanting a fire spell. Then he uses Blazing Fulgura, firing a flaming bolt into the ground to blast open a massive hole. The opening cracks wider, glowing brightly. Elric says they found it this time. One researcher says that at this size, it really must be a dragon's nest, and then a huge surge of mana bursts out. Everyone freezes under the pressure of that mana, but Elric simply holds out his hand. He tells them not to panic, it's just the mana released when the hole was opened, then tells everyone to go in. The others shout for him to wait, but he's already down there. As they move through the cave, everyone wonders why it's so cold. Even warming spells barely help. Then MC senses something ahead. Sean asks what he noticed. Elric says he didn't sense anything exactly, just got a chill down his spine. Sean says that's probably because he's freezing. He half agrees, but deeper inside, a creature has been waiting for this exact moment. Soon the team is stunned by what's ahead, because they're standing before a massive door marked with a golden dragon. The team calls everyone over to take a closer look. Then they all try to push the giant doors open. When that fails, they decide magic might be the best way to break through. Elric immediately yells for everyone to stop. He asks if none of them saw the dragon seal on the door. These idiots have no idea what could happen if they use magic on it. Riverne answers with a smug, "Yeah, sure." Everyone wonders how they're supposed to open it. Then Riverne notices something moving closer. Elric warns them to be careful. One wrong move could set off who knows what. But Riverne steps in for a closer look and reaches out, wondering if it's real gold. The protagonist snaps at him not to touch it. Riverne ignores him anyway, and the second he makes contact, a golden aura wraps around him. An instant later, something starts burning him alive. Elric calls him a complete idiot. Now everyone is panicking, asking what is wrong with the door. MC says it's obviously trapped. Then the man beside him suddenly blows apart. More blasts go off right after that, hitting people all around them. Sean throws up his shield, checks if Elric is still okay, and yells for him to do something. The protagonist says he has to decode the writing on the door first. While everyone else is screaming in panic, MC stays calm. This is his problem, and he's going to solve it. He tells himself this is just another test, a problem-solving test, and he knows he can beat it. That's what he always does. So he keeps studying the symbols and working them out while people explode around him. Sean braces himself behind his shield, and Elric keeps decoding. Then he puts his hand on the door again. He figures that as long as he gets it right, the trap won't hit him. He starts reciting the words and silently begs for it to work. Then everything suddenly stops. Sean drops to the ground, exhausted. Sure, he almost died. Elric asks if he's still alive, and Sean says he is, thanks to him. Then Sean calls him a bastard and asks how he knew that would work. He just says this is what he's good at. Right then, the door starts glowing again. Something shoots toward them, and one person gets hit in the arm. In an instant, half his arm is blown away, and everyone starts panicking all over again. Elric can only think, what the hell is this now? Then a wave of ice crystals flies straight at him too. Sean throws up another shield and blocks them for the protagonist. The rest of the team also makes shields to protect themselves. Elric realizes he has to decode it again, and he quickly studies the letters one more time. Sean shouts for MC to hurry. He starts reciting those strange words again, and realizes this is the root of magic, the dragon's magic language. Sean drags him back to the moment, yelling at him to hurry, and Elric runs for the door. Sean warns him this one will be even harder. Still, the protagonist doesn't stop. This time, he uses his equipment. Riven can't believe what he's seeing. Even while getting hit by ice crystals, Elric uses the Blue Sky Lord's armor and pushes through the attacks again. He grabs the door and believes this time it'll work. Just as Sean is about to get hit, Elric finishes the full spell. The ice shards dissolve at once. He says the trap is finally gone, and then collapses, drained, thinking he really was about to die this time. The others are worn out too, but relieved. Then the doors suddenly start to open, and when they part, a huge light blasts Elric in the face. He says it's finally time to explore, and he's beyond excited by what he sees. Inside is an insane amount of treasure, basically a sea of gold. The team is stunned by all the magic tools and dragon-scale armor. There are also ancient books, and the whole place is unbelievable. Elric thinks that even if everyone here is shady, they're still mages. Then someone walks past and tells him he led them well. That makes him a little nervous, being called a leader. A moment later, Sean grabs him and asks what he did back there to make that work. Elric says Sean shouldn't be shocked. He gets top marks on every theory test, and he just used geometric composition like always. But if this really was a test, something feels off. The more he thinks about it, the more it seems like the whole thing was made for him. Then again, maybe he's overthinking it. Sean asks what's wrong, and MC brushes it off, saying it's nothing. Sean tells him he should be smiling on a day like this. From now on, Sean says, no one will doubt him again. No one will question his bloodline anymore. Elric still feels something bothering him, but for now he decides to enjoy the win. Today, he truly earned his freedom. At the same time, Riven is doing something seriously suspicious. Then someone pulls the protagonist aside. They say they need help in a lab, and he agrees right away. Sean thinks about following Elric, but Riven stops him with a distraction, saying he found a dragon fossil. When Sean tries to call for MC, Riven pulls him away, saying they can go alone for now because he will end up there later anyway. They soon find a massive dragon skeleton, and Sean says it looks as big as a rank-high dragon. Riven says the remains are at least 4,000 years old. Meanwhile, someone starts beating Elric. He realizes he's been surrounded. They betrayed him. The protagonist blames himself for letting his guard down, and one of the men says everything went great, but work comes first. Back by the dragon bones, Sean notices something strange. He thinks the dragon just moved. He asks where the others are. Elric hears that, but Riven brushes it off, saying they're probably exploring somewhere else. The moment MC tries to call for Sean, someone punches him in the throat. He realizes there's no way he can ask for help now. He should never have trusted anyone here. And just as one of them tries to finish him with fire magic, someone shouts for everybody to move. Then the mage casting the spell gets hit instead. Elric watches in shock as the man is torn apart right in front of him. All that's left is his hand. When he looks back, both Riven and Sean are running, because the dragon was alive and chasing them. Elric can only think how completely screwed this is, and he stands frozen as the skeletal dragon comes straight at him. Then he tells himself this is just another test. He only needs to find the nest and escape the dragon if he wants to live. Still, he can't understand how this dragon is even standing. Then he starts remembering all the texts he decoded to get in here. He realizes the dragon needs time to charge that breath attack, so he shouts that now is the time to form up. Everyone raises their shields. At last, the dragon finishes charging and unleashes another breath attack at them. It slams into the shield head-on, and the barrier doesn't look like it can hold for long. Elric figures the attack should last about 20 seconds, and if they endure it, they'll have a chance. Everyone strains to hold the shield together, but it already looks close to breaking. The protagonist calculates that reaching the door will take 17 seconds, and if they can shut it in 3 more, everyone lives. But the shield starts falling apart. Then the breath attack finally ends. Elric yells that now is their chance, and everyone sprints for the door. MC thinks his speed is holding up well, but then the person in front of him suddenly loses their head. It just vanishes. Panic hits him again because there's an army of undead in front of them. He realizes these must be the legendary Spartoi, the force that guarded the dragon. Elric nearly freezes, but then someone fires a blast of flame and drops one of the undead. It's Sean, yelling at him to snap out of it. Sean is already fighting the undead on his own. Elric tells himself he has to solve this. He's the only one who can. Every problem has an answer. Then his pendant starts glowing. A sharp headache hits him and his vision changes. Everything looks covered in spiderweb-like lines. Sean is saying something to him, but he can't hear it. Then one word finally gets through. Dodge. He notices a skeleton right behind him and barely avoids the strike. Both Elric and the skeleton seem shocked that he dodged it. He slips past the next attack too. Now the protagonist knows he isn't imagining this. He can actually see where the enemy's attacks are going. And all those glowing lines in his vision might not be a trap after all. Around him, everyone is struggling hard against the skeletons. But Elric knows there's no time to think too much. If this keeps up, they'll all die. So he suddenly bursts forward, breaking away from the skeletons around him, and tells everyone to follow him. They run as fast as they can. Elric takes a deep breath and says they need to move along the path his eyes are showing him. He weaves through the skeletons, dodging perfectly. He keeps calling directions to Sean too, until they finally reach the giant doors. The others are almost there too, and Elric thinks that if they can just close the door, then someone cries out for help. It's Riven. MC thinks this guy is a pain even now, but he still has to help. Riven is about to get struck by one of the undead, and Elric knows he can't let him die, so he barely manages to pull Riven away. The doors slam shut, blocking the undead, and Sean stares at him like he's insane. The protagonist says he only went back to save a poor guy with weak legs. Then he points out one good thing: they can't get through those doors. Now that he stops to think about it, the giant dragon gate has signs of damage. That makes him wonder if other intruders got in before them. Elric studies the dragon behind them and notices something stuck in its skull. Then the ceiling cracks, and debris starts crashing down. Rivern says the Spartoi still haven't given up. Instead of using the door, they came from above, and now they're here. The moment Sean notices, Elric is already back at the doors. Sean asks what he's doing, and MC tells them to go on without him. He'll stay behind. Sean tries to grab him, but the doors shut first. He pounds on them, calling Elric insane. Then Sean starts shaking as something hits him. He remembers meeting him 7 years earlier, introducing himself, and asking if they could be friends. The protagonist looked him over and told him to get lost. Later, MC was alone in the library, studying, when Sean tried again to befriend him, only to get rejected the same way. Every single attempt ended like that. Then, during a nighttime practice class, the teacher says a mage needs great stamina. Their score will depend on who finishes the race first, and anyone who uses magic is disqualified, so the students take off running. Sean quickly proves he's faster than everyone else. Before long, he's far ahead on his own, thinking he's already halfway there. He even wonders if he should have brought Elric along. But right then, he trips, rolls hard, and nearly falls off a cliff. Barely, he manages to hold on. Sean calls out, asking if anyone is there, and begging for help. There were people nearby, but it was Rivern in his group. Rivern mocks him, saying he could just use magic to climb back up, so why act so scared? Sean knows he can't hang on much longer, and thinks he might die there, but he still refuses to use magic and get disqualified. If that happens, his father will look at him that way again. Just as he finally slips, someone catches him. By then, morning has come. Sean held on all night, and the one who saved him was Elric. He pulls Sean up with all his strength, until they finally reach the top. With his foot badly swollen, Sean tells the protagonist to keep going, since he already lost time because of him. But Elric helps him anyway, while Sean angrily tells him to leave. MC just says, "Weren't you the one who wanted to be my friend?" That nearly makes Sean tear up. Still, he says there has to be payment. Some artifacts, since that's what friends are for. Sean asks if he's seriously trying to rob his own friend, but the protagonist says saving him deserves a reward. Back in the present, Sean thinks MC used to be weaker than him. Funny how things changed. Now Elric is the one protecting him. Meanwhile, people scream for help in the background as Sean tells him to wait inside. He'll bring his family to get them out. Until then, the protagonist only has one job, not die. Hearing that, MC thanks Sean, but he knows he can't put his friend in danger. So he charges straight at the whole Spartoi army and the fossil dragon, basically asking Sean who he thinks he's talking to. He slips past their attacks with ease until he finds what he was after. Moving fast, he dodges every strike and heads straight for a source of power, pure mana, flowing into his body. He uses his gear to shield himself and thinks that whatever goes around comes around. Maybe it's time they got a taste of their own medicine. He knows this kind of artifact should only work for someone with mana, but he still uses the chalice and says he'll spend his own lifespan instead. At once, flames tear through the entire Spartoi army. Elric says this is all just the dragon's test. And if that's true, he rushes forward in his armor. Sure, the answer is right there. His eyes lock on the dragon again, on the object lodged in its head. When he climbs onto the dragon's skull, he sees it's a spear, and says that's the answer to the test. This is the key. If he's wrong, he'll die here. But he won't hesitate. After all, he's a Mervinger. Even with the Spartoi swarming him, he grabs the spear, which is overflowing with power. Suddenly, he's somewhere else, stunned and wondering what just happened, because now he stands before a completely different scene. A cliff, a storm, and a huge dragon flying through the sky. It looks like a dragon made entirely of ice. On the cliff in front of him stands a horned figure, and Elric wonders who it is. When it turns, it looks like a demon. He wonders if that thing can actually see him. The dragon in this place starts charging a breath attack, but the demon prepares one too. Elric can feel the massive mana involved, maybe even 8th circle. Then the demon lunges straight at the dragon. The protagonist realizes its level may be beyond 8th circle, and the whole place starts shaking as cliffs break apart. Then the demon unleashes all that power at the dragon. A blinding flash knocks MC out for a moment, and when he comes to, he sees the demon didn't just impale the dragon, it split the entire cliff apart. Elric stares at the spear. That was the weapon that killed the dragon, and then the demon speaks directly to him, saying he was chosen to free it from its seal, its newest vassal. It asks the protagonist to become one with it so they can take the whole world together. But the protagonist doesn't answer, because something behind them matters more. The dragon is still alive. It attacks the demon, pins it down, calls it Demon King Mephistopheles, and says they'll be buried there together. Elric is left wondering, Demon King? Mephistopheles calls the dragon Shinaic and says he thought they would stay sealed together forever. But this time is different, because a great vassal has appeared before him. Then demonic energy starts taking over MC. It pours into him through his mouth and eyes, and he realizes this was never the dragon's test. It was Demon King Mephistopheles' trap. The demonic power swallows him completely, and Elric thinks he's about to die, until Mephistopheles starts laughing, saying Shinaic's mana is making his vassal even stronger. He can't even react to any of it. He thinks about how his grandfather and the rest of his family gave their lives to drive back demons in the Great Demon War. After his parents died, only he and his family remained. Then the Imperial family, the Magic Tower, and the vassal families all showed their disgusting greed. Even the person he trusted most and learned the most from tried to steal what belonged to them. Those memories flood back as the mana keeps forcing its way into him. He remembers that when they tried to protect themselves from his own uncle, that man abandoned them to die. With everyone betraying and mocking the Mervinger family, what could he do except disappear? But then he decides that no matter what, he will cure his illness, restore his family, and make everyone regret what they did to him. He's only just begun. He can't end here. He is a Mervinger, and that family will not be devoured by a demon. He refuses to let that happen. Then a hidden power inside his pendant awakens, and he finally gains control, even with all that demonic energy inside him. The dragon speaks to Elric, saying it hopes this voice reaches its descendants someday. The demon feels the pressure building and wonders where this power came from. Even Mephistopheles is caught by it. Then that power, the dragon's power inside the Mervinger, speaks to Mephistopheles, declaring that, as it must be, this demon, the first demon, will be devoured. Great power gathers in Elric's hand, and Mephistopheles starts getting pulled away. Then he simply vanishes. All that's left on the protagonist's arm is a tattoo. A moment later, MC finds himself somewhere else again, wondering where he is. His body looks almost transparent. He sees a bright cliff under sunlight, and wonders who the person in front of him is, and why they feel so familiar. Then that person starts to speak. They say they are nothing special, only a group of scholars seeking the peak of magic. Elric knows that voice. He's heard it before. The figure goes on, saying that their desire for greater power led some people to be corrupted by demons, bringing harm to the world. So those who remained formed a group to fix it and study the past as well. Then they created a family. Another vision appears before Elric, a massive demon. Not a demon king, but a demon god. The figure explains that this family was made to tear demons out by the root. Its duty was to wipe every demon from the world away. Of course, demons would never stop appearing. They would always come back. But that family must keep devouring them, again and again. As the mage forms signs with his hands, the demons start closing in. He happily thinks that one day, his descendants will carry this desire deep inside them, and they'll be able to devour every demon. Suddenly, a giant hand tries to grab that person, but Elric gets thrown out of the vision. He tries to warn him, then wakes up. He looks around and realizes he's back in his own world. He coughs, still feeling weak. Sean is right beside him, and he asks if he's crying. Sean snaps back, asking what made him think that. Inside, Sean curses the timing of the protagonist waking up. The protagonist just says it's fine to cry. He cried back at the nest too. That only makes Sean mad, so MC quickly apologizes. Then he asks if Sean brought a squad to save him, and Sean says he did. The protagonist is about to say more, but Sean isn't in the mood. Instead, he changes the subject and says that whole thing was way too dangerous. He tells Elric to stand up for a second. Once he does, Sean checks his height and says he got taller. Then he tells him to go look in a mirror. MC starts wondering if that curse changed his body somehow. Noticing he's tense, Sean asks what happened in there, and what happened to the dragon. Elric knows he can't tell him yet, so he says he'll explain later. Sean says he can tell he is thinking hard about something. Even so, he complains that a real friend shouldn't hide this many secrets. The protagonist moves on and asks what happened to the nest. Sean says his family is handling it. MC guesses they must already be digging through the place, but Sean says no. They're guarding it so no one gets in. It belongs to Elric, since he found it, and nobody's going to steal his treasure. By law, a dragon nest belongs to the one who discovered it, though powerful schools usually get a share by buying excavation rights. Sean adds that the Magic Academy and the Magic Tower are dying to get their hands on it. He glances at Sean and smiles. Sean asks why he's looking at him like that, but Elric just thanks him. The protagonist is sure Sean's family, the Narrister family, wants to excavate the place too, yet they still helped him first. Sean gets embarrassed and tells him never to thank him like that again. They both laugh, trading insults like usual. Then MC remembers something important. That bastard rector, Barry Barracks, is probably pulling every string he can to get into the nest, and he remembers the rector tried to kill him. Sean sees that look on the protagonist's face and knows trouble is coming. Every time the protagonist smiles like that, something bad happens. So Sean warns him not to do it. MC says he has one small favor to ask. Sean instantly refuses, but all MC wants is for him to keep his awakening secret and say he's still badly hurt. A little later, at the entrance of the Imperial Magic Hospital, the rector is there, getting an update. One of the doctors says Elric was seriously injured and is still in unstable condition. The rector asks if he really came all this way just to be turned back. People start worrying about the excavation rights and whether the nest will be left alone, but the doctor simply walks off and leaves them talking to themselves. Meanwhile, upstairs, Elric is calling them idiots. Then someone approaches and tells him to get some rest. It's Carl Donitz, spokesman for the Narrister family. Later, the protagonist goes back to thinking over the whole situation. Then he looks to the side and asks why he keeps getting stared at. Does he have a problem? It's Mephistopheles, split in half and floating there, asking why MC can't show more respect to the Demon King. Mephistopheles, the Demon King who drowned the world in despair, danger and chaos. But Elric says he's just going to call him Mephistopheles. That makes Mephistopheles furious. He points out that the mighty Demon King has been reduced to a tiny evil spirit and can't hurt him now. Alone in his hospital room, he decides to test something. It wasn't his imagination, the dragon heart, source of the ancient dragon's absolute power. That dragon's heart had clearly entered him after the Demon King's spear pierced it, and in that moment, the dragon heart became part of Elric. He truly feels different now. Then he remembers when Mephistopheles tried to take over his body, and the story returns to that moment when he tells Mephistopheles to stop staring. Back in the ancient age, when gods ruled the world, The demon king of darkness had 4 servants: Finis, the end of all things; Insanir, madness; Fornications, lust; and Original Peccatum, original sin, also known as Mephistopheles, the greatest demon king in legend. Now that same Mephistopheles is stuck to the protagonist, screaming that his name was given by the all-powerful demon god, so the protagonist can't just shorten it. He rages and swears he'll tear MC to pieces. He only says he's annoying. He even wonders if demon kings are always this stupid, or just this old. Mephistopheles thinks about how he waited 1,000 years, only to have his mana stolen by this brat. Then we get more of Mephistopheles' story. He wanted the whole world beneath his feet, and he had a reason for existing. But then something happened. The Dragon King Shanaik. The two clashed in a brutal battle, their powers smashing against each other. Then comes the moment when the Dragon King chains him down, saying that by judgment he'll be buried there together with him. And that's exactly what happened. They were trapped together for 1,000 years. So Mephistopheles waited patiently for someone to appear. He remembers the moment Elric entered the cave, the chosen servant meant to break the seal, the perfect one for the job. The protagonist passed every test he prepared. Mephistopheles nearly succeeded in taking his body, but then that power overwhelmed the demon. In the end, every one of his plans failed, and now he's here, just a tiny piece of what he used to be. He keeps wondering what that power was that let Elric absorb him. Meanwhile, MC lies there calmly on the bed, while Mephistopheles curses him and his whole bloodline. But he keeps thinking about the pendant and his family, and how maybe their descendants were always meant to do this. He starts to think that voice may have belonged to his grandfather. Then he remembers what the spirit told him. By the rules, that demon would be devoured. Now Elric understands, that's why he absorbed Mephistopheles. He devoured the demon. So he realizes the pendant has the power to devour demons. That was the tool he used to consume Mephistopheles. Then maybe he can devour other demons too. If he could consume the first one, he can consume the second and the third, and keep going from there. At that moment, he knows he now holds the best weapon of all. Later, they stand near another cliff. Mephistopheles asks why they came here, and when the protagonist stays quiet, he says people should answer their elders. The protagonist just tells him to shut up because he's annoying. Before using the pendant again, MC needs to confirm something. He sits down to meditate and starts focusing on the magic inside him. Soon, he can sense everything around him. The ladybugs, the flowers, even the beat of tiny wings. He feels the soft wind and the scent of flowers in the air. Now he can sense it all, and he realizes his suspicion was right. Then he gathers that power into his hand, and when he closes his fist, his heart pounds hard and mana bursts out of him. He tries casting a spell, even though his illness should make that impossible. But this time, a huge blaze appears. Mephistopheles is shocked, because that's draconic magic. He can't believe a mere human is using that kind of power. Even for a Mervinger, this is outrageous. Elric is overjoyed. At last, he can use magic. His mana-blocking illness is finally cured. All the insults, the people who looked down on him, and everyone who ignored, kicked aside or betrayed the Mervinger family. He is going to make them all regret it. Meanwhile, the hospital is packed with cameras and reporters. They keep asking if it's true that Elric Mervinger is in a coma, and what will happen with the Dragon Nest excavation. But the Nermanchi family spokesman says the magic tower will give a fuller statement later, so the facts need to be confirmed first. When the spokesman comes back, he talks to Sean and begs him not to make him do this kind of thing again. Sean says Krull is doing a great job, and the man says Sean is working him to death. Krull warns that if the protagonist's scheme gets exposed, the magic tower and the Imperial family will never let it slide. He asks Sean how he plans to deal with that, and Sean admits he has no idea. He just says MC probably does, so he's putting his trust in him. Meanwhile, Elric reminds himself that bigger risks bring bigger rewards. Sean can only think about how much that kid is putting him through. Then Krull asks where he even went, and Sean says he has no clue. All the protagonist left behind was a note saying he'd be away for a while, and Sean wonders what that frail body of his is doing now. Then Krull notices something and calls for the young master. He says they may have a problem, and Sean asks what it is. What kind of problem? The moment he sees the seal on the letter, the door suddenly swings open. A woman walks in and asks if her little brother was planning something this fun without her. Sean asks what his sister is doing there, and she just asks why he looks so shocked. This is Tasha Nerister, the Firebird Witch. She teases him, asking if it's really that strange for a sister to want to see her little brother. It's explained that the Magic Tower, the Imperial family, and the Protestant Alliance each produced a top genius in the same era. Those three were called the New Stars, the ones expected to lead the Empire. Sean's sister became the youngest person ever to earn the title of Magus, making her one of those new stars. Right now, she's scolding Krull for not delivering her letter. Sean cuts in and asks why she's really here. She says she heard his friend was sick, and as a certified mage herself, she couldn't ignore it. Then she asks where Elric is right now. Sean immediately realizes things will get messy if she finds out MC isn't here. He knows his sister catches on fast, so he tells her he still isn't in good condition. She answers with a calm, "Oh really?" Then she grabs his trembling arm and asks if he was trying to give her orders. To get to the point, she wants to know what's happening with the nest excavation rights. Sean realizes she was never worried about Elric at all. She came for the dragon's nest. Apparently she's obsessed with dragons, and she asks if the rights are still unclaimed. Sean stands his ground and says that decision belongs to the protagonist, so there's nothing he can do right now. Only then does she slowly let go of his arm. She tells him to contact her the moment his friend wakes up. And if she isn't the first person told, she'll make sure her little brother learns his lesson. Sean knows that won't end well, so Elric better hurry back. Then Carl calls out to him again, barely hanging on as he coughs up blood and shakes all over. Far away from there, MC buys a newspaper with an article about the nest rights. He says Sean really is handling everything for him, then wonders who this person in the paper is. Looks like the dean is pretty photogenic, if he made the front page. Elric mutters for him to smile, while he still can. In the next scene, Revern is already congratulating the dean, saying he's basically the next director. But the dean tells him not to get ahead of himself. The election hasn't even started yet. Revern says he's not rushing anything. To him, it's obvious that Dean Barracks will win. Barracks agrees, saying he just isn't director yet. Then he asks about Elric, and Revern says it sounds like he's barely staying alive. Barracks calls that a pity. Revern says it'll be a huge problem if he really wakes up, so maybe they should hire mercenaries or something. Barracks shuts him down at once and tells him to stop talking. Revern nervously apologizes. Barracks then says there will be an empty seat once he becomes director. He wonders who should fill it, acting like he's only a dean who knows nothing about matters outside the school. But Revern gets the message right away and promises he won't disappoint him. Barracks is completely convinced everything is going his way. Later that night, Elric slips through the alleys. He asks himself if now is the time to start. With his new mind's eye, he can sense the hidden side of the world. If he finds that concealed space and pours in mana from the dragon heart, he channels that huge power in and bursts forward hard enough to shatter everything around him. He realizes he'll be able to use far more advanced spells now. At last, he's taking the first real step. He's finally at the starting line. First, he'll bring down Barracks and show the world that the Mervinga family is getting back on its feet. To do that, he needs far more power, so he plans to train hard before the director election. Then Mephistopheles appears behind him and mocks him as pathetic, saying this tiny jump is all he can do, even with his power. Elric knows he's right. If he wants revenge, he still has to grow much stronger. Mephistopheles tells him to turn around and face him when he speaks, bragging that even dragons once knelt before him. That makes the protagonist remember the dragon's magic language. First, he has to form an image, then turn it into words to trigger the spell. Mephistopheles gets tense at once. Elric casts a lifting spell, rising off the ground. Mephistopheles is stunned. MC follows it with flight and shoots into the air. A little unsteady, he heads toward the Magic Academy. But then he climbs too high and realizes just how far up he is. That makes him panic for a second, but he's amazed too. It was a simple spell, yet the power behind it is incredible. So he uses it again. Of course, Mephistopheles keeps following him. He can't believe a mere child can already cast magic like this, using the speech of the soul and the dragon's magic tongue. He wonders what kind of child Elric really is. To him, this boy is a natural enemy of demons, a Mervinger. Even among that cursed, monstrous family, Mephistopheles thinks none of them had this much talent. Actually, there was one. He remembers the family's founder, a complete monster. Even now, Mephistopheles is afraid of that man. And if Elric keeps growing, taking his body will become much harder. So he starts thinking of a way to act before he becomes too strong. At the same time, the protagonist is also thinking about the speech of the soul. It's amazing, but still hard to use. If he gets stronger though, he should be able to understand the dragon's magic language better. The problem is finding a teacher who can keep his secret. And with Barracks controlling the academy, there's no one there skilled enough to teach him. Later, after sunrise, he stops in a forest to rest. He thinks he needs someone on the level of the hexagram, but no one there would ever take him as a student. If only his grandfather were still alive, or his father, or his uncle. Then he glances at Mephistopheles, who's grumbling nearby about not even having feet. Elric asks if Mephistopheles can teach him magic. After all, who could teach this kind of thing better than Mephistopheles himself? Naturally, Mephistopheles gets furious, wondering what nonsense MC is saying. Then he turns with a grin and asks what he would get in return. Elric says he'll make him a new vessel through alchemy. Mephistopheles asks if he really thinks a vessel made like that could hold him, and he answers that they just need to make it strong enough. Mephistopheles says that still isn't enough, but the protagonist points out that he won't be useful either if the protagonist stays weak, so he offers another idea. Mephistopheles rejects it right away. He keeps wondering why he should pass his knowledge on to MC, though he would do it if Elric became part of him. In his mind, he laughs at him, thinking the boy is bold to toy with him while still too weak to devour. But if he secretly mixes dark magic into his lessons, the protagonist will keep growing stronger as Mephistopheles teaches him. At the same time, dark magic will make MC's soul easier to invade, then Mephistopheles can devour him. He's already enjoying the thought of him begging for mercy and becoming his servant, but he suddenly says, forget it. Mephistopheles is left stunned. The protagonist says there's a limit to how much someone can drag out a bargain. If Mephistopheles keeps being difficult, he won't get anything at all. That completely catches Mephistopheles off guard, and he finally sees how commanding MC is in a negotiation. Just as he's about to curse him out, Elric cuts him off with a sharp, shut up. A strip of tape seals Mephistopheles' mouth, and he says it worked exactly as he expected. Even with the tape on, Mephistopheles still won't stop making noise. He can't believe such a spell worked on him, but Elric just tells him to be cute. A blush appears on Mephistopheles' face, along with bunny ears on his head. The protagonist instantly regrets doing that so badly that he nearly throws up, wondering why he ever made Mephistopheles do it. He says he never wants to see that again. Then he tells Mephistopheles that if he changes his mind, he can write the spells in this notebook. Mephistopheles sits there thinking, how dare he? Does he really expect me to submit after being sealed for 1,000 years? Meanwhile, Elric doesn't care at all. He just stretches and gets ready to train. Later that evening, Mephistopheles says he'll be generous and forgive MC if he admits he was wrong. The next day, Mephistopheles actually starts missing him asking for lessons. By the day after that, he's wondering what's wrong with himself. A few days later, Mephistopheles decides he'll teach Elric anyway, and just pretend he's giving in. So he starts writing in the notebook. When the protagonist sees he finally gave in, his face lights up. Mephistopheles immediately thinks, no, I'm the Demon King Mephistopheles. He tells himself he'll never bow to anyone, especially some human, and then he starts acting like a dog, because MC told him to. Elric begins reading what Mephistopheles wrote. It covers the basics of soul speech. It's ancient knowledge you won't find in any book. He says it's great that Mephistopheles is finally helping, then makes him stop acting cute and keep quiet. He asks for a more detailed version, and once Mephistopheles is allowed to speak again, he gets even angrier. The next day, Elric complains again, saying the notes somehow got even harder to understand. Mephistopheles protests, but the protagonist says the deal is fair. He writes, and in return he gets to talk. MC tells him to make it clearer, then lists everything he wants explained in more detail. That makes Mephistopheles furious. He thinks he should enjoy this while he can, because the dark magic hidden in those notes will slowly take over his soul. Sometime later, the protagonist realizes that just learning the foundation of this magic has already given him huge power. Meanwhile, Mephistopheles keeps wondering where the signs of the dark magic in the notes are. Elric notices his face and asks what's wrong. Then he calls him out. Was Mephistopheles expecting his body to change? Is that why he looks so confused? Mephistopheles claims he has no idea what MC means, but MC fires back. Does he really think he's dumb enough to study something without checking it first? Of course he looked into it beforehand. Either way, thanks to Mephistopheles, he has reached a whole new level of magic. Mephistopheles is stunned, realizing the protagonist knew everything from the start. Then Elric asks if there's anything else left to teach. Mephistopheles asks where MC's humanity went, but MC warns he'll shut him up again if he doesn't answer. So Mephistopheles says no, there's nothing else, besides his true speech. He figures that true speech is the second best form of soul speech, only below the voice of God. Mephistopheles warns that the protagonist can't understand true speech at his current level, and if he tries, he'll probably go insane. MC thinks to himself that this time, Mephistopheles is probably telling the truth. Mephistopheles explains that this kind of magic can only be sharpened on the battlefield. He says that's what the mercenary have done since the beginning. That line sticks with Elric. Magic can only be perfected on the battlefield. It brings back a memory of his father, who once said that was the highest calling of the mercenary family, the ones who kept protecting the continent from demons. He remembers how his father taught him in Heir the pride of the mercenary family, back in the land ruined by the war against demons. Even if he never said it, the protagonist knew his father was suffering from what that war had done to him. It felt like he missed the days he fought as a battlefield mage beside the protagonist's grandfather. Back then, MC excitedly said he wanted to go to the battlefield too, so he could become a cool mage like his grandfather. His father wanted to agree, but his mother cut in and told him to tell her what he needed to do to become a good mage. The protagonist answered, study, and she said exactly, study. She said he must not grow into a foolish mage like his father, and those words hit Elric's dad like knives. He tries to remind her that he's still the head of the family, but she tells him to stop putting ideas like that into the children's heads. Still, when MC's mother wasn't looking, his father quietly told him that real magic can only truly be perfected on the battlefield, and the next second, he was gone. His wife had pulled his wheelchair away, saying her son Him needed to study hard so he'd never have to risk himself in battle. Then she tells Heir, the protagonist's older sister, to watch over him, and drags the protagonist along by the hair while his father argues that study matters, but if they stop fighting, she cuts him off, saying that's exactly why they've gotten soft. After that, he gives up on the topic. Then comes a rainy night filled with crying. His father's illness had gotten worse, and his mother, who had been carrying everyone, finally collapsed from exhaustion. It's explained that Elric's father shared the last of his life force with her, and they died together. Before that, he apologized, saying she had always shined brighter than anyone, and it was his fault she ended up like this. She tells him not to say that. After meeting him and having their children, she would do it all again. She thanks him for the family they made, and he tells her she truly was a wonderful mother. Then she calls for Heir, their oldest child, and asks her to take care of her little brother, while also thanking her and saying she's sorry. MC's father speaks to him too, apologizing because the MC's mana blockage illness is his fault. But he doesn't care about that. He just wants his father to stay alive. He's terrified. Soon it'll be only him and his sister, and he doesn't know what will happen next. His father gently comforts him with one hand and says that looking back, he was happier as a father than he ever was as a battlefield mage. Elric does not have to become a mage, he just wants his son to have a happy life, and with those words, his father passes away. His beloved wife goes with him. Remembering that, Elric says his father didn't really want him to become a mage. He wanted him to live his own life the way he chose. The protagonist knows he isn't as strong as his father once was, and that's exactly why he wants to grow stronger. He wants to reach a point where no one can look down on him again, not even the Mervinger, and once more he remembers that magic can only be perfected on the battlefield. He needs experience, so now he starts wondering where he should go. The Crimson Ghost Forest? It's packed with monsters, sure, but that place is too dangerous. What about the Goblin Cave? No, too many people go there too. Then he remembers something else his father once said. There are resting places where ancient mages spend their final years. Maybe that's where he needs to go. So he calls Mephistopheles and says they're taking a trip. Their destination is the habitat of the Yetis, the frozen highlands. A little later, Elric is bathing in a river. He thinks it would be a huge problem if someone recognized him while he was traveling around. So he uses magic to push all the water away from himself, then follows up with a spell to cut his hair and beard. As the strands fall into the water, he uses appearance-changing magic. Now he's completely disguised. With dark hair slicked back and tan skin, he decides he's ready. A few days later, at a guide agency, someone tells Elric he's in luck. A group is heading exactly where he wants to go, and lately no one has been traveling to the frozen highlands, so his timing is surprisingly perfect. The guide points them out, saying they're arriving right now, and the doors start to open as the group comes in, noticing there's a new person there. MC, though, doesn't look very pleased. He quickly counts 4 herbalists, 3 monster hunters, and 5 people hiding their energy. Then a short guy rushes over to introduce himself as the leader, promising he can guide them through any danger and going on and on without stopping. Mephistopheles mutters that the short guy talks more than his height suggests, while Elric asks this man, Ming Manhum, if he can buy a communication crystal here. The man says their village doesn't have any communication crystals. They can only send messages by carrier pigeon. He starts bringing up a funny story about pigeons and mail, but he cuts him off and says they should get moving. The man agrees, saying he'll tell it on the way, and both he and Mephistopheles immediately tense up. They do not want to hear that story. Elric thinks his sister will be furious if he doesn't hire someone soon, but he still wants to warn Sean, and he's sure Sean can handle things. Meanwhile, the short guy just keeps talking and talking. At the same time, Mephistopheles says this place feels very familiar, so the protagonist asks if he knows the Yetis. He says yes, Yetis love demons. MC asks if that means Yetis are demons too, but Mephistopheles quickly says no and tells him not to put them in the same class. That shocks him. He always thought Yetis were just monsters, not creatures tied to demons. Mephistopheles says that, either way, the old Yeti king was actually decent, so he probably received the demon god's blessing, even if his end was tragic. That makes Elric wonder if the Yetis really had a king back then. Mephistopheles adds that the king's tomb should still be somewhere around here. The protagonist asks if he knows where it is, but Mephistopheles says no. If it's still standing, it was probably looted long ago. MC starts thinking, if the Yetis are tied to demons, then that tomb might be connected to his family's safe houses. He remembers his father talking about them, old shelters built by their ancestors to protect the family's legacy. His father told Elric that once he became head of the family, he had to come to the Yeti Highlands to confirm that legacy and honor their ancestors. Now he wonders what kind of legacy is hidden in a place like that, and whether Lolly can learn more about his magic pendant. Meanwhile, the short guy just keeps talking without stopping. Mephistopheles is already fed up with the kid and asks the protagonist if he can use that silencing spell on the idiot. The protagonist tells him to quit being annoying too. MC realizes they've heard all kinds of stories about Yetis, but he still hasn't seen one, until the short guide says they're stopping to grab a bite. Campfires are lit, and everyone gathers around. He watches the suspicious group trying to mingle, and notices one man has an aura far stronger than a noble knight's. The people hiding their strength don't seem to be after Elric, so maybe they're on some secret mission. The hooded person might be their leader, but they don't seem that strong. Then the figure pulls back the hood. Elric and everyone nearby are stunned when they realize it's a beautiful girl. The protagonist hadn't even known she was a girl. A few of the men immediately start hitting on her, but one of her guards draws his sword and brings it right up to the man's face, close enough to nearly cut his neck. He warns that one more word about his lady will cost him his life. But she orders her guard Sean to lower the sword, and Elric thinks the guy who flirted with her has a death wish. Then both MC and Mephistopheles feel a huge surge of power, and it definitely isn't anything good. Sean still wants to beat those men up, but the lady scolds him. While all that is happening, Elric stands and tells everyone to run right now. People wonder why, until Sean raises his sword to block as a storm of arrows slams into it. Panic breaks out at once, and several people are pierced by arrows. Sean orders the others to protect his lady, and the guards move to shield her. Elric thinks this feels a lot like that dragon nest, but why are there so many arrows? As the arrows rush toward him, he casts a blocking spell, the same honeycomb shield as before, and looks around to see how the others are doing. The guards seem to be handling it, but the travelers aren't. A lot of them are dying. Then a huge red glow spreads across the horizon, and Mephistopheles says it's the Crimson Eyes tribe. Elric uses his mana vision to see through the chaos, and spots a group of creatures charging at them. He remembers Yetis usually move in packs of 10, and this group fits that, except there are way more than 10. They crash into the guards first. Mephistopheles says Elric is in trouble for a first battle, teasing that it's normal to be scared the first time. He snaps at him to shut up. This isn't the time for nonsense. Even so, he can't help thinking this is incredible. He notices Sean carries a knight's aura and wants to study it more, but he has bigger problems right now. Elric realizes these Yetis aren't the only threat. More are still coming, and another group is waiting to ambush them. If anyone moves wrong, they'll all die. But if the protagonist strikes first, everything changes. First, he drops his disguise, then arms himself, glad he memorized his strengthening spells. As the next Yeti group closes in, Elric rushes the first one and smashes its forehead, testing whether his attacks will work, then caves its head in. The others are left wondering where he came from, while MC thinks this should at least buy some time. He unleashes an explosion that burns the Yetis and blasts them away, but there are plenty more behind them, so he makes a huge wall of fire and burns those too. Elric doesn't stop there. He follows with an ice spell that forms countless blades and swords, then drives them into the Yetis with a piercing spell. The ice weapons impale them one after another until they all drop. The last two survivors are terrified, but Elric asks where they think they're going and locks them down with a binding spell. A little later, he studies them and admits the Yetis really are impressive. He calls for Mephistopheles, then remembers he'd gagged him, so he pulls the tape off his mouth. The first thing Mephistopheles does is curse the protagonist out. Elric tells him there's no time, so he'll act as translator. He wants the Yeti told it will be spared if it reveals where the village is, but Mephistopheles says the Yeti will only talk if it's released. MC wonders if he should trust that, and Mephistopheles says deals like this are worse than black market bargains. Still, he lets the Yeti go, but Mephistopheles starts whispering something in its ear. Elric uses magic to understand what he's saying, and he's telling it to kill the boy. The Yeti lunges the next second, but the protagonist instantly blows straight through its head. He says that was close. The last Yeti and Mephistopheles both get very nervous, and Elric asks if they can finally talk for real now. Soon, only the Yeti's screams echo in the distance. Later, MC says that negotiation took way too long, and too many Yetis died because of Mephistopheles, but Mephistopheles shoots back that MC was the one killing them. Then he suddenly grabs his chest and thinks about how his dragon heart is packed with dragon mana and demon king mana, but right now he can only use 3% of his total power. He can't keep chaining spells like this. His body might just explode. As he nears the village, he knows fighting at that level over and over could end badly, but he can't back down now. If he gives up here, he'll never bring his family back. Still, he tells himself the people behind him are probably fine, right? Back there, with blood flying everywhere, they finally finish off the Yetis around them. Then the lady tells Sean that one person is missing. Sean honestly thinks that person either died or is hiding, but he tells her the missing one probably escaped safely. She says she hopes so. She's clearly worried and prays Elric is okay. At that moment, the protagonist is facing another army of Yetis. He says he doesn't want a needless massacre. He only wants to see their chief. That only makes them angry, until one Yeti shouts for everyone to move aside, and a much larger one steps forward. Even Elric is startled by its size. It is huge. Still, MC calmly says he just wants to ask something, but the giant Yeti doesn't look friendly at all. He is hiding something in reserve, and knows that if talks fail, he'll have no choice but to kill it. Then the Yeti notices Elric's green eyes, and asks his name. He introduces himself as the protagonist Mervunger. At that, the Yeti simply tells him to follow. They travel through the mountain range while the Yeti chief explains an old legend. Long ago, a king ruled all these mountains, and Elric glances at Mephistopheles, realizing he was telling the truth. The chief goes on, this king had a human friend, a man with bright green eyes, named Mervunger. MC realizes one of his ancestors was friends with the Yeti king, and the chief says that king made a pact with MC's family to guard the house of that human Mervunger. He asks where it is now, and the Yeti says it's below them. They've reached a cliff. Elric stares down, wondering how there could be a house under a cliff, and the height alone makes him nervous. But with mana vision, he really does spot a house down there. Then the protagonist notices a rising air current nearby. The Yeti chief says that even for Yetis, they can barely use that current once a year to get down there. Mephistopheles points out that Elric nearly froze to death earlier because he couldn't protect himself with magic. So how is he supposed to climb down a cliff? Mephistopheles says there's no way MC can do this with his current power. He agrees. Trying it now would be reckless. Still, he says that if he doesn't go down, he can't move forward, and if his ancestors want proof of his skill, he jumps off the cliff. He says he has to repay his family's kindness. As he falls, Mephistopheles calls him completely insane, and says this time he's really going to die. Elric realizes the rising air current is far stronger than he expected. Mephistopheles tells him to focus. If he slips even once, he's dead. The protagonist gets it and tells himself to handle this one step at a time. He can already make out the house below, Then he casts a floor spell, making a magic staircase and climbing down it step by step until he slowly reaches the house. He lands safely without much trouble. But right after that, he drops to the ground and admits he thought he was done for. Mephistopheles says he's actually speechless this time. Elric looks around and says, the place seems pretty plain, just a small wooden cabin. But when he gets closer, he finds a seal on the door and realizes it's locked with magic. He figures opening it might not be that hard, and Mephistopheles tells him to try magic on the patterns. So Elric pours mana into it and tries words tied to the Mervinger family, magic, the Demon King, and demon hunting, but none of them work. So he concludes there must be a specific key. Maybe it's the thing he's been carrying all this time, his pendant. He places the pendant on the door, it reacts to the magic, and the seal opens. Elric realizes all his earlier attempts were pointless. Inside, though, it's nothing like the outside. The place is elegant, more like a grand library. He's stunned to find books on magical doctrine, dark magic, and all kinds of other subjects. Mephistopheles accidentally mentions that the Winter Sage must have lived here, and MC immediately wants to know who that is. He starts thinking again about how much Mephistopheles knows. Then he finds a book that catches his eye, The History of the Mervinger Family. He reads that wiping out demons is the duty of the family. That was the exact line he heard in his dream. The book says certain conditions must be met. The duty heaven gave the family must be fulfilled. If he can properly digest the demons he swallows, a new and balanced form of magic may be born. It goes on to say he must eat, devour, swallow, and drink demons, filling himself with them again and again. Suddenly his pendant starts glowing, telling him to create a new age of magic. At the same time, flashes of memories and spells seem to rush into him. A voice addresses Elric as the descendant, who passed the first trial, claimed the magic pendant, and swallowed his first demon. This is the true beginning of his journey. Then he finds himself in a garden, somewhere completely different. The protagonist wonders where he is when someone says he must be the new descendant. There's a person standing behind Elric, so he turns and asks who he is. The man introduces himself as Otto Han Mervinger. He says he's one of the people who tests new heirs of the Mervinger family and also serves as their guide. Otto Han Mervinger is explained to be one of the people who helped build the Mervinger magic system centuries ago, and one of the family's 5 most honored ancestors. Seeing MC's reaction, Otto says he must recognize him. Elric asks if he's the famous Winter Sage, and Otto says he's surprised a descendant still knows that nickname. He says Mephistopheles was the one who mentioned it. Otto pauses and asks, Mephistopheles? You mean the original sin? The protagonist says yes. Otto is shocked that one of his descendants captured Mephistopheles. He calls MC incredible, and decides that means the next test should be harder. Elsewhere, Mephistopheles grumbles to himself, wondering who dares speak badly about the great Demon King after sensing someone talking about him. He asks Otto what task he'll be given and what exactly this guidance is for. Otto places a hand on his head and says Elric must have many questions, especially why the family made all of this so complicated instead of simply writing it down somewhere. The protagonist feels a little awkward when Otto rests his hand on his head. Then Otto uses magic and marks a symbol onto his hand. Otto explains that what they prepared for the family is like a wheel. Once it starts turning, nothing can stop it. That's why it can't be handed to just anyone. So they have no choice but to inspect every descendant carefully, no matter how long it takes. He says Elric passed the test, and now the choice belongs to him. Stop the wheel, or keep it turning. MC admits he still doesn't fully understand what his family was given. But he knows that if he steps into this carelessly, he could lose the life he's always known. This is his last chance to walk away. Otto says he respects Elric's decision to revive his family. He answers that he'll do it for his grandfather, his ancestors, and the great heroes of the Mervinger family, and he'll carve his own name into history, just like his grandfather did. This has been the protagonist's dream for a long time. Then he starts spinning the wheel, and wild magic bursts out in every direction. Otto excitedly smacks MC on the shoulder over and over, saying that's what a real descendant looks like. Then, all of a sudden, Otto waves his hand and the whole place changes into a huge frozen mountain. Elric wonders where they are now, as the cold hits him hard, but Otto says this is only the training ground for the first lesson. He wonders if he really has to take a test in this freezing place. Then he thinks that if he gets through it, he'll become much stronger. Otto notices him smiling and says that attitude makes him an excellent candidate. Then Otto tells him to look ahead. Elric focuses and tries to make out what's hidden in the distance. As he gets closer, he realizes it's a demon. Otto says this is the great king of the frozen mountain, the first and only king of the Yetis. He once ruled the whole mountain and dreamed of restoring the Yetis' status as demons after they were cast down. But in the end, his ambition consumed him, and he became a corrupted demon. Otto tells Elric this is the second demon he must devour. The protagonist asks if he really has to, and Otto explains that from now on, he must swallow demons and take their seals, the root of their essence. He says a demon is born from the dark, raw emotions of living beings, like fear, depression, and resentment. Those negative feelings gather into an evil ego. Each demon has its own wicked desire, and that shapes its personality, rank, and emblem. The core where that demon rests is called a seal, and the seal MC already holds is Mephistopheles' seal. Elric realizes that's the Demon King's seal. and from now on, every time he devours a demon, he has to claim that seal, the source of its true essence. Otto adds that every demon he devours from now on will grant him that demon's abilities. The protagonist starts wondering just how strong he'll become if he can devour the Yeti King. Then he flies straight at the demon without wasting another second. He even unlocks his weapon, but Otto quickly reminds him not to kill the demon, but to devour it. Hearing that, Elric can only think, what am I supposed to do, bite it? As he approaches, the demon senses both sources of mana, Mephistopheles' and Emervinger's, and both Mephistopheles and Otto react at once. The demon declares them natural enemies of demonkind, and says MC must die. Then it starts attacking wildly from all sides. Elric manages to dodge and pull back from the assault, but when he looks up, he finds a huge army waiting, the warriors who guard their king. He can tell these Yetis are on a completely different level. The one in front especially looks terrifying, and the protagonist wonders if he can even kill something like that. He thinks that if he could use the original Sin Seal, he could handle all of them, even the Mountain King, but right now, he has no idea how to use it, and he's trapped. Just then, the lead warrior, the strongest one, lets out a roar, and the whole army charges at Elric. MC thinks using Mephistopheles' power here would almost be unfair, but he still fires off an explosion spell at the army. The blast spreads wider and wider, but it doesn't do much because a blade is already rushing toward him, and several soldiers are right behind it. Elric quickly forms hand signs for a spell, creates the same ice spears as before, and launches them at the soldiers. Some of them take direct hits, but others stay standing. Elric says he's heard the Yetis were once demons who got abandoned, and asks if that's true. He says he knows that feeling well. When you're weak and thrown away, you need some way to become stronger. He thinks that once he grows more powerful, he'll crush tests like this as many times as he has to. Then he forms a huge fireball above his head, and it starts tearing through the battlefield. But before he can finish, someone breaks the protagonist's focus and catches him completely off guard. A blade also hit him in the stomach. He drops to the ground, coughing up blood. While he kneels there, more soldiers close in. Even so, Elric refuses to lose to a test like this. What he does next is risky. His body might not handle it. Still, he starts releasing a huge amount of magic aura. One soldier is already moving in to finish him off. Elric knows he needs to pull out even more mana. Right as the soldier strikes, he manages to dodge, and realizes he drew mana from the dragon heart. Then he uses flower dispersion magic, blasting that soldier with a massive burst of magic. MC ends up breathing hard because he forced out too much magic too fast. But to him, this is only the beginning. Looking at everything still ahead, he thinks this is way too much for a first test. His heart feels ready to burst, and the soldiers start regenerating. Then a dark mass rushes toward Elric. He thinks it is coming to attack, but instead it flows into his seal, leaving him confused about what is happening to the mark. Even if it is weaker than his first original Sin Seal, a new seal has clearly formed. He has no idea how, but the dragon heart that was about to explode suddenly stabilizes. Otto explains that this is why demons give their seals true names. If he wants to use a demon's power, he needs its true name. When he asks how he is supposed to learn that, Otto tells him not to worry. The truth will reveal itself and be absorbed by him. So the protagonist focuses on the mana he just pulled in. That is when he learns the Yeti's true name, Cruelty. He cannot explain it, he just knows. He knows the seal, and now he knows its true name too. Taking a deep breath, he calls these creatures heartless and cold. A huge aura rises around Elric. Even the soldiers did not expect it, and they raise their shields. But the blast and the light are enormous. After that, MC starts shaking all over. The mana cost was too much for him. Even so, he realizes this is the power of the seal. On the ground, he forms a giant snowflake like a magic crest, and every Yeti in front of him is frozen solid. Then the ones in front start shattering one by one, until sudden pain hits Elric. He spits blood, falls, and blacks out. He wakes up gasping for air. When he looks around, he is back in the library, wondering what just happened. Mephistopheles says he looks a little worn out. He adds that Elric's pendant went wild while he slept, so he guessed it was some kind of test, and clearly not an easy one. Remembering his mission, the protagonist realizes he did not really die. He just pushed too hard and trusted the seal too much, then passed out from using far more mana than he could handle. Even so, that power was beyond anything he imagined. If the Seal of Cruelty is already this strong while incomplete, then how terrifying is the original Sin Seal he still cannot use? Mephistopheles can sense the Seal of Cruelty coming from MC. He says the Winter Sage must have appeared. Using that chance, Elric asks how to use the original Sin Seal. Mephistopheles answers by asking if Otto already talked about true names. He wonders if it could really be that simple. Would Mephistopheles just tell him? But Mephistopheles says no matter how much the protagonist humiliates him, he will never reveal his true name. MC shrugs and says he had to ask. Deep down, he already expected that answer. To demons, seals mean everything. If Mephistopheles lets him use his seal, that means he has lost everything, his power too. It is discouraging, but he decides to drop it for now. More than that, he still carries the Demon King's seal, and if he cannot handle a Yeti's power yet, then the Demon King's is far beyond him. Then he asks Mephistopheles if he knows the Mountain King. Mephistopheles asks why that came up so suddenly. and the protagonist explains that this place is the Mountain King's tomb. He even met the ruler there. That shocks Mephistopheles. He already knew Otto was crazy, but he cannot believe Otto would use an identity even Mephistopheles recognized. MC quickly follows up and asks if there is a good way to capture that ruler. Mephistopheles pulls away and says no. Elric keeps pushing, saying it would be better for both of them if he just talked. Annoyed, Mephistopheles asks why he would ever reveal his own race's weakness. He answers with a deal, 3 days without making him cute. Mephistopheles asks if he really thinks a demon king would be swayed by that. The protagonist raises the offer to 5 days. Mephistopheles gets even more irritated, and MC says fine, forget it. But Mephistopheles finally gives in, saying that because he is so generous, he will talk for exactly 5 days without the cute treatment. Then he tells Elric to listen carefully. With the seal he has now, he should forget about clearing the trial. He will not even get close to the Mountain King. Still, that does not mean there is no way. After that, he returns to the test. He really does not want to go back because of the cold, but he has to try Mephistopheles' advice. Mephistopheles had explained that seals are split into common, advanced, precious, unique, and mythic ranks. Basically, those are their rarities. On top of that, each seal has a completion level, which creates more power stages inside the same rank. The seal of cruelty is precious, so it is not weak, but Elric's completion level is only 1 star. The Frozen Mountain King has the same seal at 10 stars. The protagonist remembers that explanation while fighting through the soldiers. Mephistopheles also said that if a seal grows past 10 stars, it moves up to the next rarity, in this case unique. Right now MC only has 1 star, but he charges in with his seal anyway. After a long stretch of beating down soldier after soldier, he finally says he found the one he was looking for. He has reached the Frozen Mountain King. But even after killing so many warriors and yetis, Elric's progress has only reached 2 stars. So how is he supposed to face someone at 10? Then he is even more shocked when he realizes what surrounds the Frozen Mountain King is not a shadow, but demonic aura. He wonders what kind of monster that thing was before it died, to still have power like this. He even starts asking whether Otto is really his ancestor or his worst enemy. Still, he decides he has to try. It is going to be hard, but if he keeps at it, sooner or later he will win. An hour later, Mephistopheles is still there, and Elric is staring at him again. That is when he realizes he lost again, and he is completely worn out. The protagonist says that even after spending all that time collecting seals from those warriors, he still died from a single finger movement. He cannot imagine how he is supposed to beat that. Mephistopheles tells him to give up already, but adds that if he keeps pushing that seal, then notices the dangerous look on Elric's face, and immediately knows this is going nowhere good. But MC says he learned something unexpected about the Mountain King. The ruler is actually a woman, and he just keeps staring at Mephistopheles. Mephistopheles looks away. Then he asks him why he is looking at him like that. Elric starts thinking Mephistopheles and the Mountain Queen might have had something going on. He decides to dig into that later. Right now, what matters most is figuring out how to devour that demon. He still does not know how, but he plans to find out by defeating her. A little later, back in the same test, he charges in again, but once more, a freezing blast hits him. He cannot even move, and the pain is unbearable. He has already been beheaded, split in half, lost limbs, lost an eye, everything possible, but he still refuses to give up on the test, and little by little, he keeps moving closer to victory. The queen is clearly not happy about that, and Elric is getting much better at using the seal of cruelty. Even so, it is still hard to use that seal against the one who created it, but he plans to surpass her. Her habits, movements, style, even her theory, if he has to steal every bit of it, he will. Then their palms collide, a huge wave of power erupts, and both of them are thrown back. Meanwhile, Otto watches the whole thing with total calm. He says he would not be surprised if the protagonist's seal ego collapsed after so many deaths, yet the protagonist is still smiling. He does not just have amazing natural talent, he also has an endless hunger to grow stronger, and Otto knows this child is nothing like the rest of the family's descendants. At that moment, MC manages to rip off the queen's arm. Otto says he has never seen anyone like this in the family, a complete lunatic. Elric realizes he finally reached 3 stars, but the queen nearly catches him with an axe swing. He barely manages to move and dodge, complaining that she does not even give him time to breathe. She goes in for another attack, but suddenly changes its path completely. Elric is stunned and tries to block with his shield, but he was caught so off guard that the shield breaks with ease. For a moment he thinks this may be his limit, but stealing her power is not enough. To beat the queen he has to understand her. More than that, he has to become her. His seal starts shining intensely, and he suddenly feels a heavy shock. Sure, he is about to die again, but it feels like he's been pulled into another memory, just like when he first met Mephistopheles. Mephistopheles says a demon has to prove they're worthy before joining the demonic race, and that demon is the king of the Frozen Mountain. Elric really did become her. With the seal on his arm, he finally understands how to use it much better. Then another piece of her past appears. Someone shouts that an oracle has been brought by the demon god, and that the queen who will rule this land has been born. She's shown as a tiny child during her baptism. Everyone says the whole mountain will belong to her. The queen of the Frozen Mountain was born to rule. But the first one to unite all the Yeti tribes would never be satisfied with just one mountain. So she marched out to claim even more land. She rallied her people, shouting that they would take back what was rightfully theirs beside the demonic race. The Yetis succeeded. They killed many humans and demons and forced everyone to kneel. Then, they finally rejoined the demonic race. After that, she tried to become the demon queen. But the one who stopped her was the demon king, Mephistopheles, the almighty ruler of demons. She had no choice but to accept defeat. Still, she never stopped. From birth, she kept growing stronger, refining her seal and true name, moving forward one step at a time. She even received knowledge from Mephistopheles. But eventually, she was stopped by a group of humans, a wall even greater than Mephistopheles, something she had never faced before, the green-eyed humans. She called for her soldiers and warriors, but they kept dying one after another, and she could do nothing to stop it. The humans pushed forward hard, and the Yetis were slaughtered. The queen could only hear her people begging for their lives. They were crushed without mercy. Even so, she kept fighting to the very end. She took pride in being part of the demonic race. Their duty was to stop enemies from reaching their land. But that plan failed. Every warrior beside her was wiped out in an instant. The man responsible was Otto Hen Mervinger. She lost that war to the humans. After that, she was chased all the way back to the Great Frozen Mountain. There, she wondered why they had done all this. Humans already had everything they wanted and needed, so why wouldn't they let demons live? In the end, she used the last power left in her seal. Then Elric returns to the present after seeing all of her past. He realizes this was the queen's duty. Even in all that despair, she endured it, just like him, one step at a time. Every step was heavy and painful, all for glory, strength, and the burden placed on her for her race. Elric understands that better than anyone. Later, Otto stayed on the frozen mountain and built a house there to watch over her. After countless battles, the two finally came to respect each other. They spent a long time together, but she still wanted to reclaim the glory she had lost. She could never accept an unfinished dream or half-done ambition. And in the end, she stood before death at the hands of Otto. Then the queen speaks to him, saying he must be Otto's descendant, the one Otto always talked about. She's impressed that Elric even cut off her arm, and it seems her thoughts about that family were right all along. He apologizes for her arm, but demonic energy starts to consume her. She says she thought she would die without fulfilling her ambition. She is the queen, the warrior who led her whole race, and he's strong enough that he doesn't need to pity any enemy. So his trial is finally reaching its end. She apologizes to her race and to everyone who sacrificed themselves for her. She admits she was too greedy, but she's still grateful for those she loved and who loved her. That should have been enough. Elric feels an overwhelming demonic presence around her. He realizes that during the whole fight, this energy had been eating away at her. He wonders what to do next, then focuses on who she is, the queen who united every tribe on this vast frozen mountain, the greatest Yeti warrior, an enemy he must devour. He knows he can't beat her with brute force alone, and that would almost insult her anyway. So he'll show her the great duty, the burden she carried by herself. Then both of them charge at each other with everything they have. Ice and blood fly everywhere. Her axe seems to be overtaken by demonic power, but she keeps resisting it, and the fight goes on. Elric realizes he has to become her one more time. It's strange. This is clearly a fight where he could die, yet somehow it makes him feel more alive. He's even having fun. Then their attacks collide and trigger a huge magical blast. The impact cracks the ground apart, and he rises on floating chunks of stone. Elric can feel the happy days she once had, the time she spent with Otto, and they keep trading brutal blows. They look evenly matched now, both worn out from the battle. Elric spits blood, while she struggles not to be consumed. Both are at their limits, and the fight will be settled with one final strike. Using the martial art that made many races kneel before the Yetis, the secret technique of the Queen of the Frozen Mountain, she raises her palm, and Elric does the same with the technique he learned. When their palms meet, they unleash Icebreaker, and a blinding explosion erupts. Only their silhouettes can be seen. But once the light clears over the frozen mountain, the winner is obvious. Elric has pierced through her with his palm, and she says that at least in the end, the protagonist tenses up at the sight, but she thanks him with a smile and tears on her face. Then she drops to her knees beneath the rising sun, its light spreading across the frozen mountain. With one last smile, the demon, the king of the frozen mountain, or rather, queen, starts to fade away. Now she becomes part of the original Sin seal as well, and beside that great feline, frozen mountains appear in Elric's tattoo. Only a single flower remains where the queen stood, and MC wishes her peace. Otto walks up clapping, impressed, and congratulates him for devouring the queen of the frozen mountain. But he asks if that really wasn't too hard for a first task. Otto tells him that's just how this family is. You can't call yourself a Mervinger and complain like that. Even so, he admits he's impressed. Someone with great talent would need 1 to 3 years to do this. Then he adds that, of course, since he had studied magic for years, he did it in 1 month. Elric pauses. 1 month? Otto confirms he spent a month trying to devour that demon. But the protagonist says that's not what he meant. It's only been a month since he learned magic. So after spending another month here, that means he learned magic just 2 months ago. Otto lets out a small laugh. He says that was a terrible joke, then stops and asks if MC was actually serious. Otto says he really does have a sharp eye for descendants. Then he starts laughing, smacking him around while he complains that it hurts. Once things calm down, Otto asks how her final moments were. Elric says she was smiling. Hearing that, Otto says he's relieved. The protagonist thanks him for everything, especially for guiding him this whole time. Then he says he probably won't be able to visit Otto very often. Otto understands. Being the head of the family keeps him busy. Elric turns to leave, but then stops and asks how he's supposed to get out of here. Otto says he's already left this place several times. Doesn't he remember? Then Otto blasts Elric right in the face with magic, and MC wakes up in the real world. He immediately complains that his lousy ancestor hurt his handsome face. Mephistopheles says it looks like Otto killed him again, and he snaps back. Who kills someone without warning first? Then the Demon King asks if he devoured the Queen of the Frozen Mountain. The protagonist says yes, and shows him the tattoo. Mephistopheles claims it was all thanks to his amazing support, and MC dryly plays along. Right, of course, the great Demon King. But privately, Mephistopheles admits he did nothing. For some reason, this guy is absurdly powerful. Elric is a monster. Then he asks if he and the Queen of the Frozen Mountain used to be close, so why did he stop her from becoming a demon queen? Mephistopheles asks how he knows that, and the protagonist says he ended up seeing her memories. Mephistopheles replies that she represented the worst side of the demonic race. Nothing more, nothing less. At the time, he was just bored. He heard about someone on the Frozen Mountain who wanted to become a demon queen, so he went to take a look. She was a little too eager for the throne, and that ambition was what ruined her. If he hadn't been such a generous king, she would have died right there. Still, she told him they would meet again, when she had become much stronger, so he left her behind. Elric asks if they never met again after that, and Mephistopheles says they did. But by then, she had a good relationship with Otto. His smile drops. MC gets it now. He's the kind of guy who picks on a girl when he likes her. Mephistopheles instantly flares up. What? Elric says that must be why he stayed single all these years. Then he starts singing that Mephistopheles will be alone forever, while Mephistopheles curses his ancestor, his descendant, and everyone in between. Meanwhile, right after killing him, Otto says that descendant was a lot of fun. His face falls, and he asks if she feels the same way. Then he quietly asks if she still resents him. He remembers how she cried for the Yetis the Mervinger family killed, and when he finally met her, she had completely lost control. She begged Otto to kill her and end her pain. Even so, he apologizes for what happened. Now, at the very end, he thanks her and tells her she can pass her duty to the next child. She can rest now. They will meet again in another life, and he hopes that life will be kinder than this one. Meanwhile, in the library, Elric searches through the books for anything useful. Then Mephistopheles notices him pulling something from his pocket. He asks if that thing is an ice crystal. Otto gave it to the protagonist and told him to find the Camellia god, who would become the next guide for the Mervinger family. That was his next task. Elric asks how long he has to keep doing these jobs before he can travel the world as a true Mervinger. Otto says it lasts until he reaches the level of the progenitor. Otto adds that MC must have many questions, but time will answer them. The progenitor left many things behind in this world. They also prepared many tasks for him, so all he has to do is follow that path. Otto apologizes for placing that burden on the next descendant, now him. Still, this is a path only Elric Mervinger, the current head of the family, can walk. Then Otto says it is time for him to leave and perfect the winter. The protagonist explains all this to Mephistopheles, saying he has to find some Camellia goddess, and Mephistopheles laughs. He says it sounds like Otto is trying to create another winter. MC asks what that means, what exactly winter is. Mephistopheles says winter is one of the 4 seasons that hunt the Demon King, so Elric asks for more details, saying he will give him 4 whole days without shutting him up. Mephistopheles asks how long that will really last, and he gives in and says fine, he will not silence him anymore. Mephistopheles accepts and tells him to listen carefully. There were 4 retainers who helped the progenitor of the Mervinger family build the family: summer, spring, autumn, and winter. Because their personalities were so different, the demons called them the 4 seasons, and Otto was winter. Mephistopheles says Otto staying behind just to pass on those tasks means he wants Elric to inherit the power he once had. The protagonist realizes that with each task he completes, he may receive more from the other 4 seasons. That means he could gain each of their powers. And if they truly help him, he might become as strong as the progenitor. If he keeps devouring seals as powerful as cruelty, rebuilding the family may not be impossible at all. Then Elric asks the most important question. What is this ice crystal, exactly? Mephistopheles says it is a core of winter, formed only in the deepest parts of an ice mountain. In other words, it is like the egg of a spirit, and just as the camellia blooms only in winter, there is no better vessel than an ice crystal. He says the camellia god is probably in a flower season somewhere north of here. MC asks if the flower season is actually real. He has only heard legends and stories about it. He figures he will only know for sure after reading the records in the imperial capital. Still, he starts wondering if Mephistopheles is being a little too friendly. No, there must be a reason. Then Elric notices Mephistopheles' spirit form looks a little more solid than before, and Mephistopheles realizes he has finally noticed that some of his power has returned. He, meanwhile, knows he has no choice but to grow stronger to reach his goal. But he also thinks that while he is getting stronger, the spirit inside him, the Demon King, is growing stronger too. Maybe he is bringing back the very being who filled this world with disaster and pain. Mephistopheles is thrilled by all this. He admits it would be a little troubling to leave a stronger Mervenger behind, but he can deal with that later by becoming even stronger himself. Then he wonders why the protagonist is smiling so much. The protagonist is thinking the same thing in reverse. If Mephistopheles gets stronger, so does he, since more of that power can be passed to him. And if Mephistopheles ever wants to destroy the world, he will have to get past the protagonist first. That smile alone is enough to make Mephistopheles nervous. So MC says that since they have everything they need, they should head out again. As they leave the Great Chasm, he remembers how hard it was to climb down there a month ago. Now, 1 month later, getting back up is easy. Elric says he needs a guide to reach the flower season and thinks he might stop by the Yeti tribe. He is not afraid to see them again. Last time he sort of made friends with them, and now he is much stronger. But when he reaches the tribe, he finds a massacre. Blood is everywhere, the homes are wrecked, and Yetis lie dead. He can only ask what happened here, and Mephistopheles studies the scene and says the killer did not strike quickly. These Yetis were tortured for fun. He does not know who did it, but he is sure it was done with the nature of a demon. Elric says he feels awful now, and he tries to tell himself their deaths should not matter because they were monsters. After all, he killed many Yetis too. But he never treated his enemies like toys, and that leaves him deeply shaken. Maybe it is because he now carries the Frozen Mountain Queen's burden. Though he reminds himself he is not her and does not care about the Yetis that much. Then he sees something even worse. Bodies are buried in the snow. He starts digging fast, finds coats, and keeps going until he uncovers that talkative little boy, frozen to death. He remembers how lively the kid was, and rage starts building fast. The protagonist says this had to be the work of those cursed knights and that pretty lady. Mephistopheles agrees, and the protagonist says they have made him feel awful for the last time. Cut to those same knights, running while wounded and bloodied, like they are fleeing from something. The young lady is hurt too, and the knights are exhausted, but she says she is a daughter of the Blue Lion and refuses to become anyone's burden. Sean is clearly worried about her, and she blames herself for the deaths around her. She ran from the assassins, and they killed whoever stood in their way. She says she has been searching for that tomb for a full month, and demands to know where it is, all for her father's sake. We get part of her past. People said she could barely hold a sword, let alone inherit what her father had. This is the Blue Lion village, home of that great family. Then, the whispers begin, saying the strongest rules here, and that will never end well for the young lady. Those words did hurt her, but she never gave up and kept training. Even so, she kept asking why she had no talent. She remembered every cruel comment. Then someone calls her name, Isabel. It is her father, Herman Weil, the Blue Lion. He tells her it is a shame this place weighs on her so much, but she says it is only because she is not good enough. Herman tells her she does not need to become the Blue Lion. She is not just a title, she is a proud member of the Weil family. He also says he is still healthy, so he will not need an heir anytime soon. Then he tells her not to worry about him, or about herself so much. He will keep chasing his dream of becoming the greatest swordsman on the continent. That makes Isabel truly happy. But later he is diagnosed with a sickness similar to mana blockage. His mana flow is gone because he overused his aura, and without immediate treatment, his muscles will waste away. The only way to fix it is to restore his mana flow. But that is nearly impossible with human skill alone. He has too much mana, so at this point, everything depends on a magic tool. That is why Isabel set out on her journey, to save her father. She rushed to the magic tower, desperate to find a tool that could help. But nothing they had worked for his condition. So, she crossed the continent without rest, searching for the one thing that could save him. Then, while staying at a tavern, she hears talk about the king's tomb, a place said to hold magic tools beyond anything humans can imagine. That gets her full attention. After digging deep into the story, she becomes sure the tomb is real. The problem is that her uncle hears about it too. And because of that, Isabel is hunted. Her uncle, Balville, always wanted a chance to steal the throne, so he sent assassins after her. She keeps wondering how monstrous that man really is. Then Sean cuts off her thoughts and tells her to hide at once. One of the guards pulls her into cover and shields her. Sean stays at the front. He realizes it is the 6th unit of the Blue Wolves, Balval's secret force. They came for Isabel. Even so, Sean is ready to die for her, and he shouts for her to run without looking back. But she couldn't leave Sean behind. The other guard warns her it's too dangerous. If she stays, she'll die too. Sean gives one last shout, telling her to run. By then, he was already on the ground, barely able to move. Then a blue wolf finishes Sean off, and says every knight will die until Milady is captured. Just as he raises his blade to take Sean's head, Milady steps in front of him, crying. She begs them to kill only her and spare the others, but he refuses. His orders are to kill everyone tied to her, not just her. He says none of this would have happened if she hadn't run all over the continent. To him, that's her tragedy. She realizes innocent people are dying because of her. The blue wolf says he'll end it now, when someone cuts in, saying he finally understands everything. then uses transformation magic. They demand to know who he is. Elric answers that he's just a demon passing through the area. The Blue Wolf calls that nonsense and says if he leaves now, he'll let him live. But MC vanishes in a blur, and the Blue Wolf barely has time to realize it's magic. Luckily, he dodges and gets out of Elric's reach. He asks if Isabel and the guards are alright. She asks if he's the one who's okay, since he's flat on the ground. The Blue Wolf mocks him, asking if mages usually fall like that. The protagonist thinks he wanted a cool entrance, but ended up crashing hard instead. Isabel realizes he's the one who had disappeared. She tells him to run before he gets killed too. The Blue Wolf adds that anyone who gets in his way will die, so Elric becomes the next target. But MC says he won't show mercy, not to people like them. He casts Wind Gust, sending a violent blast at the Blue Wolves. At the end, he closes his fist, making the spell explode. Limbs and blood fly everywhere. Everyone is stunned, including the Blue Wolves' leader, but more of them rush Elric anyway. He dodges the first strike and uses his ice magic, launching piercing ice knives. Each Blue Wolf gets hit. The last one even begs to be saved, but an ice spike tears away half his body. When the bodies drop in front of their leader, he asks who the hell Elric is, and if he even knows who they're dealing with. He says he doesn't care who they are. That only makes the Blue Wolf angrier. From the back, Isabel watches in shock. He's unbelievably strong, a top-class mage for sure. Still, she thinks he'd probably lose up close. The moment she thinks that, the Blue Wolf charges him. He vows to kill the protagonist on the spot. Even the protagonist is surprised by how fast he is. Then Isabel shouts, distracting the attacker. In that instant, MC draws his weapon and casts another spell, covering the ground toward the Blue Wolf with ice crystals. The Blue Wolf sneers, asking if Elric really thinks a tiny spell like that can stop him. He smashes through all the ice crystals and declares him finished. But just before the blade lands, the protagonist raises a huge ice crystal to block it. Then he rushes the Blue Wolf. As the Blue Wolf rants that the ice won't break, Elric says the funniest part is that by the end of this fight, he'll be buried in snow. That gets under the man's skin fast. Without hesitation, MC drives a massive ice crystal straight through him. At last, the Blue Wolf falls dead. The guards are left stunned that Elric wiped out the Blue Wolves so quickly. Isabel thinks he's about her age, yet somehow absurdly powerful, like a rising star. She wonders who he really is, while he stands there catching his breath after all that, thinking of the people those fools killed. He quietly asks that they all rest in peace. Mephistopheles tells him he'd better talk to the others. They're staring so hard it's giving him a headache. Elric is more bothered that he never came up with a good finishing line. The other three are nervous too, but he simply says it's been a long time, hasn't it? Sean thinks he seems even stranger now, and decides not to lower his guard. Then Sean is shocked when Isabel kneels. Bowing to Elric, she thanks her savior. Flustered, he tells her that's not necessary, but she orders Sean and Ed to kneel too, and thank the man who saved them. The protagonist, still embarrassed, says he only did what had to be done, and tells them to get up. Mephistopheles remarks that at least she has better manners than the other two. She rises and says this may be rude, but she wants to ask her savior a favor. He answers that maybe he'll do it if he has nothing else going on. Then she says she'll make it a paid job. What she shows him instantly grabs his attention. Later that night, they're all riding in a carriage. Elric sits there with his head down, deep in thought, and for good reason. Mephistopheles tells him to hide it better, because the corners of his mouth are lifting. If the others see that evil grin, it'll look bad. MC says he can't help it. He's holding something incredibly valuable. It's a blue lion gold coin. He asks if she's from the Vile family, and she says yes. He thinks that explains why she's so beautiful. Isabel Vile, also known as the Scentless Flower. Her beauty was stunning, enough to make even a prince fall for her, but she was cast aside as a flower without scent, all because she was born without talent. If the lion's flesh and blood have no fangs or claws, their worth drops too. Elric recalls hearing that she's lived alone ever since her engagement was called off. He introduces himself simply as Rick, and says it's an honor to meet a descendant of the Blue Lion. She replies there's nothing honorable about meeting someone like her. The protagonist tells her that's not true. She can hold her head high. She's persistent, and she'd never disgrace her family's name. She thanks him for saying that. Then he asks about the job she mentioned, and she says she wants an escort to the capital. Sean blurts out that they still haven't found that place yet, but Isabel says she doesn't want more people dying because of her stubbornness. She plans to meet her uncle and negotiate with him. Elric quickly understands. Those men were sent by her uncle, so this is a family power struggle. He's also heard the Blue Lion has reflux disease, something very similar to blockage disease. Maybe he can cure him and earn a debt from the Blue Lion. MC starts imagining the Mervinger family rising again with the Blue Lion's help. It feels almost too perfect, and Isabel wonders why he's smiling like that. She says she may be wasting his talents, but all she wants is safe passage to the capital. Then she asks if maybe he can't do it. Thinking about his big plan, Elric agrees to escort her. Back in the present, inside the carriage, Mephistopheles asks why he accepted the money. Isn't the dragon's nest already full? He says he has a plan. He wants ties to the Blue Lion. He also tells Mephistopheles never to say someone has enough money, if they've never known cold or hunger. His kind doesn't sleep, eat, or need money for anything. Mephistopheles replies that's a human problem, not his. Then Elric says this sound link they're using as a kind of telepathy is actually pretty useful. Mephistopheles says he only did it to keep the protagonist's mouth shut. While they're talking, Isabel can't see Mephistopheles, so to her, MC has just been sitting there quietly the whole time, lost in thought. She notices he still isn't saying anything, but she needs his help, no matter what. She tells herself that even if her uncle sends more blue wolves, with this man beside her, they won't be stopped. Meanwhile, at her uncle Balvile's palace, he asks if Squad 6 was completely wiped out. One of the blue wolves is shown kneeling with his head to the floor, begging forgiveness. Ball says that if he's sorry now, he never should have done something worth regretting in the first place, then casually tears his head off. After that, he asks a man named Hilton if he knows where Isabel is heading. Hilton says she's leaving the frozen mountain now and will likely return to the capital soon. Ball immediately guesses she plans to negotiate with him. Hilton confirms it. He's the leader of the Blue Wolves' first squad. Ball scoffs that an incompetent child like her dares to negotiate with him. Then, in front of all the Blue Wolves, he tells Hilton he has only one chance to capture her. By early morning, as the horses finally slow to a stop, they're told they've arrived. This is the city of Licente. Isabel says skipping rest was worth it. They made it in just 2 days. Mephistopheles complains that his body hurts, and Elric asks, since when a ghost can feel pain. Then he jokes that maybe he should hang upside down and try to get some blood to that tiny brain of his. But as they enter the city, the protagonist notices more blue wolves waiting for them. This time, it's the second squad gathered by Ball. One of the blue wolves asks if sending the second squad, one of their strongest, is really necessary for something this small. Hilton answers by cutting his head off. He says a predator has to act like one, and Isabel will definitely pass through Licente on her way to the capital. To him, this city will be Isabel's grave. Isabel spots them too. She did not expect this move, and when Sean asks if they should turn back, she refuses. They have already been noticed, so retreating would only make them look more suspicious. Her plan is to leave this carriage, get another one, and slip out of town. Elric says there is no need for that and starts preparing a spell. A few minutes later, the carriage rolls into the city. The blue wolves move in and check the driver. Then they look inside the carriage, but for some reason, they let them pass without trouble. So the group enters the city safely. Once they get out, Isabel asks, shaking, what kind of magic he used. Elric says it was nothing special, just an illusion spell. She thanks him again, and MC says it is fine, but they need to stay the night before continuing the trip tomorrow. Later, he goes out for a walk. Mephistopheles asks why he used illusion magic when he could have just killed all the blue wolves. He says he does not want to slaughter people in public, and he would rather save his mana for when it really matters. Mephistopheles says that is just laziness. He has the seal and soul speech for a reason. Then he asks if they should be heading to the academy soon. Elric says yes, but there is one more thing he needs first. Even after all this time, he still has not forgotten. He wants to know what kind of situation Rector Barracks is in now. Mephistopheles says he does not know the man, but anyone standing in the protagonist's way must be horribly unlucky. Mephistopheles also asks about the knight's mana. Something about it felt strange. MC explains that aura streams did not exist back in Mephistopheles' time. He says mana was first a blessing for mages, but over time martial artists found a way to use it through their bodies too. Mages form mana circles in their hearts, while martial artists channel power through streams of mana in their bodies. Like mages, they have ranks, but mages have 8, ending with sage, while martial artists only have 5, with superior at the top. Mephistopheles asks if there are still only 5 ranks. Elric says yes, with one living exception, the Great Golden Lion, the strongest being on the continent. Mephistopheles says that name sounds absurdly arrogant. He replies that the man was so strong he once dueled his grandfather, the greatest mage alive. Mephistopheles says he hopes to meet him someday. The protagonist figures that old Rector is busy with something else for now, so he decides to buy a newspaper and catch up on what has been happening. Meanwhile, back at the academy, in Barracks' office, Ravern apologizes for failing to get any information from the Nerister family. They are guarding the hospital like a fortress. Even so, Ravern says things are still going well, since Barracks is currently the top candidate in the election. But Barracks wants a landslide win, and for that he needs the excavation rights to the dragon nest. Ravern says he only needs the order, and Barracks tells him to put even more pressure on the Nerister family. At the same time, Sean is already losing it. A spokesman says the media and the scholars are putting huge pressure on them for information about the nest and its rights. That means Sean may not have much time left to keep waiting for Elric. Sean finally breaks down and starts crying, saying his sister keeps coming every single day to bother him, and that bastard MC has not even sent a letter. Still, Sean says he will stay and hold the line until he comes back. Elric realizes the Rector is getting desperate, while Sean is handling things surprisingly well. He says the older the Rector gets, the more stubborn and foolish he becomes, and sooner or later he will be left behind. The protagonist even thinks it is better if the Rector keeps rising. It will make his own debut that much more impressive. Still, he does feel a little bad for Sean. Then a blinding flash appears at the window, followed by an explosion that shakes everything. Screams break out, crying, panic, and Elric throws open the window to see what happened. What he sees leaves him stunned, Almost the whole city is on fire. Meanwhile, where Isabel is, someone asks if she really trusts that mage, Rick, who is actually Elric. She says yes, he saved all of them. But Sean warns that he could be one of Ball's spies, trying to earn their trust before killing them. He is not sure, but says they still need to prepare for that possibility. Isabel understands why Sean is suspicious, especially after what happened on Frozen Mountain. She tells him she understands his concern, but he needs to understand her too. If he doubts their savior, then he is doubting her as well. In her heart, she trusts him. That face does not belong to some mercenary chasing money. She feels he is an honest person with his own reason for fighting. After all, he saved them before getting anything, and he would have helped even if she had offered nothing. But when he learned she was part of the vile family, his expression changed. After that, he acted more quietly, like he wanted to keep a low profile. A guard says he probably did that so the blue lion would not look weak. While they are still talking, a huge explosion goes off. The fires tearing through Frozen Mountain and the city were caused by blue wolves hunting Isabel. These men are the leaders of squads 2 and 3. Simonin, the madman laughing and throwing dynamite everywhere, and Baskov, the other commander. Simonin says there is no reason to be so serious during the mission. He is having fun with it. Baskov thinks the man beside him is insane, but his madness may still work, because Isabel is the kind of person who will try to save ordinary people. Even so, Baskov warns him not to underestimate the ones with her, since Squad 6 was wiped out. Simonin brushes that off, saying he could do the same with his eyes closed. He adds that both Hilton and Baskov worry too much, and he hopes whoever is with Isabel really is strong, because he wants to enjoy this fight. Baskov then says it is time to begin. A large force is deployed to find her, with one order: kill everyone in the city except Isabel. Meanwhile, Isabel crawls, trying to get back on her feet, but her whole body is shaking, and she has almost no strength left. All around her are screams for help, sobbing, and people running for their lives. Blood and severed limbs are scattered everywhere. Then someone shouts Isabel's name. It is Sean, diving in to push her away from falling rubble. She collapses weakly, but Sean ends up trapped beneath the debris. In that moment, she realizes she cannot stay like this. Rage fills her, rage at being helpless. She wants the power to save people with her own hands. She does not have the strength or talent to stop her enemies, but she also refuses to run, hesitate, or back down. Then she remembers Elric saying he was sure she would never disgrace her family name, and she shouts that she is a member of the vile family, protector of the empire. Even if she dies, she will fight to the end, while more and more explosions keep going off, until she suddenly closes her eyes, and when she opens them again, everything has changed. The city is frozen, snow is everywhere, and Elric is standing before her. He begins casting true winter across the entire city. People start crying out that they are saved. The fire has stopped. Isabel asks what the hell just happened. Her eyes fill with tears, and she sees that Elric has saved her again. She thinks she does not know how long it will take. Maybe it is impossible, but someday she wants to become strong enough to fight beside him. Then MC charges in, furious. He cannot understand why knights are slaughtering innocent people. Mephistopheles thinks the wrath of the Mervenger family usually sleeps, but once it erupts, it does not fade easily. He knows that fury well because he faced it many times in the past. Unlike most humans, who lose control and make mistakes when angry, the Mervengers become calmer, harsher, and far more dangerous. He teases Elric, asking if he can really win this time when there are so many enemies. He admits it will be hard, and he does not know how long his mana will last. On top of that, he cannot use his magic freely with so many civilians below. But his family taught him he has a duty to prove himself. That, he says, is why the Mervengers have always led wars, and his mana starts pouring out in every direction. Both the leaders of squads 2 and 3 are stunned by it. They wonder where this man came from, even considering that he might be from the Magic Tower. But Baskov says he would recognize someone from the Magic Tower, though they still need to be careful. His order is simple: kill the lady and leave. Simonin, though, really wants to kill Elric too. Meanwhile, Isabel is left alone, and several blue wolves rush straight toward her. She feels like her legs are too weak to get out of this. Then Elric shows up and saves her again. For a second, they just stare at each other. Then he grabs her and uses magic to dash away at high speed. With Isabel in his arms, the protagonist realizes the blue wolves are closing in. He needs to get them somewhere with no civilians around, but right then, the blue wolves completely surround them. Elric instantly blinks past them, dodging the whole group, but there were even more ahead, so he teleports Isabel away first. When he stops, he sees he's surrounded by a huge pack of blue wolves. Then Simonin walks up and says they finally caught the little rat. He says he's a bit off, but Elric has no interest in answering. He just says they'll never find where he hid Isabel, especially when they run around like puppies chasing their own tails. Simonin really doesn't like that. Now the order is simple: take MC's head. He knows he's in trouble because he spent a ton of mana saving the city from the fire. His dragon heart absorbed a lot of mana, and so did the seal, but this isn't like a test where he can try over and over. Here, one mistake means death. He remembers Isabel was right. When someone's being hunted, the enemy throws everything they have at them. So the protagonist readies his frozen axe. He charges in, planning to kill the leader first. But as he closes in, the blue wolves stop him. He realizes his body isn't moving like it did in the fight against the Frozen Mountain King. Mephistopheles asks if he's sure he defeated the queen. Elric says no, but his body definitely didn't feel this sluggish before. Mephistopheles just calls him an idiot. Right then, he gets hit. The blade barely misses his head. Mephistopheles asks if he really thought that little game was the same as real combat. MC snaps back, telling him to shut up unless he's going to help. Then Simonon comes at him himself. He'd been dying for a real fight, and asks why Elric isn't using that mighty magic from before. He fires off his ice blade piercing spell, but Simonon cuts through every single one. Then he asks if that's all the protagonist can do. That starts getting under MC's skin. Simonon says he should entertain him a little longer, while he struggles to dodge every attack and stay alive. Their attacks finally crash together, causing a huge explosion. Then Simonon comes through the blast with his sword. He says now he gets why Elric kept running like a rat, because now he looks trapped in a cage, and Simonon says he'll finish him himself. But at that moment, a firework shoots into the sky and bursts. That grabs Simonon's attention. And that was Elric's plan all along, because he gives that crazy little grin. He asks if this is really all the blue wolves have. The whole time he'd been setting up a massive magic circle. Simonon says he's had enough of these tricks. Then he looks at the protagonist and sees dragon eyes staring straight into his soul. For a second, he wonders if a human can even have eyes like that. He orders the blue wolves to kill MC before the spell activates, but Elric just smiles and asks, "Kill me? Really?" Then we flash back to when he blinked away from the others. Isabel warned him there would probably be a trap at the end of all this. He repeats, "A trap?" and starts thinking. She gets nervous seeing him so focused, but then he asks her for a favor. That favor was the firework that distracted everyone. He told her that after evacuating the civilians, she should use this magic scroll. With that distraction, he'd wipe them all out. Then he casts a spell to make winter appear and freeze everything around them across a huge area. After the ice spreads and shatters everything, Elric says mana circles are a great way to save your own mana. Frozen in place, Simonon can barely believe what he's seeing. The protagonist asks how stupid someone has to be not to notice he was drawing a magic circle the whole time. He slowly walks towards Simonon, who's screaming in panic, and says his death won't be peaceful. But then, Baskov appears. He's there to save Simonon. Baskov admits Elric is impressive, but says his luck ends here. Now the second squad enters the fight. Baskov realizes MC is smart and crafty. He led the whole chase just to bring them into that magic circle. He's still smiling, which makes Baskov wonder if he knew he was being watched the whole time. But Baskov thinks that's impossible, since he hid his presence. And if Elric really knew, he wouldn't have used the circle just to wipe out the third platoon. Baskov says he'll let the protagonist live if he tells him where Isabel is. The protagonist says that could work, but he has no plan to let Baskov leave alive. A snowstorm starts forming over the frozen battlefield. MC says they never should have done this, because knights who break their code deserve no mercy. Baskov doesn't care. He charges in and orders everyone to cover their bodies with aura and hold formation. But right then, Elric uses a breath spell. It knocks Baskov's weapon off course and makes him miss. He realizes his soul speech, which turns his thoughts into spoken spells, isn't working very well. He tries to blast Baskov away, but the spell comes out much weaker than before. He figures it's because of the Seal of Cruelty. Since this isn't ice magic, it gets weakened. Even so, there's no real upside. Using the Seal of Cruelty is incredibly hard. Unlike the Frozen Mountain, which is full of ice energy, a city won't let Elric draw out the seal's full power. Still, he has one more trick. He fires magic into Baskov's blade, and it starts freezing over. The protagonist says there's always another way, then sends his ice blades racing toward the blue wolves. Baskov falls back into formation, and orders them to block the blades. But his own weapon is still freezing, and MC keeps pouring on the magic. Before long, Baskov's hand is bleeding. Even then, he says it's time to end this game, because he doesn't have time for Elric anymore. But when he says he'll kill him, he notices his whole unit has already frozen solid. And he's next. The protagonist explains it's frozen poison. It can completely freeze a person with just a touch. As Baskov freezes, he says he's never heard of a curse like that. MC asks if he's really surprised. All he did was mix a curse into ice magic. Before dying, Baskov says the captain of the first platoon will make a huge scene over this. He admits Elric is incredible, but says he'll regret everything he's done because the first platoon captain will kill him. He asks who that is. Was he the one behind all this? Then he says Baskov won't be alone on the road to hell, because he'll send that captain there soon too. Meanwhile, in the distance, the remaining blue wolves, who survived, we see Simonon handing someone a fire magic scroll. He says Baskov bought them time, and that's why he made it out alive. He says they are Balvile's blue wolves, soon to become the new blue lion, so they can't run or hesitate. He'll burn everything down, even if Isabel dies, and turn the whole city into ashes. While they talk, Elric and Mephistopheles are listening in. Mephistopheles chuckles and says they're about to do something completely insane. Then suddenly, something catches the protagonist's attention. He takes off running at full speed. Mephistopheles says the only race crazier than demons is humans. He adds that this is the true face of Elric's own race. MC thinks to himself that only 3 blue wolves are left, and he can't see any of them. but the real problem is that magic scroll. It's at least a 6th circle spell. One small mistake and the whole city blows up. Then he rushes past Simonon. Simonon says he can't stop this now. He's already too late. Then he tries to cast a spell, but someone moves first. A person in a blue robe like the Blue Wolves draws a sword and cuts off Simonon's arm. Simonon says he knew she was like this back at the Frozen Mountain, but he's still impressed. Then we see it was Isabel, but Simonon reacts by pulling out a knife. Elric quickly freezes him. The protagonist says Simonon is still resisting even though he's going to die. Then he asks what's wrong with his face. Is he hurting because his arm got cut off? He says he's tired of this and will kill Simonon right here. But Simonon asks if he really thinks it's over, because there are still 2 blue wolves left. While MC is busy dealing with him here, his subordinates have already finished preparing. Simonon says they are the blue wolves and never fail their mission. He calls Elric a careless mage and says this place will soon be filled with screams for help. But he smiles and says he already took care of them too. Nearly frozen, Simonon asks how. The protagonist shows that when Simonon thought he had caught him off guard, he had actually stopped aiming his spell at Simonon because Isabel was already there. Instead, he cast it in secret and targeted the other 2 blue wolves. He says Simonon's face is priceless because even his last trump card is gone. Simonon says this has to be some kind of joke. Then he tries to sway Isabel, saying that if she lets him go, she can speak with Poe and settle this. He adds that he is important, the captain of the 3rd platoon. She ends it by cutting his throat and tells him to stop dragging the vile family name through the dirt. Isabel apologizes, saying anger got the better of her, but Elric tells her it is fine. He would have let her do it anyway. He asks if she is badly hurt anywhere, and she says she is fine. MC can tell her body is in shock and wants to heal her a little, but she asks for one favor: keep one blue wolf alive. It is explained that the family knights always kept their distance from Isabel and respected her only because she was the Blue Lion's daughter. As for the blue wolves, sometimes they showed respect, and sometimes they did not, but they always looked at her with cold eyes. She had accepted that until now. Meanwhile, the surviving blue wolf wonders why he has been kept alive. Isabel says someone has to return alive and carry a message. She realizes the blue wolves now fear her, and her message for her Uncle Ball is clear: the Blue Lion's seat will never be his. Deep down, Isabel knows they are really afraid of Elric, but that works too. She thinks that if she had power and talent like his, but stops herself. No, she should not compare herself to others. She will find her own strength and fix her weak attitude too. Then the protagonist asks where she will go next. She says she is heading to Kenry to help her father recover there. When he asks if she plans to gather support, she says yes. She will call in old allies of her father who still owe him. Elric says that is a smart move. No one would dare step into a city guarded by the Blue Lion. Isabel agrees, but only if the lion is really there. If her father does not wake up, the fight ahead will be brutal. She could ask MC for help, yet she knows the lions cannot get involved with mages, and she cannot pile an even bigger debt on him. She does not want to leave him, but she knows she has to say goodbye. Then he hands her a paper, and she asks why he is giving her a thesis. He apologizes for being presumptuous, but says he heard her father's illness is very similar to blockage disease. He is not sure it will help if it is the same condition, but what he gave her is the cure for blockage disease. That leaves her completely stunned. A little later, at dawn, while the sun rises, they are back at camp treating her guards, and talking again about blockage disease. After that, the protagonist apologizes for hiding who he is. He drops his disguise, and introduces himself as the protagonist Mervinger, the current head of the Mervinger family, the Duke of the Radiant Star. Then the story explains that title. Radiant Star was a noble honor granted to Ustan Mervinger, the Star Mage, after his victory over the demons. It represents his brilliance in battle. Even if the title alone holds little power, it is still rare and highly respected. That is the meaning of the Duke of the Radiant Star. Isabel asks if he was not the one lying in a coma at the Imperial Hospital. Elric says circumstances forced him to act this way. He admits it is true. He was suffering from blockage disease, but not anymore. And what she is holding now is the treatment he created by studying his own body after he was cured. Since her father's illness is similar, it might work. He asks if she does not want to get back at those who tormented her and save her father. Moved by his words, she starts to cry. She asks how she could ever repay such kindness. MC gently places a hand on her head and tells her not to worry. He says he will collect her share soon enough. The two exchange smiles. Then she says that, to repay even a little of what she owes today, she wants to help him with something. Make him this city's hero. A little later, crowds gather to receive treatment and care for the wounded. Mephistopheles asks if he is really fine with revealing his identity. Elric. He says Ball Vile would have found him sooner or later anyway. After all, he killed several blue wolves, and Ball is not the kind of man who accepts losses. On top of that, the protagonist's magic is too unique. Eventually the Academy would recognize him. He says this may even help, because he supported the Blue Lion, and that could help restore the Mervinger family later. Mephistopheles says the protagonist did more than grab attention. He built a strong base for his house. He thought the protagonist was just a mage, not someone this good at strategy. Then a mother carrying her baby asks him to stay in the city a little longer, but MC says he does not want to trouble anyone more. He just wants them all to live well now. She sincerely thanks him for what he did. Then Sean shows up and thanks him too, with deep respect. Elric asks why he is acting like that, saying he only did what he had to do. But Sean introduces himself as a knight of Vile and says he will never forget what he did for them. He tells him to relax. He already said to stop with that. Mephistopheles calls the protagonist a fraud, and the protagonist snaps at him to shut up. Then he asks Sean what he plans to do now. Sean says that even if Ball committed all those sins, they were still done in the Vile family's name. So, as a Vile knight, he will stay here a while longer to take care of these people. And of course, he will remain at Isabel's side too. Mephistopheles says they will help the people while spreading Vile's bad name at the same time. He adds that Isabel is much sharper than her innocent look suggests. MC says no, that is simply her duty as a noble. As he leaves, everyone thanks him, and Mephistopheles scoffs at the word duty, calling it just an excuse. MC then asks if it is time to go say hello to the rector. Meanwhile, at the academy, Riven is already shaking. The rector is furious because he failed to get anything new from the Narrister family, and Riven can only apologize. The rector curses that damn Sean Narrister for getting in his own mentor's way, and says he will find some way to secure those excavation rights. He orders Riven to dig up something useful too, and Riven rushes out of the room. The rector says there are only 3 days left until the director election, and without those excavation rights, he is finished. Then he asks someone in the room to repeat what they said. Only now do we see there is another person there. The visitor asks if he has finally decided to cooperate, but the rector asks whether that means he will be made director. The man says everything is already prepared, they only need the rector's consent. So, has he finally chosen to cooperate? The rector asks how they can do that when even he could not pull it off. The man replies that if he does not trust them, there is no need for a deal. After all, he is not the only candidate for director. Barrack says he believes him and asks what he needs. The man says it is simple, just support Siesta. Compared to becoming director of this great academy, that is nothing. Barracks asks if that is really all. The man gives a wide smile and says that is more than enough, and something around him flickers, like an illusion. A little later, in a busy city, rumors are flying about what happened in that other town, about the blue wolves, the blue lion, the people said to have died in the fire, and how a mage suddenly appeared and beat everyone down. The gossip says this mage is also really handsome, and people have started calling him the hero of La Sente. Those rumors are spreading through a bar where Elric is sitting. Nervous, someone might recognize him, and Mephistopheles says he has heard nothing else since they got back to the capital. So the hero rumor really is everywhere. He says all he wanted after returning to the capital was to fill his stomach. That is all. He even told Isabel not to push that rumor so hard, and he remembers when she asked if he wanted to be a hero. She told him there is nothing better than being seen as a hero with great public support. She said it would help when he reveals himself to the world again, and it would also give her a strong way to pressure Vile. Elric wonders if this is really helping him or just helping her. A crowd gathers around talking about him, without knowing he is the one they mean. Still, he admits she did a good job. Then he says he is going to eat somewhere else. While stretching, he thinks he wishes he had talent like Isabel's when it comes to rebuilding a family. He tells Mephistopheles to get up because they are leaving, but suddenly someone charges at Elric, and he throws a huge punch that creates a shockwave. A shockwave bursts out, and everyone freezes, wondering if a fight just started. Some even ask if Vile is making a move in the capital too. But the protagonist barely dodges the attack in time. The attacker snaps, asking how he dared to dodge. Elric sighs and says, "It's been a while, but this joke has gone way too far." The man refuses to laugh. He asks if MC has any idea how much he suffered. If he did, he would have taken that punch without resisting. He calls him an ungrateful traitor, and that man is Sean Narrister. The protagonist just says it's his kind old friend. Sean's first reply is to call him a bastard. After that, they sit down to eat. Mephistopheles says he likes MC's friend, and MC says he'll pay, since he doesn't need to save money anymore. He has a nest all to himself. Sean says he'll cover him one last time, then starts ordering drinks and food from the waitress. The protagonist immediately thinks Sean is planning something, because he clearly noticed his mana feels different. He's probably waiting for MC to explain it himself. Instead, Sean asks why he looks so miserable when the food is already there, and tells him to just eat. Mephistopheles agrees and says that face of his is awful. He shoots back, asking what they mean by awful. Sean says it'll look better after the protagonist takes the punch he still owes him. Then he drops that and says the show the protagonist wants is being prepared. MC says there are only 2 things he wants right now. He wants those military factions to try to kill him, and he wants the Mervinger family's flashy return to happen at the same time. Sean agrees and says he'll keep getting things ready. Then Sean jokes that poor Carl is going to die at this rate. But then it hits him. This is bad. The family witch has probably already heard the rumor. Elric asks if he means Lady Tasha. Sean says yes. His sister, that dragon-crazy maniac, will do anything to get that nest. He worries she might ruin their whole plan. Meanwhile, at Tasha's house, Tasha comes rushing out in a panic. She demands to know what these rumors are, and what happened to the excavation. Ready to head to the hospital at once, She grills her servant for every update. Apparently, Barracks secured the excavation rights and pushed back the academy director election. The Narraster family gave up their claim to the dig. Tasha thinks that makes no sense. If this were the hexagram's plan, her father would have stepped in. The servant adds that Sean doesn't seem especially concerned. Tasha says his friend was the one who found the nest, yet now he's staying quiet. That makes her change course and head somewhere else. She says the excavation rights belong to her family, not the academy. So how dare they do this? She wants to see the faces of those bastards herself. The story then explains the academy director, Ustan. It may sound like just the head of a magic school, but the position carries huge meaning and real power. The rank is basically equal to a marquis, and it holds major influence in both academics and politics. It's also tied to the honored legacy of the Star Mage, the line of Ustan Mervinger, and today is election day. Barrack steps forward and thanks everyone for coming to support the Academy's future. He says the Dragon Nest discovery is a historic moment, and shamelessly places himself at the center of it. Then he promises to build a system that keeps producing major discoveries like this. Sean lets out a quiet laugh, thinking Barracks already acts like the Academy belongs to him. He also wonders if Elric can really pull this off alone. Earlier, Sean admitted Barracks was clearly the favorite to win. Even if he has a plan, it won't be easy with this much support behind Barracks. The protagonist just said they could let everyone do whatever they wanted until tomorrow. Meanwhile, the man helping the rector praises Barracks' speech, saying it sounded like a true director's. Barracks chuckles and says he hasn't been elected yet. Still, he promises to give Siesta the support it needs, then excuses himself to speak with other guests. Privately, Barracks thinks becoming director will be easy now. He also never planned to truly help Siesta. Soon he'll be standing beside the masters of the hexagram, and once that happens, crushing a group like Siesta, and this man with it, will be easy. Even so, the Siesta man only keeps smiling. By then, all 7 candidates have finished their speeches, and the vote is about to begin. Sean is getting nervous because Elric still hasn't shown up. Then something completely stuns him. His sister is there. Sean wonders what she's doing in this place. One of the candidates asks if she even knows what kind of room this is, saying it's no place for someone from an association. She calmly says she knows that very well. In fact, she says she understands better than anyone what's really happening here. Then she looks straight at Sean, and he wonders if she knew from the start why he came. A moment later, she speaks into the microphone to get everyone's attention. She says she has an announcement before the election begins, and asks everyone to sit and listen carefully. She reminds them that each person received a magic crystal that shows information on every candidate, and that same crystal is also used to vote. Rivern adds that the result will be announced right after the voting ends. Meanwhile, Barrack is thrilled, saying he waited so long for this day. He's already made plenty of deals for it, so now all that's left is to call the votes. Then Rivan says he will announce the results, and that the person with the most votes. Barrack quietly urges him to say his name, but just as Rivan is about to speak, someone tells everyone to wait. The voters turn in confusion, wondering who would interrupt the election now. Sean's sister, though, had clearly been waiting for this person to arrive. Sean realizes it's finally time to make their move. The newcomer introduces himself as the Lord of the Mervinger family, Elric Mervinger, Duke of the Radiant Star. As a representative in this election, he has come to use his voting power. The whole room is shaken, stunned that the disgrace of that great family is standing there. People start blurting out that he was supposed to be in a coma. Barrack can only think, how is he here? Voices rise all around, accusing him of disrupting the election. Meanwhile, Elric begins changing his form. Then he asks if anyone there has actually taken the time to read the Empire's laws. He says he is no longer here as an academy trainee. He stands there as an imperial duke and voting representative, and points out that the empty seat in the center belongs to Mervinger, the seat reserved for the current head of the family. The rector, clearly rattled, says it's good to see a healthy Mervinger, but doesn't understand why he's acting like this when the vote is already over. And Barracks quickly agrees that the vote has ended. But MC cuts in and cites the Ustan Academy election law, Article 7, Section 2. If an issue is discovered before the election ends that casts doubt on a candidate's legitimacy, a new vote may proceed if most electoral members agree. Elric Mervinger, Duke of the Radiant Star, says he is exposing the director candidate because Barracks is not qualified due to suspected forgery of private documents. He also accuses him of attempting to murder the Duke of the Radiant Star. Barracks demands to know if he understands how serious that accusation is, and asks how he plans to prove Barracks is a criminal. Then he says that since the protagonist is participating as a prestigious Mervinger representative, proper election procedure must be followed, just as the protagonist himself said. Barracks urges the honored electoral members not to listen to Elric Mervinger, insisting these claims have no basis. Still, he thinks to himself that MC seems to have something hidden, but it won't change the result. He can't believe this brat is trying to challenge him, and decides to show him what real politics looks like. Out loud, he says maybe no one here is willing to hear him out, and asks what he plans to do now. The protagonist answers by asking why he's in such a rush. It's not too late to decide after hearing the full story. Barracks fires back that the protagonist is only here to spread slander. Then suddenly a voice rings out, one that sounds exactly like Barracks. It asks if there really is a dragon nest there. It's a recording from Elric's magic crystal. The recording captures their bet. If MC found the nest, he could do whatever he wanted. But if Barracks won, he would take the magic pendant. The second Barracks realizes everyone is hearing his own voice, he's stunned. He says that despite what people believe, Rector Barracks did nothing to help with the discovery made by him and Sean Narrister. Instead, he tried to kill the protagonist Mervinger, to steal the Mervinger family inheritance. Then Elric asks the room who's making baseless claims now. Shaking badly, Barracks insists he's being framed, and asks how anyone could trust deceptive magic like this. MC answers, how could a trick like that fool a 7th circle archmage? Is the dean really saying he reached the 8th circle? A tiny recording crystal could never fool the mages here. And the idea that someone with blockage disease jumped to the 8th circle is even crazier. Now everyone starts wondering if he really tried to kill the protagonist to steal the Mervinger inheritance. Barracks is starting to panic. He turns to Rivern. Rivern steps in and asks everyone to stay quiet, since the electoral members are discussing something important. Right then, Barracks realizes even Rivern is turned on him. Sean also brings up their earlier talk. He had caught someone suspicious at the hospital, and it was Rivern. MC already knew Rivern had been feeding Barracks information, but this time, he had come to pass something to MC, and had only been waiting for him to wake up. Barracks had been lashing out at Rivern the whole time. The dean kept pushing him around, ordering him to do whatever it took, so Barracks could win. Of course, Rivern was shaken, angry too. He knows it was Rivern who kept the recording safe, and that proof is enough to crush Barracks. It made everything easier, so he gives him a small wave, and Rivern waves back. His return wave is stiff and nervous, but the protagonist is not done. He says this still is not the full story. By law, a dungeon like the Dragon Nest belongs to whoever found it first. Barracks took the excavation rights without MC's permission. So MC adds that Barracks is accused not only of trying to murder the Duke of the Radiant Star, but also of trying to steal the Mervinger inheritance, and the Nest's excavation rights. That means Barracks also will not just lose his shot at becoming director, he will pay for his crimes in prison. Meanwhile, the other candidates whisper nervously. If Barracks loses those excavation rights, then he loses everything. One of them wonders whether Elric really had blockage disease. They had also heard he was in a coma, so now they do not know what to believe anymore. The bald candidate turns to Sean's sister, the Narrister representative, and asks if she knew anything. She says Mervinger is connected to her younger brother Sean, but that may not even matter right now. Barracks tries to defend himself, saying the crystal was tampered with and that a proper analysis will prove it. But he knows that at this rate, the director's seat is slipping away, and maybe his head too. So he looks for Siesta's help, then freezes when he looks into the crowd. Lazuli Siesta is standing beside Sean Narrister. Barracks cannot understand why he is there. Has he betrayed him too? Then suddenly, Lazuli changes into someone else. That is when the earlier setup becomes clear. Carl had planned this too. The man Barracks trusted was Carl in disguise. Barracks realizes that cursed Elric Mervinger planned everything from the start. He, meanwhile, thinks Barracks walked right into the trap. Then he addresses the honored members of the election and says things seem pretty clear now, do they not? So it is time to vote again and see who still wants to buy the director's seat. Later, once the new director has been decided, Mephistopheles tells the protagonist even he is speechless. That was absolute cinema. Then he asks if the protagonist is crazy or just completely insane. Elric says a payoff is not worth much unless it comes with a moment like that. MC figures Barracks is running away with his tail tucked. Mephistopheles asks if he is really going to let him leave. He mocks the old bald man and calls out to Barracks, asking if he heard the sound transmission. Then he fake apologizes, saying it was not meant for him. Now Barracks is hearing the protagonist and Mephistopheles talk. The protagonist jokes that it is impressive Barracks can catch a Melvin sound transmission just by being bald, and asks why he has gone so quiet. Then MC keeps going, saying hearing it at all is already a talent, or maybe the message went straight into his head, because there is no hair in the way. That is when a huge magical lightning strike comes crashing down at him. Barracks has finally snapped, furious that Elric keeps making fun of him. The electoral members panic, asking what is happening, and shouting for the protagonist to get out of there. Barracks is fully ready to kill him, but MC does not flinch. The lightning hits, and a massive blast erupts. Elric shatters the spell with Soul Voice, then counters with True Winter Magic to block the attack. Everyone recognizes it as a 5th circle spell, Freezing Blockade. Barracks keeps firing off one spell after another, but he answers with True Winter Tempest. Someone blurts out, "Wait, is that not the hero of Licente's magic?" Now the crowd is left wondering if Elric Mervinger, the fallen heir of that great family, not only cured himself but also became the hero of Licente. The protagonist thinks he could have taken the hit lightly since the dean is old, but Barracks is still rank 7. Even so, MC decides Barracks has forgotten his place. Then the Narrister representative steps into the fight. Her huge pillar of fire tears into the battlefield, and she says people like them are always a headache. In fact, they are even more annoying than the youngest students. Then she summons her phoenix, and everyone is stunned. Elric thinks about her, the youngest mage of her kind, and someone who personally tamed a phoenix. He has no idea why she joined in, but this is turning into something huge. Then all the election candidates step in front of him to protect him. Barracks notices even representatives from the hexagram are there. With that many strong people surrounding him, the dean cannot do a thing. Elric thinks that if Barracks keeps this up, they will have to stop him by force. So he sends him another message, mocking him for making such a huge scene without even scratching him. And now he looks like a dog on a leash. Right then, Barracks lands a spell straight into the protagonist's face. He really does look like an angry dog, and another huge explosion goes off. People start shouting that Lord Mervinger has been attacked, and that Barracks needs to be subdued. Mephistopheles looks at Elric and wonders if the title of Demon King really belongs to him. Honestly, MC was born into the wrong race. He should have been a demon. He just smiles. Meanwhile, Barracks is seized from all sides, and the protagonist thinks that is what happens to anyone who comes after him. Sometime later, after that day had long passed, people were still talking about the chaos at the academy, about Mervinger, and about Barracks. They were even saying the hero of Licent was Elric. It also comes out that Barracks was expelled from the academy and jailed for attempted murder. And the one behind all of it was MC Mervinger, Uzdel Mervinger's grandson, the magus of the star who protected the empire from the demons. People keep asking how he cured blockage disease. And of course, Elric gives part of the Dragon Nest excavation rights to the Narrister family for backing him the whole time. Sean is the one reading all this in the paper. It even says Mervinger was reborn as a dazzling star, a proud hero. Sean gets mad, demanding to know who wrote that, and why he is the one reading it out loud to him. He says it is because he is a patient, and where Barracks hit him still hurts. Meanwhile, a huge crowd gathers outside the Imperial Hospital, all wanting to speak with the protagonist. Stretching out, MC says the reporters really needed to learn the truth about that fraud Barracks. Sean says he used to be just a crafty guy, but now there is a whole hero legend with him at the center. How did he even pull that off? He asks if Sean really thinks he was fooling around these past few months. Then the protagonist starts bringing up Licente, the daughter of the Blue Lion, but cuts himself off and says Sean does not need to know that part. Sean, already nervous, asks if MC is about to cause another problem. MC just says maybe. Why ask? Sean explains that someone very important wants to have a meal with him. It is Sean's father, the head of the Narrister family. They explain who he is. Sean's father, Guy Narrister, one of the great sages of the Nine Circles, one of the greatest mages of this age, rare enough to count on one hand. He is the lord of the Narrister family, and the leader of the Magic Tower. Even Elric's grandfather once wanted him as a disciple. He is a genius among geniuses. Both the protagonist and Mephistopheles are shaking where they stand. MC blurts out that Sean is a real bastard for not telling him sooner. When Sean asks why, MC says he knew Sean's father lived well, but not like this. If he had known his father was this rich, he would have squeezed way more money out of Sean. Before them stands a castle so huge it looks like a whole city. The Mist Hill Estate, main house of the Narrister family lord. Seeing all that, the protagonist thinks this is the Narrister family, the strongest force in the Magic Tower. One day, he plans to surpass it. On the way in, Sean mentions that Elric's sister is coming too. MC gets mad that Sean is only saying that now. Sean hands him her letter and says he should have contacted her a long time ago. The letter says, "My dear little brother, I heard you were going to the Narrister family estate." She tells him not to bother them until she arrives. He should also get ready. If he tries to run, he is dead. Elric thinks, this is bad. I'm dead. Mephistopheles says that, as the Demon King, he does not know the Mervinger family well. Still, if someone can make the protagonist shake like this, she must be terrifying. Sean tells MC to stop being ungrateful. His sister is an angel, and she worked hard to get him into the academy. He admits he is grateful, very grateful. But if Sean saw her real side, he would not say that. He adds that Sean's sister is way better than his. Right then, she is already walking up behind Sean, though he does not notice. So Sean calls her a cursed witch and says she turned awful after everyone praised her as a genius. He even says she barely counts as human. Then she appears right beside him. She says it is long past time he got hit, and if he wanted a beating that badly, he should have said so sooner. Then she slaps him hard. Elric thanks her for helping with the vote, and she brushes it off, saying he could not handle everything alone. Sean says it makes no sense for her to help the protagonist, unless she likes him. She answers that maybe the slap was not enough. The two start arguing. Sean is embarrassed to bring that up in front of his friend, while she keeps pushing him. Then MC notices something that shocks him. Even so, the siblings keep walking and talking. They say they are heading to their father's residence, which is full of traps, and warn Elric to be careful. Escaping this place is hard even for a sixth circle mage, but when they turn to speak to him, he is already gone. Both of them are completely confused. Meanwhile, the protagonist finds himself in a completely empty space. He asks where Sean and Tasha went, and where everything disappeared to. Even Mephistopheles is gone, not that he would help much. Then he suddenly sees a huge eye on the horizon, overflowing with magic. MC wonders if the Narristers are really this powerful. Elemental magic filling an entire space like this. He notices some areas are strong and others weak. Everything works differently from what he knows. Nothing here is normal. Still, it is all held together through wind, and he has no idea what kind of place this is. Then a voice says Elric seems to be looking at something very interesting. He wonders if someone is watching him. A deep voice asks whether he even knows where he is looking, or what he is looking at. The protagonist thinks he may have messed up, because joking around with someone else's magic without permission is a serious offense. If this spell is controlling the whole space, then its caster must be at least a 7th circle mage. The voice says it knows Elric can hear it. But MC blames the narrators for not warning him about this magic. Since he knows nothing, he decides to act clueless, and just find a way out of the maze. Then the voice asks if he is really trying to ignore a poor old man. The old man says he could practically see the gears turning in his head. Then he uses obscuring magic, and a figure appears from the darkness. The old man wonders why he suddenly cannot see anything. He used his own magic against him. He adds that Ustan died too early, but left behind a very interesting child. The protagonist thinks he could solve the maze if that old man would stop talking in his ear. But if he stays here too long, he will be in serious trouble. Then something shocks him. The voice asks if he is leaving now, just when things were getting fun. All the wind starts battering Elric, and the voice says he is reaching for something that is not his, so he has to pay for it. Sean asks his sister what they should do now. Their father needs to know. Then Guy appears behind them and says the True Blue Mist Palace is opened. He asks what in the world is happening. This is Guy Narrister, the father of the two standing there. Sean quickly greets his father, his lord, and Guy asks if Sean guided MC properly inside. Sean says Elric vanished right after passing the entrance, and Guy repeats that he disappeared after reaching the true place. So it seems his great uncle is involved, and this is his doing. Guy says the old man's condition must have gotten worse again. Nervous in front of his father, Sean says they cannot just stand there because he is in danger inside. Tasha says that is adorable. Her cold little brother is actually worried about a friend. She says that only makes her more curious about what the protagonist can do. Sean fires back, asking who she is calling worried. Guy Narrister says he is curious too. He wants to see how skilled the new Lord Mervinger is, the head of the famous magic family that stands beside the Narristers in the magic tower. Inside, Elric is already using magic to try to escape. He mutters about Otto, Mephistopheles, and even that old man. He cannot understand why everyone suddenly went crazy. He is using barrier magic to protect himself. Whatever this is, he tells himself to stay calm. First, he has to understand the situation. The mana in this place does not carry just one attribute, but the Narrister's main trait is wind. In other words, the Narrister great-uncle is using wind to make space for the other elements and give them form. A very hot wind carries fire and creates steam. A soft wind shapes mist, while a cold wind with the ice attribute turns that mist into a storm. Elric realizes the old man is incredibly powerful to control wind like this. He figures creating a typhoon would probably be easy for him, and even if the old man wants to hurt him, MC did provoke him first, so he needs to figure out what the old man wants before it is too late. He thinks he felt the same thing in Lucente. With the Seal of Cruelty, all his other magic besides ice becomes weaker, so he decides to use the method that turns the flow of wind mana in this place into mana for ice magic. If he pushes it even further and rewires the mana cycle linked to the speech of the soul, then maybe he can even use other attributes through his ice magic. A huge aura bursts out of Elric as he focuses on the magic of true winter. While he concentrates, the gusts keep trying to drag him away, but he reaches for the power of his dragon heart. His seal shines brightly as mana pours out of him. He unlocks a huge amount of mana from the dragon heart. Now he is on a completely different level of power, and he uses the Seal of Cruelty to end the situation. Suddenly, he returns to reality. The siblings stare at him in shock. Sean says it normally takes at least 24 hours to solve a 6th circle magical puzzle. His sister says she did it in 4 hours and 52 minutes, but Elric only needed 46 minutes. Even Mephistopheles is horrified by what he just pulled off. The protagonist realizes it is not just what the siblings said. His Seal of Cruelty has reached the 5th star. Mephistopheles wonders when he became this powerful. MC asks, "So, no one is going to ask if I'm okay? I almost died in there." Guy Narrister walks up and says that was incredible. He says he wanted to see Elric during the director election, and only learned a few days ago that he had been cured of the blockage disease. But by the time he arrived, he had already reached the 6th circle. Tasha is stunned. Her record was just beaten by her brother's friend. The protagonist steps toward Guy, apologizes for the late introduction, and presents himself as the protagonist Mervinger, Lord of the Mervinger family. Guy introduces himself as Lord Narrister. He apologizes for the trouble caused by the blue mist, but MC says there is no need. It was actually a great experience for him. Guy says he is very kind. Then he says Elric should come inside first. He is warmly welcomed by the Narrister family. Sean quickly calls him over, saying his mother wants to meet him, and so do his younger siblings. The word family hits him for a moment. He feels a little sad because he does not have that, but he is still happy to be welcomed by someone else's. Meanwhile, where the Blue Lion is staying, he finally manages to stand up. Isabel is overjoyed and throws herself into her father's arms. He asks how such a beautiful lady can cry like a baby, then asks how she managed to cure him. She says it was all thanks to Elric Mervinger. He laughs loudly and says that is exactly what he would expect from such a great family. Isabel says the Mervingers are the light that shines into the darkness. A little later, he is already getting dressed, and Isabel asks where he is going so soon after recovering. He says his health cannot come first in a moment like this. If someone with that much talent managed to save him from that disease, then he needs to contact him as soon as possible. In a corrupt world like this, if there is a child that upright, he has every reason to go meet him. Meanwhile, at the foot of Bal Vial, a frozen body is left behind. They report that the platoons were completely wiped out, and Isabel has vanished. Bal realizes his brother was cured, and that cursed mage turned everything against the Blue Wolves. Then Bal asks about his brother. The Blue Wolf says he's traveling with the Blue Falcons. It seems he's also trying to reach Lord Mervinger. That throws Bal off. His brother gathered his men, but didn't attack anyone. So Bal says the Blue Lion must have gone soft. He tells Hilton that his brother, the Blue Lion, and Elric Mervinger must never meet. Mervinger has to die the moment he leaves the Nerister estate. Bal warns Hilton not to forget why he's still alive at all, because of that little trick he has. The strange mark on Hilton's hand stands out as he says he'll remember. Back at the Nerister estate, Sean tells Elric the family wants to meet him, so they need to hurry. Meanwhile, Mephistopheles whispers in the protagonist's ear, asking if Guy is really human. MC asks what he means. Does he think Guy is a demon? Mephistopheles quickly says no, of course not. But if Guy isn't a Mervinger and has no tie to demons, how did he reach that level of power? He just groans at Mephistopheles. He reminds him that while this demon king was trapped in the dungeon for 1,000 years, humans kept growing stronger. There are the Turian family, the Lions, the Glasses, and the Libertas of Turian Torpes. So honestly, Elric wouldn't be shocked if this world were full of monsters. Mephistopheles then brings up the Golden Lion, the one said to be the strongest on the continent, and asks if anyone is like him, or maybe even stronger. He starts thinking there may be a reason fate woke him up in this era. This is a world where everyone betrays and cuts each other's throats to become king. A world Mephistopheles loves, full of chaos and hostility. He plans to use it, crush everyone in his way, claim the victory he deserves, and rise again as the Prince of Darkness, Mephistopheles. He says he'll get his powers back soon. But Elric walks inside, completely ignoring him. When they arrive, Sean's mother and younger siblings are already seated for dinner. As soon as everyone sits down, the kids start bickering. The sister calls her brother an idiot for spraying food on her, and he snaps back that she should show respect in front of guests. Sean tells everyone to please be quiet, and their mother steps in, saying they should sit properly, since they're finally meeting the hero of Lacente they admire so much. She reminds them that well-behaved children stay calm at the table, and both Lou and Tom obey. That makes Elric remember his own past, when he used to argue with his sister too. She would firmly say there was no fighting at the table, while their father brushed it off as normal for kids. Back then, the protagonist bragged that once he became a great mage, the first thing he'd do was beat up his sister. His father said that meant he needed to read the 100 Rules of Mages again, since he clearly learned nothing. But the protagonist complained he didn't want to read that book anymore. Then he snaps back to the present when someone calls to him. Mrs. Nerister asks if the food isn't to his taste. MC says that's not it at all. It was delicious. He was just taking his time. She says that's a relief because his expression looks strange, and he assures her he's fine. To himself, Elric thinks how nice it is to share a meal with other people again instead of eating alone. Later, as the sun sets during tea, Guy says he heard he will also join the expedition with his knights. He says yes, he owes Sean, so it's the least he can do. Guy takes a sip of tea and looks straight at the protagonist. Then he asks if MC hates him. That question instantly makes Sean and his sister tense up. The story of the Mervinger fall comes up, a 1,000-year family that led many wars to victory, only to be abandoned by the imperial family founded by the Hexagon. On top of that, they were betrayed by the people they trusted most. That politics is what destroyed the Mervinger family. Elric thinks it over and answers that he doesn't hate Guy. Every story has two sides. As far as he knows, the Neristers didn't help destroy House Mervinger. They just couldn't step in because of politics. He could blame them for that, sure, but if he were in their place, he'd probably have done the same. Mephistopheles can't understand why Mervinger is buttering up Nerister. 1,000 years ago, the whole Hexagon was busy hunting the Mervingers. And both Mervinger and Guy lead their own houses, so why is the protagonist lowering himself like this? MC says pride won't help here, and Mephistopheles knows this wasn't Guy's fault. House Mervinger fell centuries ago anyway. Mephistopheles says he thought he was proud, then asks why he came here at all. He answers that this family belongs to his friend, but they're also his rivals, and he needs to see what the mages here are like. Then Guy suddenly tells the protagonist to speak up if he needs anything, because the Nerister family will fully support the Mervingers. Both MC and Sean are caught off guard, but Guy tells him not to be so surprised. It's just thanks for the dragon nest excavation rights, and a small gift for his son's friend. Mephistopheles notes that Guy really does have charm. Maybe he wants closer ties with him, or maybe he wants to accept House Mervinger while it's still weak. The protagonist thinks he really has nothing to lose, and Nerister support would make everything much easier. Still, if Guy backs him, the Hexagon will definitely watch him. So why support House Mervinger when there's nothing to gain? The protagonist can't read what Guy is planning, but he starts to say, if you insist. Yet before he can ask for anything, someone approaches the window and blows everything apart with magic from one hand. Everyone is shocked, but the Neristers seem to already know who it is. As the room opens up and sunlight pours in, Elric wonders what kind of lunatic would invade the Narraster estate. Then the person walks closer, and MC is left speechless for a moment. The intruder points straight at Elric, and he immediately knows who it is. It's a hooded man, and he declares that he is going to become his apprentice. The protagonist remembers Sean once saying that his father has a habit of collecting talented people. That's why the Narraster house was always packed with over 100 guests. But the real power of the Narrasters lies in their Senate, where the true monsters stay. Some people call out to the senator, saying his behavior is unacceptable and that he needs to come back after wrecking the place. But the man before them is the head of the Senate, the teacher of every mage in the Narraster family, the one called the White Knight, Augustine Narraster. MC realizes he's just as powerful as Guy. Augustine casually says he made a bit of a mess and apologizes to his master. Guy answers his great-uncle that it isn't a huge problem, but asks what he's doing here right now. Augustine repeats himself. He's here to make Elric his apprentice. That shameless kid over there. Guy tells him that's not possible. He is the master of House Mervinger now, so he can't do this. Then the protagonist steps in and answers Augustine himself, drawing everyone's attention. He says, I, MC Mervinger, master of House Mervinger, sincerely greet Senator Augustine Narraster of the Narraster family. Mephistopheles is completely baffled by what he's doing. Sean and his sister are just as stunned. Augustine asks if he's really that famous, and Elric says of course he knows him. How could he not know the greatest elder of the Narraster family? He adds that before his father died, he said if House Mervinger had someone as strong as Augustine, the family never would have fallen. Augustine says he's sure his father never met him in person, but he replies that his reputation is more than enough. While they talk, everyone else can only stare in disbelief that the protagonist is casually keeping up with him. Augustine says Elric really is a little devil, so there's no need to drag this out. Will he become his apprentice or not? MC says he'll have to refuse, because he's now the master of his own family. Augustine argues that he learned something from what he did in the Nevan field, but he says that was unintentional. He was only trying to escape, and hopes Augustine didn't get the wrong idea. Augustine fires back that the protagonist stole his magic. The protagonist counters that Augustine was the one who put him in that situation to begin with. So if there's nothing else to discuss, Augustine suddenly gets furious. He stomps the ground, and white magic marked with stars spreads out. He says that when an elder speaks, he should obey without question, and that great spell starts covering the whole room with white stars. Elric wonders if this is the night sky, then why is it so white? Before he can react, Augustine strikes him in the neck. MC wonders if that old man just teleported, but realizes it wasn't teleportation at all. Augustine moved there physically. Why is a mage that fast? Elric blacks out, and Augustine catches him while everyone else stands there in shock. He lets out a wicked laugh, says he belongs to him now, and drags him away. Everyone is left stunned. Then Sean's sister snaps, asking what he's doing just standing there while his friend gets kidnapped. Sean tells Tasha she doesn't know the protagonist like he does. The protagonist always gets what he wants. Mephistopheles agrees that Elric is impossible to predict. He says that old man is about to become MC's next victim, though he never expected the target to be a monster like this. Later, he slowly starts to wake up. Augustine says he's finally awake. Elric jerks back and asks what this is. He reaches out for support, wondering where he is as he starts falling backward. Luckily, Augustine grabs him before he falls off a cliff. He warns the protagonist to be careful. He doesn't want to lose his first apprentice in 90 years. Elric thinks he only wanted to steal some Narraster knowledge, but instead got kidnapped by this crazy old man, and now he's wondering if he made a mistake while standing on top of a huge mountain peak. He tries gathering mana to cast a spell, but it won't answer him. It feels like his mana blockage is back. Then Augustine says MC must have realized by now how huge his talent is, and the MC, startled, demands to know what the old man did to him. Augustine says he'll explain only if he tells him what's down below. He says he can't see anything. Right then, Augustine shoves him, and tells him he can go look for himself. As he falls, the protagonist curses that insane old bastard. Mephistopheles drops down beside him, and jokes that he sure found himself a great teacher. MC is shocked, wondering how Mephistopheles even got here. Mephistopheles says he's the Prince of Darkness. Of course he has his ways. He cuts him off and begs for help, because this fall is going to kill him. Mephistopheles says that's a tough problem, and asks how he's supposed to help. Elric quickly tells him to teach him the deadly sin seal before he dies. Mephistopheles says the protagonist really has some nerve. He refuses to teach it that easily, especially since there's plenty of mana around him to use, so MC focuses hard on surviving the fall. Using the voice of the soul, he casts flow magic, and starts slowing in midair, almost like he's controlling the wind. He lands hard, but at least he lands in one piece. Elric realizes that mana restriction up above nearly got him killed. It really does feel like his mana blockage has returned, and he starts wondering what kind of place this is, and what properties it has. He knows a lot of geography, but he still can't tell where he is. From above, Augustine explains that this is the Mist Labyrinth. The Hall of Mist he visited before was only a simplified version. He also says his use of flow to survive the fall was impressive. The protagonist used the mana in the air as if it were his own. Augustine says he knew he saw talent in him, but the protagonist fires back that he almost died. What kind of teacher throws a new apprentice into danger like this? Augustine says he'll teach him some things, just not everything the Neurister family knows. After all, it wouldn't make sense for a Mervinger to learn Neurister magic. Elric asks what he does plan to teach, and Augustine explains that while most people know him as a Neurister senator, he's also the leader of the Lue group. They take only one successor each generation, and that has nothing to do with the Neurister family. MC doesn't recognize the name at all. None of his books mentioned it, but Mephistopheles clearly does, calling them a truly stubborn group that's somehow still around. He asks if Mephistopheles knows them. Mephistopheles says they came from the east and were a huge headache when they were active. Their magic is built more for combat than normal magic. Elric asks if they've really lasted 1,000 years in the east and what combat-focused means, something like martial arts? Mephistopheles says yes, pretty much. Their magic is about strengthening the body through mana circulation and fighting up close. Mephistopheles says that's exactly what the protagonist needs right now. The Lue specialize in many branches of magic, which fits the protagonist perfectly, since several powers and energies are clashing inside him. He tells the protagonist he's incredibly lucky, and MC realizes this may be exactly what he needed to make use of all those different powers. It feels like he just hit the jackpot. If he can master this ancient knowledge, he'll become insanely powerful. This is pure luck. So he asks Augustine if he's going to teach him the Lua martial arts. Augustine is surprised he even knows he uses martial arts, and says again that he is full of surprises. Augustine says he won't drag this out any longer. Then Elric hears a growl. Augustine warns him that he's in the territory of dire wolves, beasts 3 times bigger, stronger, and fiercer than normal wolves. He adds that Lue combat training is based on real fights, so now the protagonist just has to do his best to stay alive. At that moment, 2 massive wolves rush him at full speed. Elric yells for that lunatic to wait, because his mana is restricted. How is he supposed to fight 2 wolves like this? Then someone appears behind Augustine, calls him brother, and asks if this is really fine since he heard MC learned magic only 6 months ago. Augustine says he knows, but his skill is far beyond a beginner's. He thanks his newly arrived brother for bringing the wolves, and says he just hopes they don't eat too much of poor him. The other man replies that Augustine's apprentice looks to be in real trouble. And he was. The protagonist was badly hurt and coughing up blood, with another attack about to hit him. But Augustine tells his companion to watch closely, because something important is about to happen. Suddenly, Elric finally manages to use a little magic. Then he strikes with everything he has, smashing the wolf in the face and tearing off half its jaw, along with several teeth. The man watching is instantly intrigued, and Augustine says he told him this kid was different. MC was holding an ice stake from the Seal of Cruelty. Augustine says he's sure Elric will pass this test and learn the Lue techniques, though he still has a long way to go. Then Augustine turns to his companion and says that's exactly why he needs him. The leader of the resistance. The resistance is then explained. Even the glasses couldn't identify every member, but rumors say its leaders are as strong as any lion or the masters of the Tower of Turin. They tried to save this continent from the Empire and the Emperor's tyranny, and became the largest and most feared terrorist organization. The man standing with Augustine is one of those leaders. He says that since Augustine is asking, he'll do this favor, especially because Augustine hasn't had an apprentice in a long time. The man riding a tiger with a butcher knife on his back is Gility Thans, the Beast King. Meanwhile, he is exhausted, gasping, and barely hanging on. Mephistopheles whispers that he got lucky taking down the first wolf, but he isn't sure he can kill the second one too. Maybe he'll get lucky a second time, but only maybe. The protagonist knows Mephistopheles is right. He can't keep pulling mana from the surroundings every time a wolf beats him down. He curses that crazy old man and wonders how he's supposed to beat monsters like these bare-handed. If he had mana, he could use that armor spell from the snowy mountain. If he'd known this was coming, he would have trained his body more. But then he remembers he actually did study some of that. Physical enhancement. He researched it, didn't he? That Forbidden Beast book. If he can still recall it clearly, maybe he can use it now. Elric remembers that body fortification is a hidden martial art, passed down through the descendants of the Tiger King, the tiger tribe that ruled the Therianthropes. They saw the body as a smaller version of the universe God created. Breath moves through the body just like the voice of the soul moves through nature. Because of that, the body can change in major ways depending on how a person breathes and focuses. When the mind is fixed on one point, 1,000 images from the subconscious appear before the eyes, and the user must trust instinct to choose one. Then the transformed body should move on its own, without trying to predict anything. You don't guess, you see what's in front of you for what it truly is. Instinct and intuition. Between those two lines, the user learns to fight without plans or logic. Whatever you know is right becomes right. That's how a tiger fights, and at that exact moment, Elric drives a punch straight into the wolf's face. Even Mephistopheles is speechless. Then he calls MC a lunatic, and wonders when this kid learned to fight. No Therianthrope should be able to do that. Actually, the better question is how he did it at all. With both wolves dead at Elric's feet, Augustine proudly says, that's his boy. He even jokes that maybe the task was too easy for him, but first he'll reward his hard work. He tells him to follow the path over the hill, and he'll find a place covered in moss. Mephistopheles mutters that this old man is just as crazy as he is, because he seems happy watching the poor kid suffer. The protagonist says he looks normal next to that old man. Then he plants his feet and decides he has to kill them all. He grabs his torn, blood-soaked cloak, ties it around his waist, and says he's ready. Then more wolves appear. They all rush him at once, and after that, 10 days pass. Later, Elric asks if this plant is supposed to hold demonic energy, and Mephistopheles says yes. It's a demon realm plant called Vitamorse, though he has no idea why it's growing here. MC figures eating it might restore his demonic energy. Mephistopheles says it would do almost nothing for a normal human, but since he is a mervinger, it might work. It could even strengthen his sealed domains. He also suspects that crazy old man sent him here for a reason. He just still can't explain the plant. The protagonist thinks their relationship is strange. He still can't forgive that old bastard for throwing him into real danger. But because of him, he's gotten much stronger. With his mana restricted, he was forced to train his body too. Still, he's glad this might finally be over. Maybe this wolf is the last one. But then Elric notices someone standing on top of it. The man says MC really does have talent. He also heard the MC graduated first in his class from Uston Academy, and he didn't expect someone who learned magic so recently to be this strong. The one stepping down from the wolf is the Beast King. He tells him that if he can defeat this final dire wolf, he'll take him as a disciple too. But then Augustin shows up, asking if he's out of his mind. It's a pretty dramatic entrance, and he tells the Beast King it took him forever to find someone like Elric. So is he really trying to steal his disciple? The Beast King fires back, asking who Augustin thinks he is. Does he know how long it took to raise those wolves just for the protagonist to kill them? While the two argue over MC, Mephistopheles asks if Augustin is always this obsessive with him. He says, sometimes. The protagonist tells the Beast King he never even asked what he wanted. The Beast King apologizes, saying the protagonist's talent impressed him so much, he got carried away. He adds that the protagonist probably knows him from the wanted posters all over the continent, but Elric says he won't accept the offer. That old man may be reckless and weird, but MC already accepted Nerister as his master. That even moves Augustine, who says he's a little touched. Still, the Beast King makes a counter-offer. What if he taught him the Phantom Eye, the power that lets him control any beast, the skill that earned him the title Beast King? That gets the protagonist's attention. He says that sounds great, and he'd love to learn it. Augustine instantly gets mad, while Mephistopheles pats his shoulder, even if he can't feel it, and says he knew this idiot had no loyalty at all. The Beast King says Elric needs a little more control first, because he'll only accept him if he defeats this wolf. Phantom Eye needs very precise mana control, and the Luye fighting style helps move mana through the body, making Phantom Eye even stronger. He says MC seems to have recovered his mana by eating those Vitamorse plants, so for the final test, he has to beat the wolf without using magic. But in the blink of an eye, the wolf is already gone from its spot, and getting completely wrecked. Elric lands one punch and sends it flying. Augustin is thrilled. Mephistopheles and the tiger barely react, and he just says, well, I guess that's it. The Beast King can only go, yeah, of course. Then Elric realizes the man who put him through all that is coming over. Augustine walks up and stops in front of him, and the protagonist asks his master if he's satisfied now. They stare at each other for a moment. Then Augustine puts a hand on MC's shoulder and says he did well. Now it's time for what he promised before, to show him the path to Lue. Later, in a flower field, they stand before a huge tree with an opening in it, and Augustine says this is the sacred place of Lue. Just looking at it, Elric feels a huge force coming from inside, more exactly, demonic energy. Augustine says it almost feels like the place leads straight to the demon realm. He asks how that's possible, since demons are supposed to be the only ones who can build there. Mephistopheles says he knew something was off when he saw those Vitamorse plants here, but apparently this place really was made by Augustine. He just thought it was still somewhere in the east, and Augustine asks if the protagonist can feel the energy. He's sure he can. After all, the Mervinger family hunted demons for generations. The protagonist says yes, he feels it, but he still doesn't get why a demonic zone is inside a sacred site. Augustine explains that, as MC already knows, the Luye came from the Far East. As they head inside, he notices the architecture is clearly Eastern, and so is the writing. Augustine goes on, saying the founder of Louis was originally an alchemist, studying botany in the East. One day, a great demon killed his wife and daughter, so he went north. But that demon was so powerful that the master had to change his approach. He decided to grow stronger using both Eastern and Western knowledge, even borrowing some demonic power. Elric asks if that mission is still going on today, and Augustine says yes, even after 1,000 years. So the protagonist asks if becoming the new apprentice means the founder never got his revenge. Augustine says no, the revenge was taken long ago. The protagonist asks who did it. Augustine says the answer is simple. What Elric sees next leaves him completely stunned. Augustine says he was the one who took that revenge, and before them is a place packed with seals. Mephistopheles says the demon bound by those seals is extremely powerful, which means that old man must be insanely strong to have captured it alone. MC knows Mephistopheles understands demons better than anyone, so if he says Augustine is strong, then he really is. Augustine continues, saying he doesn't want to brag in front of his disciple, but many things affected the result of that fight, not just his own skill. That's why he set a new goal for himself. Like the great master before him, he wants to prove he could defeat that demon through his own ability alone. So he took in a new disciple and brought him here to face that demon. And that person, he says, is Elric. He wants him to use everything he's learned to fight this demon and prove that Augustine's teachings are as powerful as the demon itself. The protagonist asks if he really wants him to fight that thing, and Augustine says yes, but more exactly, he wants Elric to take its seal. He knows exactly what the Mervenger family can do with demons and their seals, and he also knows, of course, that MC is a human. He asks how he knows that, and Augustine says he understands why the protagonist is worried, but there's no need. As his teacher, he would never reveal his students' secret. Even so, MC is deeply shaken that Augustine knows the Mervenger's secret. Even Mephistopheles is watching the old man carefully now, and Augustine says that if Elric still doesn't trust him, he'll show him something. The Beast King tells him not to do it, but Augustine keeps going, saying every mage has a secret they don't show others, and that includes him. Then he reveals his greatest secret. His arm is completely black and covered in script. He says it's the arm of a dark elf, and then he explains a bit about dark elves. Unlike normal elves, who live in forests and light, they lived deep underground in darkness and worshipped evil. The Empire wiped them out completely, and now they're classified as demons. Augustine tells Elric he should know that transplanting body parts between species is illegal, especially when a demon is involved. He says Gillidy was the only one who knew this secret until now. No one else knows, not even Guy from the Narrister family. Augustine tells him that now it's only fair. He knows his weakness too. He says he learned the Mervenger's secret while examining the protagonist's unconscious body. He only did it so he could teach him better, and he apologizes if that made him uncomfortable. Still, once he found out the Mervengers can consume demons and their seals, he had to let MC stay in this sacred place to finish the goal of his life. Maybe it's just the selfish dream of an old man, but from here on, MC can choose whatever he wants. The Beast King and his beast watch in silence, and Mephistopheles does too, waiting to see what Elric will decide. He thinks about that greed, the desire to finish something that should have ended long ago. But is it really wrong to want something that badly? To chase a goal so hard you'll do anything for it? In the end, Augustine is just another person fighting for his dream, the same way the protagonist is. MC bows and says that he, MC Mervenger, heir of the Mervenger family, offers his respect to his master, Augustine Narrister, successor of Louis, as his devoted student. Augustine thanks him. Elric says that means he just has to eat this demon's seal, then asks if Augustine knows its true name. Augustine admits he doesn't know for sure. Ever since it appeared in the East, it has gone by many names, but in Luji, they call it the Vicious Beast, Shu. Elric repeats the word vicious, then stomps the ground and gets his magic ready. He heads straight for the demon, wanting to see if it's really as savage as they say. Mephistopheles himself once acknowledged Shu's strength, so he knows taking this seal would make him much stronger. Then he suddenly asks Mephistopheles how he's supposed to absorb a seal, and Mephistopheles mocks him for charging in without even knowing that. The protagonist brushes off the embarrassment. He's heard demons grow stronger by stealing each other's seals, but he wants to know how it actually works. Mephistopheles asks if anyone had to teach him how to eat. Of course not. Demons know this by instinct from birth. It can't be taught. That immediately worries Elric. His pendant isn't reacting either, so he can't devour it the Mervenger way. When he absorbed the frozen mountain queen, it happened naturally. Since that isn't happening now, he decides to try something else. He uses the voice of the soul and casts absorb. The demon reacts at once, releasing a massive aura as if it's in terrible pain. Black demonic mist spreads through the room. Elric realizes he's nothing like he was 10 days ago, because now his body's strengthening and magic work together smoothly. He's also learned to mix the mechanism of his seals with spells and enchantments, so this has to work. The mist swallows him, and he finds himself in another strange world again, just like when he faced the Mountain Queen. But this time, there's no demon in sight, only a forest filled with birds and insects. Still, the whole place is unnaturally silent, like nothing truly lives there. It's not just the strange world itself. Even the wind makes no sound, no swamp bubbles, no leaves rustling. Somewhere nearby, a huge predator is stalking him, and he reacts to something, but sees nothing at all. Then instinct kicks in, telling him something is very close. He's sure something moved. In the bushes? In the sky? He still can't tell where the demon is, and by the time he figures it out, it's too late. It's already about to swallow him whole. The demon tells him he really does seem to have potential. Meanwhile, back at the Narrister residence, Elric's sister is on her way there. She wonders what has kept MC so busy that he couldn't even write back. He thinks the light through the leaves turns every shadow into fangs, leading into endless darkness. He knows he has to face this demon like he did the Mountain Queen, but he still doesn't know how to devour its seal. So first, he has to understand the situation. Either there's another way, or he's walked right into his own death. The demon says it always knew the Mervenger line rushed straight into battle, but the protagonist seems to have a little patience. The protagonist asks how it knows his bloodline, and the demon says that isn't the only surprising thing about him. Then it asks how he carries that seal, Mephistopheles' seal. Its voice feels like a beast toying with prey. Then it points out he has another seal too, weaker than that one, a dragon heart. It even wonders how he's carrying so many enchantments. The demon says it refused to move until it saw something truly interesting in him. Suddenly, everything shakes as the demon finally moves. Its body twists and changes, and with its jaws open, it says MC might be useful. Then it urges him to stay hungry, to let his desires and greed grow without limit. He panics, because he can't move at all. The demon says that's the only way they'll meet again. Then its seal joins all the others inside Elric. A moment later, he returns to reality, and quickly checks his tattoos, finding a new seal on his arm. The room goes silent as everyone wonders what just happened. Mephistopheles calls the demon an idiot. What kind of demon gives up its own name that easily? Even Elric is shocked it was that simple. There wasn't even a real test. Mephistopheles says the demon is obviously plotting something. Its physical body died long ago, so holding itself together is difficult now. That's why it slipped into the protagonist like a parasite, planning to grow strong again by feeding on his power. MC remembers the demon saying they would meet again only if he let his desires loose, so it wants to stay inside him until he grows stronger, and then grow stronger with him. He jokes to Mephistopheles that he just got a new roommate, but Mephistopheles flatly says he won't help some low-grade demon like that. Augustine walks over and reveals Shu's true name, Xiangshan, the god of disaster. After Augustine defeated him, the demon changed its name again and again. Mephistopheles snaps that nobody asked the old man, then wonders how Augustine even knows demon ranks in the first place. He is about to ask Mephistopheles if he hid part of the truth, especially after the way he talked about Augustine. But Augustine keeps going, saying the demon later changed its name to Xiangbao, violence and disaster. So now Elric carries the seal of violence. Augustine adds that Shu was once a demon called Egi, the spirit of hunger, one of the lowest in the demonic order, always struggling to survive. But because of their hungry nature, beings like that crave power without end. That is how this Egi eventually became Shu. Augustine explains that this is why the seal can help Elric sense danger better and find an enemy's weak point. Moved to tears, he says this is exactly what Lugi magical martial arts had been trying to copy. By moving mana through the body, they wanted to go beyond the 5 human senses and awaken intuition, that sharp feeling that makes your heart itch and pushes every sense to the limit. Augustine calls it the path of Egi. At last, Lugi succeeded. They finally gained Shu's seal, and now the protagonist has the chance to keep refining it until he can rival Shu's true form. MC realizes Augustine knows an incredible amount, from the ranking of seals to how they're used. Gathering all that knowledge must have taken the people of Lugi and Master Augustine an enormous effort. This was the goal they had worked toward for so long, the one reason they collected all of it. Then he summons Violentus, and a huge predator-like aura appears before him, full of fangs and claws. He realizes this is the purpose he has to follow too. But suddenly, someone bursts into Lugi's sacred place. Elric feels something strange and asks Augustine if the path of Egi is supposed to sharpen his senses, because right now all he can feel is danger. Sean appears and says it's urgent. They need to leave right now. Augustine is still standing there, emotional over the whole thing, while Elric wonders if it's really serious enough for them to run back immediately. At the same time, in Tasha's quarters, a servant rushes in and tells her she needs to see something. Tasha asks if the protagonist has finished his training, but then she starts trembling from the presence approaching. She tells the servant to keep the visitor waiting a little longer, because she plans to receive her personally. That distinguished guest is MC's sister, and she asks if there's any chance her brother is hiding here. Later, Sean and he are both racing back to the Nerester mansion. He complains that Sean could have at least stalled her somehow. Sean fires back that he can't even control his own sister, and besides, the protagonist knows this mess is his fault. He adds that she's been especially competitive lately because of MC, and he just hopes nothing bad happens. At the same time, Tasha is also on her way. She thinks about how his sister gave up her whole life to support her little brother, which likely means she isn't very gifted with magic. But Tasha has also heard that he fears his sister more than anyone else, and she's dying to know why. It can't be just because she's older, so she wonders what kind of person this woman really is. At the gate, the protagonist's sister asks if her brother is staying at the Nerester residence. One guard says yes, the Shining Star Duke is indeed here, but another tells her she cannot enter without an invitation. She asks if Sean, her brother's friend, could at least come out to greet her. One guard says no, and the other explains they received direct orders from Lady Tasha not to let her in. She wonders why Tasha would do that. Then Tasha appears and introduces herself. MC's sister turns around and she introduces herself as Tasha Nerester, the first daughter of this generation of the Nerester family, and says she is at her service. The other woman gives her name as Raisa Mervinger and politely greets Tasha. Raisa says Elric has told her a lot about Tasha, that her passion burns like fire, and that meeting her is an honor. For some reason, Tasha feels uneasy in her presence. With a calm tone, Raisa asks why Tasha will not let her in. She just wants to see her own brother. Tasha replies that this is the Nerester residence, the top family of the Hexagon, so they cannot allow just anyone inside. She adds that blonde hair and green eyes may fit a Mervinger, but that could still be a disguise. If Rice wants to prove she is really the Duke's sister, she must go through a test. Rice asks what she needs to do. Tasha says that as the Duke's sister, Rice should belong to an elite family too, She will believe her only if Rice defeats her in a duel. Risa admits, a little embarrassed, that she cannot use magic. Tasha studies her closely. Then she asks what that strange aura around her is. Risa warns that she might hurt Tasha, but Tasha does not believe that for a second. So Tasha summons her magic at once. Risa drops her suitcase. A huge blast erupts, and Tasha declares that the identity check can begin. She darts past the guards in an instant. As she moves in, Tasha asks if that is not too heavy for Risa. Risa is holding a massive hammer. Then she asks Tasha if she used to play ball as a child. Using the hammer, she sends a storm of rocks flying at Tasha. Tasha answers that she did. She used to play a lot with her little brother. She unleashes strong fire magic, burning every rock away, then says she never lost to him and asks how Race compares to Elric. Tasha adds that she never lost to him because she is extremely competitive. Race draws back and hurls her hammer, admitting she once even wanted to split his head open. That gets an impressed smile out of Tasha. The hammer is rushing straight at her. Tasha thinks it is surprising that a daughter of the Mervinger family fights like a martial artist, but seeing her swing a 100-kilo hammer so easily proves she really is a Mervinger. Then Tasha notices something odd on the tip of the hammer, a black skull symbol. She blurts out that there is no way Hayes belongs to the Empire's biggest mercenary group. The hammer suddenly flies back. Hayes asks if that means she won, but Tasha says she will not go down that easily. Then Elric steps in and uses wind magic to push them apart. Tasha is confused and protests. They were only getting started. Hayes does not waste a second and grabs the protagonist by the neck. Sean finally arrives, completely out of breath. Elric is still being choked. Even then, he says his sister looks well, and apologizes for ruining her fun, asking if she can calm down a little. She ignores that and just calls MC's name. Then she cracks her neck. After that, she says the two of them need to have a talk. Later on, Tasha is looking over a report about Hayes, but the page tells her nothing. It only says the target could not be identified, and the servant apologizes, saying they could not track down any information on her. Tasha says she is not surprised, since Hayes belongs to the Black Skull. That means every member of that mercenary guild must have their records hidden. Tasha even thinks it would be nice to have a friend her own age. She recalls that the leader of Black Skull has no ties to high society, except the Lions of Domo de Leones. Who would have guessed the firstborn of the Mervinger family was part of that guild? Tasha had thought Elric alone was enough reason to stay close to the Mervingers, but now another rare piece has appeared. And right then, that very person is the topic. Hayes is lifting her hammer again. She is ready to crush his head while he runs and begs her to at least talk first. Hayes says her brother has grown a lot. He even learned to use magic on his own, and now he is talking back to his own sister. She slams the ground hard, and Elric pleads, calling her Hayes. The protagonist thinks that without the path of Eggy, that blow would have killed him for sure. He reflects that she has always been like this. Whenever he messed up, she tried to break his legs. Mephistopheles says he has never seen MC like this, and now he is sure that young woman is a Mervinger too. Still, he has never seen a Mervinger use aura instead of mana. To him, things are getting very interesting. Hayes leaps above him and readies another crushing strike. She asks if he can dodge this one. He does not even try. Instead, he uses a barrier spell. The hammer slams into his shield with brutal force. Elric asks if she is really taking this that seriously. How is he even supposed to dodge that? Then the pressure starts to fade. He realizes she has stopped attacking. Her hammer simply comes to a halt. Hayes says she was happy and relieved when she heard he was going on a journey to investigate that dragon nest, because it meant he was trying to improve his condition. Seeing that made her feel she needed to work harder as his sister. But then he got caught in a disaster. He was unconscious for so long, vanished for months after waking up, and did not say a single word to her. She says it has already been half a year since he last contacted her, and asks Elric if he has any idea how worried she was about him. He thinks about how Hayes always protected him too much, always warning him not to do this or that because it was dangerous. He never liked hearing that from her, but now he understands. After their parents died, they were all each other had left. Since she was young, Hayes had to act like the adult and take care of her immature little brother. Elric gets up and tells Hayes he found their family's mission. He says everything that happened, the long coma after the dragon nest and the months he vanished, was because of that mission. At times he worried about restoring their family's honor. Other times he just wanted to grow stronger. But after all he has been through, he realized this world cannot be left to be corrupted by demons. He believes all the suffering their parents and ancestors faced was not for nothing. They fought evil for a reason. Elric tells Hayes he is going north to find the mission their ancestors left for them. No matter how dangerous that path is, he will see it through. Like their grandfather did, he will not stop until his family, the whole world, and everything under this sky can shine like the stars. Hayes, who had been crying, finally smiles and tells him never to disappear like that again, without contacting her. If he does, she really will crush his skull. Elric grumbles that he thought they were having a moment. He says she could have told him he had grown up, but instead she goes straight to threatening to smash his skull. Mephistopheles thinks it ended too soon. He wanted to watch the protagonist get beaten a little longer. He still cannot understand how much humans are ruled by emotion. That night, somewhere else, a man carries the same symbol as the tattoo on Baal's servant. Inside that brooch is a small statue of a demon. The man says it is all for Azazel's revival. 3 months later, in the labyrinth of mist, Elric is meditating when an eagle flies toward him. He is blindfolded, but even without seeing, he uses his ghost eye and instantly subdues the eagle, which lands gently on his arm. The King of Beasts says MC has improved incredibly fast and never expected him to master the ghost eye so soon. But he is not the only master training Elric now, because Augustine appears, and even blindfolded, he blocks his attack. Augustine says the protagonist has mastered the path of Iggy as well. He and the King of Beasts have taught him all they can. From here on, the protagonist must figure out the rest in real combat. MC drops to the ground, exhausted, and asks if that is it, if they will never see each other again. Augustine asks if that is really all he has to say to his masters, and the King of Beasts says he truly is one shameless student. Still, Elric reminds them why they joined forces to train him like this. Even so, he sincerely thanks both of his masters. Augustine teases him for trying to flatter them now, and the King of Beasts asks if he is heading north. Then he tells him to bring them a souvenir. The protagonist repeats, "A souvenir?" and says he hopes he never sees him again. Then he adds that, in that case, he wishes them both good health. With that, he quickly leaves. The King of Beasts asks Augustine if this does not remind him of the old days, when they used to roam all across the empire. Augustine says that back then they were so full of fire and passion that everything felt fun. Now they are stuck here, wasting years of their lives. He wonders what Seth would say if he were here, and Augustine answers that Seth would definitely scold them. They say they are not cranky old men yet, though Seth definitely was. The King of Beasts jokes that he is obviously much younger and better looking than Seth. Then Augustine brings the talk back to Elric, wondering how the brat could learn so much from his masters, and still run off to the north like that. The King of Beasts says they may need to teach him all over again, this time, with manners. After that, MC met with Tasha. She asks if he is really giving them the nest's mining rights. Thrilled by the offer, he says yes and trusts her to handle it. Tasha also prepared a carriage for his trip north and says she will take care of the Academy issue too, so he can stop worrying about it. Watching her, the protagonist notices how obsessed she is with dragons. She looks way too happy. Still, he figures this means things with the Narister family are going well. Then he remembers someone who still owes him, Isabel. She said she would contact him when he went to Kanoi, so now he wonders if she forgot her promise. Elsewhere, the Blue Lion was putting away his sword, saying Baal had deeply disappointed him. He mocks how weak Baal must think the Blue Lion is, if he believes such a small force could bring him down. The ground around him is covered with dead blue wolves and blood. The others say Baal has gotten far too comfortable. Then a woman steps forward and says Baal knows that if the Mervinger join them, his position will be in danger. Isabel's uncle, the Blue Lion's brother, says his clever little niece is right, and asks why they do not just kill Baal already. The others agree, but the Blue Lion says this is a family matter, and as head of the Vile family, he has to handle it properly. For now, he tells them to make sure Isabel gets back safely. He also says he will meet Elric, the Duke of the Shining Star, and thank him in person. After that, he will decide what to do with Baal. Far away, that masked man from before, the one trying to revive Azazel, asks why Baal has not become the Blue Lion yet. Someone behind him answers that something unexpected happened, but the overall plan is still fine. The masked man says it should have been easy while the Blue Lion was sick, but then a Mervinger showed up and ruined everything. He says now is not the time to deal with the Mervinger. First, they need to turn Baal into the next Blue Lion. The person behind him is Hilton, captain of the first squad of the Blue Wolves. He is told that once Baal becomes the Blue Lion, they must take his body and his arm to revive their true master, Azazel. Hilton says not to worry, it will be done. The next morning, the carriage was ready. Elric was annoyed, grumbling that he wanted to go north alone. He says he was grateful Tasha handled everything, but she never mentioned there would be a driver. Carl quickly corrects him. He is not a driver, he is Carl. Then MC notices Sean is there too. Traveling with a friend could have been fun, but Sean says he only came because his father ordered him to. Hayes is there as well. He says she could have stayed home and rested, but she asks if he does not enjoy his dear sister's company. He awkwardly insists that is not it, and acts way too excited about the trip, and on top of that, both of his masters are coming too. Augustine says if the protagonist is hinting that they are old men who should stay home, then he is offended, and once they reach the north, he will teach the protagonist some manners. The King of Beasts adds that they were hurt when the protagonist said he never wanted to see them again. Mephistopheles complains that this is a complete mess, and says he hates crowds like this. MC is losing his mind, but out loud he pretends this is all wonderful. To him it feels less like a trip and more like a family outing. That thought makes him remember how everyone gathered before leaving. Augustine introduced himself as Elric's teacher. Hayes started chatting with him, saying he can be difficult sometimes, then praising the cute animals behind the King of Beasts. Augustine explains they are the King of Beasts' assistants. Sean does not seem interested in talking, while Hayes keeps chatting with the animals. Soon the two masters are having a lively conversation. The protagonist sits there, a little irritated, thinking about all of it inside the carriage. He holds the egg Otto gave him and realizes that chasing his goal with all these people beside him makes him feel at home. Meanwhile, at the Narester residence, Guy notes that everyone really did head north together. The butler confirms it. The butler then asks the patriarch if something good happened. Guy says it is simply interesting to watch everything unfolding, especially that ridiculous group packed into one carriage. Hayes was already scolding Elric, telling him to show respect to his elders. She even points to Sean as an example, saying how polite and proper he is acting. But Sean is barely holding back his laughter. MC mutters that Sean being polite is complete nonsense. Hayes apologizes to the masters for her brother and asks if it would be alright for them to teach him some manners. Augustin says he would be glad to, and the King of Beasts adds that manners start at home. Hayes thanks them for understanding. Then she grabs part of the seat and crushes it in her hand, asking Elric if they should take a little walk outside. Now terrified, he asks if it is really just a walk. Then why does she need her hammer? She drags him out by the ear and starts beating him. Mephistopheles thinks he is finally getting what he deserves, and enjoys every second of Elric getting wrecked. Later, the carriage keeps moving through the forest. Then Carl suddenly stops. The protagonist gets out to ask what happened, and sees 3 highway robbers blocking the road. They demand to know how anyone dares pass without paying the toll, and order them to hand over everything they have. Carl stares. MC stares. Even the 2 bumps on MC's head seem to stare. The robber stares back, then gets angry and says they asked for this. He steps down, already annoyed. But the King of Beasts tells him to leave this one to him. He sees it as the perfect chance to show his student how impressive he is. Just the shadow of his giant tiger is enough to terrify the robbers, and seeing its real face nearly breaks them. The King of Beasts is ready to show off for Elric, but the protagonist simply says, "Fall." A massive block of ice drops right onto the robbers, or almost. The robbers are instantly scared out of their minds. The King of Beasts can only ask why Elric interfered. MC says he did not want to see a slaughter. He explains these are clearly not real bandits, just hungry people driven to theft by the famine in the mountains. The robbers drop to their knees, begging for mercy, and saying they have families to feed. He tells them that if his group had been weak and kind-hearted, they would be the ones on the ground begging right now. That leaves them speechless, while Elric keeps staring them down. Then the older man leading them admits the mage is right, and bows his head to the ground. He says he forced the other 2 to join him and begs for only himself to be punished. The others protest, telling their chief not to do that. Elric cuts them off and says he first needs to know if the man is telling the truth. So later, they go to the place the robbers came from, a poor village, suffering from famine. The old man explains they have faced years of drought, which ruined their crops and left them with little food. At this rate, everyone there could starve, so they turn to robbery. While Mephistopheles senses a dark energy in the area, the old man keeps explaining that they cannot leave because the nearest town is at least 5 days away by horse. Their livestock already died from hunger, so they have no way to travel or find work. He says all of this is his fault. Augustin comments that the Empire's prosperity clearly never reached this place. He tells Elric that yes, they are thieves, but maybe this can be overlooked since they had a real reason. Caring for people who suffer is part of a noble's duty, after all. The protagonist agrees. It is not entirely their fault. The old man bows over and over, thanking him and promising never to steal again. But Mephistopheles grows more and more restless, still searching for the source of that energy. Elric asks why he keeps pacing around like that, and Mephistopheles says he can sense demonic energy coming from the fields behind them, even if it is faint. Hearing that, MC starts to feel the presence too. Even the Mervinger pendant reacts. They head farther into the dead fields. Augustin says the sight is grim. The farmland is completely dried out. He admits he cannot sense anything himself, and asks if there really is something here. Elric has his doubts too, but he says this is the place he felt it before. Mephistopheles says it has to be buried somewhere around here. Then he reminds the protagonist of his promise. Since he led him here, the demonic energy should be his. The protagonist just asks if he trusts nothing in this world. MC says they'll dig here for now, and tells everyone to stand back. Using soul voice, he casts Pierce. A massive ice spike slams into the ground with terrifying force. The old man is stunned that Elric made something that huge in an instant. Then he jumps down. He heads into the dried field. Before long, he finds something. A small box. When they ask if he found anything, the protagonist says yes. It was hidden underground. But the moment he opens the box, a surge of demonic energy bursts out. Now even Augustine can tell it's demonic. Inside is a small statue of Azazel. Mephistopheles wonders why it's here. Then we get a quick explanation about the servants of the demon god, the 4 great demon kings who once ruled demonkind. First is Mephistopheles, the original sin, then Satan, the end, and Lilith, lust. Last is the tyrant king who commands most of the demon army, Azazel the Mad. Azazel wanted the human world more than anyone, and his invasions destroyed many nations. Elric says this must be a totem made by Azazel's followers. Mephistopheles corrects him. It looks more like a tool for sacrifice. Then Mephistopheles stops and asks how MC even knows about Azazel. MC says he read about him at Otto's house. He asks if that means human sacrifice. If this whole village was meant to be offered up to bring Azazel back. Looking at the village's condition, Mephistopheles says that's very possible. Elric starts wondering what the demons are planning now. Mephistopheles tells him to do his part already. Take the energy, absorb it, and hand it over. But Augustine steps in and says this is too serious. If traces of demons from 30 years ago have appeared again, the evidence needs to go to his agency. Mephistopheles immediately realizes the old man is trying to take the energy. The protagonist says he thinks so too. Mephistopheles is left staring, wondering if it wasn't supposed to go to him. MC tells him to think about his side too. That only makes Mephistopheles furious. He says he can fix this if Mephistopheles teaches him sealing magic, but Mephistopheles refuses. Augustine takes the box and says he'll send it to his agency right away. Mephistopheles keeps bargaining, saying he'll teach Elric anything except sealing magic. But while Augustine is handing over the box, another demonic energy appears. It comes from one of the protagonist's seals, the seal of violence. The manifested Shu lunges at the box, snatches it, and devours the demonic energy. Mephistopheles is furious. Augustine can only ask what the hell just happened. Elric says Shu played them. After all that work, the evidence is gone. Mephistopheles is outraged that Shu stole from him. MC goes on, saying one totem alone couldn't affect the whole village. They can definitely find another if they keep looking a little farther. Meanwhile, deep underground, followers of Azazel's statue were gathered. Then one of the cultists senses something strange. They ask the leader if something is wrong, and he says some heretic dared to interfere with Great Azazel's ritual. The other cultists panic, asking how anyone found the totem, but the leader focuses and calls on Great Azazel, asking for guidance against those treacherous heretics. He vows to settle this and calm Azazel's wrath. One day, he says, this land will honor Azazel's greatness again, and his rebirth will be complete. Then the leader orders them to pass this message to Judas. Before heading north, they must complete the rebirth ritual. Back at the village, water has returned by sunset. At least part of the problem has been solved. Elric asks why no one noticed the demons were behind this until now, but the villagers are just overjoyed. With water again, they can plant crops and survive. He points out that many lives were already sacrificed for this. Augustine says it's fine for now, since they sent the evidence to his agency. That should let them investigate properly. And the local agency staff will be punished. He even says he'd like to personally behead those responsible, but it's outside his authority. Elric agrees. Since the agency in this territory is involved, the demons won't be able to act too recklessly. For now, their top priority is finding the Temple of Flower in winter. After that, the protagonist plans to wipe out every demon. The village chief breaks down in tears, thanking MC. He tells him that now the drought is over. He needs to take good care of his people. Just before they leave, the chief calls out to him and asks the name of the noble mage who helped them. With pride, he answers, Elric Mervinger. Everyone is stunned, the hero of Licent, the Duke of the Star. The chief repeats the name to himself. Mervinger, the Empire's star that rose again. Then they set off once more, with Carl driving the carriage, and, inside, everyone just rides in silence. That ends when Carl tells Elric he should come look outside again. The protagonist leans out and asks what it is this time. Another group has stopped the carriage, but these people identify themselves as the Imperial Family Inspection Agency. All of them wear masks as they slowly approach MC. The one in front asks if he is him Mervinger. Elric notices how confident the man sounds. Then we get a short explanation of the inspection agency, a secret intelligence group that exists only to serve the Emperor and the Imperial family. They're known as monsters who will do anything for a mission. Kidnapping, abuse of power, even murder. In battle, they're said to rival the mages of the Magic Tower and the Great Lion family. The protagonist figures this makes sense. None of those groups knew where the demons were until the totem was found and reported. So of course they rushed out here, even to a remote place. Still, there's one problem. No matter who backs them, MC sees their tone toward him, the Radiant Star Duke, as a serious insult. So he lets out a small laugh at the investigator. That only makes the man angry, and he demands to know how Elric dares speak like that. He repeats that they're from the Imperial Family Inspection Agency, and says someone like him should show them respect. The protagonist just goes, yeah? The man starts shaking and asks what he said. MC makes it clear, even if they came from the Empire, the Papacy, or anyone else, the man is still only a Viscount. By rank, MC is a Duke, and the head of House Mervinger. The investigators start to feel the pressure from his aura. Some can barely stay standing. The protagonist asks how officers like them dare disrespect a Duke. To make it worse, he's using Shu's aura, violence. The lead investigator wonders how MC is even doing this. He thinks he is almost at the level of a magus. When the aura finally fades, the investigators glance at each other nervously, and their leader offers a sincere apology. He removes his mask and asks forgiveness for their behavior. Mephistopheles says the protagonist really knows how to show who's in charge. The protagonist answers that he couldn't pass up the chance after being provoked. MC warns that if they make this kind of mistake again, he'll speak directly to House Pierce. The lead investigator says he'll remember that, but the investigator is still furious inside. He thinks his title means nothing if he acts like this, and calls him a cursed, arrogant brat in his head. Then Augustine walks up and tells the investigator he should feel lucky, because if it were up to him, anyone who treated his disciple with that much disrespect would already have their head on the ground. That scares the investigator even more. He can't believe Augustin is here, and the idea that Elric is the disciple of the Magic Tower's strongest man feels absurd. He decides that when he gets back, he'll have to fire everyone who came with him. Later, they hold a meeting around a strange table and chairs made from magic, like holograms. The investigator says he'll introduce himself properly this time. He is the chief of the 4th Inspection Agency, and the protagonist immediately thinks, the 4th Agency? Weren't they the ones who sided with the prince when the war broke out? So Elric starts wondering if the prince is the one who uncovered all this. This time, the chief says he won't waste more of MC's time, and will get to the point. MC tells him he's been dragging it out already. That annoys the chief, but he keeps calm. He explains that they've been tracking demon secrets and remnants for a long time, and recently found an unknown group. He says, the Grigori? The chief is shocked he already knows, but the protagonist asks if the inspection agency forgot his family name. The chief answers no, his name is Mervinger, the natural enemy of demons. Still, the chief says only one discovered and reported totem was handed over, then asks where the other 8 are. Elric casually says he has them. The chief says that's illegal and demands to know why. He cites Imperial Law, Clause 11, Paragraph 2. All demon-related items must be turned over to the Imperial family as evidence. But MC counters with Possession Law, Clause B, Paragraph 1. With approval from the administrative agency, a person may keep demon-related items for research. He says he already got that approval. Furious now, the chief says he has one last question. He asks how Elric found the exact locations of the totems. The protagonist shuts him down. Didn't I already tell you? I'm a Mervinger. But the chief says he's not leaving with an answer that vague. MC asks if he really wants him to hand his family's secrets over to the agency. That only makes the chief angrier. He snaps that he doesn't know his place and keeps hiding behind his family name. Elric says he's answered enough already, and that's the end of it. Barely holding himself together, the chief thanks him for his cooperation. Then their carriage pulls away, and Sean shows up behind the protagonist, impressed. He says MC has real guts to stand up to the mighty inspection agency like that. Hayes adds that he handled it well. If he hadn't stepped in, she would have smashed every one of them. But the Beast King warns that the inspection agency never lets go once it bites down. They'll be back, and he asks if it's really fine to leave things there. He says no. He never leaves loose ends behind. Sean sees that dangerous grin again and wonders what crazy thing he is planning now. The protagonist says he never lets people like that walk away, not without a very good reason. Later that night, under the full moon, the chief bows before someone and apologizes over and over, but the man tells him to raise his head. He says the one who should feel ashamed is him, as prince, and the man before the chief is the crown prince. At the same time, a bat is watching them. Someone is controlling it, and of course it's Elric, using his beast ghost eye. He says he finally found the big fish. The crown prince tells the chief to look up. After all, he was the one who sent him after the Mervinger, and he let jealousy blind him and made the mistake of underestimating his enemy. He says his own incompetence brought trouble on all of them. The chief quickly denies it and says the prince is worthy, but the prince brushes that aside. Everything so far was personal. Now their real priority is wiping out the hidden demons that remain. The chief lowers his head again and agrees. Then the prince asks if what he reported is true, that Viscount Garrot is one of the Grigori's lackeys. The chief says yes, it's confirmed they're demons, and everything tied to the totems points to them. If they want an edge in the succession war, they have to succeed in subduing the demons this time. The prince says no mistakes will be tolerated, and the chief answers, yes, your highness. Then the prince heads back to his carriage. The chief thinks his highness still hasn't forgotten his former fiancée, Miss Isabel. He was forced to choose politics over her for the sake of the throne, and that's probably why he came here in secret. He wanted to see for himself what kind of person Elric was, the man who saved Isabel. The chief figures that must have eased the prince a little, but instead of ending MC, they only made things worse. And since the prince is the one meant to lead the empire, they need to avoid getting tangled up with him Mervinger. In other words, they need to get rid of him. But the bat is still watching. Later, with the whole inspection agency gathered, the chief says this is demon territory, crawling with demons, and they need to search every corner. This is the Garrot territory, already under attack and burning. Nearby, Elric stands with his sister and Sean, dressed like the agency men. He says it's already started, so they should move too. The three of them hurry toward the chaos. The protagonist thinks sending a familiar after the agency was a smart move. He learned way more than expected. Finding out the prince was hiding among the agents was interesting enough, but discovering the demon's secret base too? That was like hitting the jackpot. Better yet, the agency and the Viscount's family can tear each other apart. Meanwhile, he plans to rob the place. While the demons and the agency are busy fighting, he'll grab the totem and disappear. Pulling on a mask like the agency members, he says his masters will open an escape route, and Elric adds that it's time to grab a little snack. Meanwhile, the Garrot territory is being bombarded from all sides. As they run, MC says it's only a matter of time before the whole agency reaches this spot, so they need to get into the mansion fast. Sean says he gets it, and they rush on. Elric realizes he has to break through the wall. He starts preparing a spell, forming several ice arrows, then fires them at the wall, blasting a huge hole through it. The Garat men are stunned that the wall got broken and assume it must be the inspection agency. But Elric keeps firing arrow after arrow, forcing the men to look his way as the shots slam into them. They don't die right away, but at that same moment, a huge demon is unleashed there. Elric thinks his teachers will protect the innocent. When the demon charges at him, he tells Sean to go wild and kill everything in their way. Sean starts with his cutting wind, ripping two demons apart at once, but then a whole swarm of gargoyle-like demons comes at them. Hayes says all they have to do is smash them all, and she immediately starts hammering through the demons. Sean is left completely shocked by how insanely strong she is. Hayes tells Elric to leave this part to her and Sean, because he needs to hurry somewhere else. So he takes off running while the demons try to stop him. Elsewhere, inside a huge vault, the demons are guarding a massive Azazel totem. One demon thinks even the agency hasn't found this place yet. As long as everyone stays busy outside, they can move the sacred relics out through the mansion's secret passage. Then suddenly, something starts breaking through the ceiling. The demon notices too late because Elric drops in and crushes him with a chunk of the ceiling. The protagonist tells Mephistopheles he's not so bad after all. The demons tremble in fear, wondering how he found this place. MC tells Mephistopheles they've found a delicious feast of demonic energy. Meanwhile, somewhere else in that burning territory, someone slams a hand on the table in anger. He can't understand how the agency found the vault already, and his butler says he doesn't know, but they need to leave now. This is Viscount Garout, and he thinks only his most trusted allies knew about that place. So how was it found? He starts wondering if a spy exposed them. Right then, a huge explosion hits his location, and slowly moving closer is the investigation agency. The chief says he had been wondering who Garout really was. Now that he's seen his face, he knows he's the demon Kaya. The chief says Kaya always slipped away before, but this time they finally caught him. Kaya angrily fires back that the chief not only planted a spy on his estate, but also looted his vault. The chief truly has no idea what he means and asks what he's talking about. But Kaya gathers magic and tells the chief to stop playing dumb. He's sure the truth will come out once he cuts off his limbs and tortures him. The chief responds that, from this moment on, the execution of the traitor Kaya will begin in the name of the imperial family. Then the two rush each other, and the fight begins. A massive explosion tears through the Viscount's mansion. Meanwhile, Hayes and Sean wonder what's going on. Sean asks if Elric is causing trouble again. Right then, he shows up, throws open the door, and runs out. Laughing, he says, now's the time. Sean can't believe the protagonist is still laughing in a situation like this. Hayes starts spinning her hammer, charging up a devastating attack. Then she hurls it like a boomerang, smashing the pillars holding the building up. The demons rush out as the mansion starts collapsing. Elric says they need to head to his teacher now. They take off running, and his teachers are masked in disguise too, though Augustine's beard doesn't exactly help. Augustine jokes that not every day a student asks his teacher for something like this, while the Beast King asks who said mocking the agency while pretending to be heroes was fun. Augustine says all the residents were evacuated and asks what comes next. Elric says what else would it be? Time to get out, fast. And he says it while the whole area is blowing apart. The next morning, the investigation agency looks over the ruins. The chief thinks that lunatic Kaya really went all in with a suicidal move. He had no idea Kaya's accomplices were already out of the territory. He really was a rat. Then someone calls for the chief and says they found what he wanted. The chief thinks that even if things turned into a mess after the Zabar Mansion incident, his mission is still to find traces of the demons and present them to his highness. If that helps the prince claim the throne, the chief can rise even higher. And if he can find the fake evidence Elric left behind, tie him to this incident, and pin the blame on him, even better, it would be the end of the Mervinger family. But another investigator calls out again, saying he needs to see this. The vault is completely empty, and when the chief asks who cleared it out, the investigator says he has no idea. Then Patran remembers Kaya's words. Kaya had no idea about their ambush, but he did say they had planted a spy. Once that clicks, Patran thinks it actually makes sense. There must be a spy among the demons inside the inspection agency. Of course, that was completely wrong, and Elric already knew where his thoughts were going. He couldn't stop laughing. Augustine asks what's so funny, and MC says he's just imagining everyone's faces when they realize what happened. Augustine admits the agency really picked the wrong guy to mess with, just what he'd expect from his student. Then he notices Mephistopheles looks annoyed. Not getting why, he points out that he already let him absorb energy like he wanted. So why is a demon king being this petty? Wouldn't it be easier to just explain his seal? Then Elric starts remembering what really happened. He had grabbed a huge pile of stuff and was surprised by how much there was. While all the demons were frozen in place, the protagonist stole everything. Mephistopheles warned that if MC broke their deal this time, there would never be another one. He gathered all the items packed with demonic energy, then cast a spell to absorb it all at once. As Mephistopheles devoured that power, he said it had been a while since he'd tasted energy this good, especially since it came from Azazel. But then he realized the protagonist had taken it back and demanded to know why. The protagonist said it was their first deal, so there had to be an exchange. He wanted to know how to use Mephistopheles' seal, and promised that if he got that answer, he'd hand over the rest of the energy. That made Mephistopheles furious, and he was still mad about it now. Elric says it was just a fair trade, while Mephistopheles keeps calling him a worm. MC recalls the key words. To use the seal, he needs the right qualifications, and to gain those qualifications, he has to understand the seal. He figures that to understand the original sin, he first needs a seal of the same type, one level below it. The problem is that Mephistopheles has no idea who is beneath him, since he only cares about himself. Still, since the mark is a wolf, he decides to look for clues based on that. Then he senses demonic energy coming from the window. It is coming from someone below, near the carriage. Kaya was alive, and he had found Elric's carriage, saying he'd finally tracked down the thieves who robbed him. A little earlier, after blowing up the house, Kaya fled, and blamed that cursed inspection agency for everything. But he had no plan to give up. Even damaged, he took to the air with his wings. He could still sense the totem's strong smell from far away. Once he consumed that totem, he planned to strengthen his smell seal and tear those bastards apart. Back with the group, Augustin says it's surprising to see a demon walking around in broad daylight, and he looks furious at someone. Raisa says she'll check it out, but Augustin tells her she doesn't need to get involved. She asks what he means by that. Augustin says the host should greet the guest. Elric agrees. It was him who called Kaya here, and he still has a lot to take from that guy. Reese wonders if he means Kaya's seal, but the protagonist says turning down a meal that's already prepared would be plain rude. Kaya notices it's a noble carriage with no guards around. He can't believe people like this were the ones who robbed him, and he vows to take the totem back. Elric walks up and says he was wondering if Kaya would really come, but he did. Then he asks if he's here because of the totem. Kaya demands to know who the hell he is. MC pulls off the mask and goes, "Ta-da!" Kaya thinks the mask looks terribly made. Then rage hits him. He tricked them. He lunges straight at Elric, yelling that he'll shred him to pieces. Mephistopheles asks if the protagonist is really sure about provoking a demon like this. Even with one arm gone, he's still a demon with a powerful seal. Right after that, Kaya charges in full of rage. MC barely dodges. He thinks this is perfect. It'll let him test how strong he's become. As he keeps evading, he declares that he's decided to wipe out every demon. Then he pours a lot of magic into his seals. He summons a massive ice spell, this time mixed with another kind of magic. It was his piercing magic. As the projectiles fly toward Kaya, he blocks by slicing everyone apart with his claws, then asks if Elric really thinks a spell like that can stop him. He mocks him for daring to get this close, and says it's over for him now. But the protagonist answers with a punch. With magic packed into it, the blow triggers a huge explosion. Sent flying back, Kaya wonders how a mage can be this strong in close combat. Coming through the smoke, Elric realizes this could get dangerous, because the poison in Kaya's demonic energy is seeping into his skin. MC wonders if that's the power of Kaya's seal. For now, he decides to freeze his hand, but he knows it's only temporary. He has to avoid getting poisoned again. Kaya says freezing his arm to stop the poison from spreading is a cheap trick. Then he decides to change tactics, uses his seal, and says, "How about this?" He asks Elric if freezing himself will help against poisonous wind, then starts beating his wings and spreading toxic mist across the battlefield. He knows that's bad. The poison is getting into his body, and he can't just freeze all of it. But there is one more thing he can do. He uses freezing magic, vibration magic, and speed magic to send the poison wind right back at Kaya. The swirling ice storm drives the toxic wind back toward Kaya, who says his own magic can't hurt him. But when he looks around, he realizes Elric is gone. The protagonist is already behind him, ready to consume him with the seal of violence. Before that, he traps Kaya in place, leaving him shocked and unsure what to do. Elric says it would be no fun to kill Kaya right away. He thinks it's been a while since he used this, and then presses a hand to Kaya's chest and unleashes the Ice Mountain King's secret art. A massive blade pierces straight through Kaya's chest. Weak and nearly dead, Kaya drops to his knees and wonders how a human can use the Mountain King's power. MC just places a hand on Kaya's head and tells him he doesn't need to know. Then he starts draining all the energy inside Kaya. Kaya drops dead. Mephistopheles remembers Elric's words, "Exterminate all demons." Since he said that in front of a demon king, the two of them have no choice but to work together for now, but someday they're bound to become enemies and fight. Mephistopheles says that's perfect, because he feels the same way. But once the absorption ends, Elric feels a sharp pain in his chest and starts coughing up blood. Race and Augustin rush to help him, and the protagonist realizes too much poison has built up in his body. Luckily, Augustin heals him and asks if he's okay. MC says he will be, then asks if all demons have always been this strong. Augustin says yes, that's the whole point. He tells him that if those demons had been in better condition, he would have lost this fight. Elric insists he still would have won. Augustin lets out a small laugh, thinking the protagonist sure is confident. Still, he thinks MC might actually be right. If things had gotten worse, MC probably would have found some way to win no matter what. Even so, Augustin tells him not to let that arrogance go to his head. He needs to fix that attitude. But Elric asks why Augustin is making that face. He had been quietly getting all soft, thinking about how strong his student was. Meanwhile, later, back at the ruined mansion, one investigator asks another what Patron even wants them to find there, and the other says he has no clue. They say they're searching for Diaz, but there isn't a single trace around. Then suddenly, one investigator is pierced through by a hand. A demon kills him instantly and asks what happened here. Another investigator tries to fight back, but the demon grabs him by the face with ease and says his voice is really irritating. Then he says he'll see for himself what happened and uses assimilation magic. The man in his grip starts fading away, turning to dust. As he disappears, the demon's seal begins to glow. He realizes Kaya failed his mission. A third group, not the agency and not the demons, got involved, stole the vault, and left. He thinks this was a very unexpected discovery, and he never would have guessed the prince himself was involved. Speaking of him, back at the prince and the inspection agency, the prince tells them to remember the wounds they earned for the rest of their lives and reflect on their mistakes. Patron bows with his head to the floor, apologizes, and says he will remember that. The prince says the subjugation plan they spent years preparing has been completely ruined, then asks Patron what he plans to do now. Patron says that according to his report, Viscount Garrett was not Gregor's only follower. He adds that, luckily, the agents sent to other branches managed to gather information on the main camp. The prince says that means this mission was not a total failure. The chief agrees and says Viscount Garrett's plan only fell apart because of the fourth agency. The prince turns back and says it's fine. They just need to clean up the area and head to the meeting point. But the moment he turns around, he freezes in shock. It was an ambush. Demons had already surrounded them. The chief orders everyone to hold formation. Then the agency clashes with the demons, but the chief snaps at them all, saying they are fools and must protect the prince first. Everyone rushes toward his highness, but a huge wave of demonic power shoots straight at the chief, and he still manages to shield the prince. That attack came from the same demon as before, who mocks the chief as barely decent. Even so, the chief dodges the strike, and the demon pulls back. Then the demon smiles and points at the prince. He asks if that is the crown prince. The second he says that, all the gargoyles charge at the prince. The chief says he will hold the demons off, and the others must get the prince somewhere safe. Arthur Patron declares that he will personally execute the enemies who tried to kill the prince. The other demon says the fight can begin, adding that Patron looks very tasty. Patron charges in with his sword, while the demon attacks with its giant jaws. Explosions burst out everywhere. Meanwhile, the prince is escorted away as gargoyles keep trying to reach him. They want the prince's head because they will earn many seals if they kill him. The agents rush in, furious that the demons would dare insult the prince. But as one agent attacks, the demon kills him on the spot. Then it lunges at the prince, bragging that his death will earn it a seal. And just before the blow lands, someone asks who dares stand in the way of the emissary. A rain of magic suddenly tears through the gargoyles, and one by one, they are devoured by a magical lion. Then the banner of a blue lion appears. The demon fighting Patron says they are lucky. The blue lion has arrived. He orders all his soldiers to wipe out the demons. The blue lions do not hold back. They cut down demons one after another. The agents say they are finally safe. Of course, the prince keeps looking at his former fiancée, Isabel. A little later, after all the demons are dead, Patron says they cleared out everyone here with the Blue Lion's help, but the enemy leader still escaped. Even so, the prince thanks the Blue Lion, and the Blue Lion says he is glad the prince is safe. He would even escort him to the palace, but since the agency is here, he has another matter to handle. The prince says that is fine, of course, but then he asks where exactly he is going. The Blue Lion says he is looking for Elric Mervinger. The prince says he understands, but when he looks at Isabel, she blushes the moment she hears his name. So the prince simply turns away and says goodbye. He thinks once again about this Elric. Later, the carriage heads north until they reach the snowy land. They are now at the Great Wall. The protagonist says this is the biggest wall he has ever heard of. He also knows the Temple of Flowers is somewhere beyond it, but the guards stop the carriage. Carl asks if they are the border guards, but the guard simply apologizes and says they cannot pass. Elric gets out and asks if something happened beyond the wall to cause this, and the guard says yes. The monsters past the wall have grown furious lately. He adds that also, strange unexplained events have been happening, so every border guard is on full alert. Elric thinks he knew it. He had already felt a dark demonic energy beyond the wall. Even so, he still plans to go through. He asks Carl to hand over their permit to the guards. Carl takes the document, steps out of the carriage, and walks over to the guard. He hands over the permit, and the guard wonders what it is, but when he reads it, he is stunned. The Nerister family and the Mervinger family are in the same carriage. The guard apologizes, saying he did not know they belonged to such important families. Even so, he says no one is supposed to pass. Still, he will allow it because they are the Neristers and the Mervingers. He also tells them that if they are in danger, they should head to the tallest wooden post. Elric asks if rescue will come if they do that. The guard says no. They should go there because it will make their bodies easier to find. Then, later, one of the enraged creatures charges at Elric. It is a bizarre worm, shooting forward like a missile. But MC uses his fall magic, and an ice pillar skewers the worm. He says these cursed sandworms never seem to end. Then another suddenly appears behind him. He notices just in time and, with quick reflexes, jumps away. He thinks that after fighting that demon, he still cannot properly use what he gained. Elric realizes that if he gets more seals later, his mana may become the problem, and he might not be able to use all of them as well as he should. Then he kills the creature by forming ice crystals inside its body. It drops dead, its body full of holes. The protagonist thinks he needs to create a magic of his own. He wants to grow strong enough that no one will ever look down on him again. Then Sean asks if he is done yet, because it is freezing, and even mana is not helping him stay warm. Elric thinks this place should be hot, like a desert, which would explain the sandworms. But somehow, an icy wind brought all this snow. He suspects it may be tied to that demonic energy. This place is the Black Snowfield. The name Snowfield is only figurative. It is not because of snow. The land is poisoned and rotten, making it look like a field of black snow. That is where the name comes from. The area is also full of monsters, and even the Empire gave up trying to conquer it. It is forbidden land where not even 8th Circle mages are completely safe. Sean walks up to Elric, grabs his shoulder, and asks if the Temple of Flowers is really hidden in a ruined place like this. He says that in fairy tales, the Temple of Flowers is a peaceful garden where flower gods and humans live together. Then asks if this looks anything like that. But MC says the Temple of Flowers was real. He confirmed it in both his family's records and the Imperial records. Augustin asks if he knows the exact location, since old books alone would never be enough to find it. He says he plans to find the demi-humans who protect the temple, because they can lead him there. But Augustin points out that demi-humans hate humans. The protagonist says it will be fine. He will talk his way through it. Augustin says he has no idea what the protagonist is hiding, but he really wants to see it. He also asks how the protagonist plans to find demi-humans in a place this huge, and the protagonist admits he is still figuring that out too. Ryza asks if he at least has a sign or a map. They cannot just wander this field until they find someone. MC says no, and not even a compass would help much. Then Mephistopheles notices that his ice crystal is glowing and points it out. Elric pulls the small ice egg from his pocket, and it really is resonating with magic. He wonders why it started now, but then it slips from his hand and begins to float. It shines brightly, like a pillar of light. The protagonist finally realizes the crystal is trying to guide them the right way, so he says it looks like they found their map. After a while, they leave the wide field and enter a dense forest. Then Elric suddenly tells Carl to stop the carriage. Carl asks what is wrong, and MC says the crystal stopped glowing once they entered the forest, so they probably need to search here. Everyone gets out and starts looking. Sean says he cannot see or sense anything unusual. The Beast King searches with his eagle too, but says he still finds nothing. Elric keeps searching and grips the ice crystal tightly. Then he says they should move on with the carriage and keep looking once the crystal starts glowing again. But right then they hear a scream from deep in the forest. They glance at each other and immediately run toward it. As they race through the trees, Elric finally spots what is happening. He hides among the trees and sees what looks like a demi-human under attack. She is weak and already surrounded by those creatures. Mephistopheles points out that she is specifically a cat demi-human. Seeing how frail she is, the creatures rush her. She keeps crying out for help. Then Elric uses his ice whirlwind magic. The cat demi-human had already accepted death, but when she opens her eyes, she finds every creature frozen in midair. After that, Elric snaps his fingers. The frozen creatures start to crack, and in the end, they crumble into frozen dust. He brushes back his hair, introduces himself with full confidence, and says she must be shocked. Then he offers to help if she is hurt, and asks if she can stand on her own. But she gets angry and says she does not need help from a human. Then several demi-humans appear in the trees, surrounding the whole group. She says that if these foolish humans do not surrender now, they will all be killed. Then she starts counting to 3. As the seconds pass, Rice wonders what Elric is planning, so he just gives a smile and surrenders. That leaves everyone relieved. Mephistopheles shoots him a look and says Elric really does love his tricks. A little earlier, before they went to save that demi-human, the protagonist had already said it was obviously a trap, a classic one. He had also sensed several demi-human soldiers nearby, and Augustine asked what he planned to do next. MC said there was only one move: play along and let them lead the group straight to their home. So they end up getting close to the Beastmen anthropomorphic kingdom inside a carriage, posing as prisoners. They sit there quietly, and Augustine even falls asleep. Mephistopheles asks if Elric really has to commit this hard to the act, and he, fully chained up, says Mephistopheles is too clueless to appreciate his craft. According to him, that's what a perfect trick takes. As they're taken through the cage, the demi-humans insult and mock them. Elric says he expected that. The demi-humans truly hate humans, and Mephistopheles points out why. Humans stole their land and pushed them here. That kind of anger gets passed down. Hearing that, the protagonist looks a little sad. Then the carriage suddenly stops. The same demi-human from the trap introduces herself as Irina, a royal bodyguard of anthropomorphia. She warns them to behave if they value their lives. MC doesn't react at all, and Irina adds that the great king will question them himself. Later, the shackled group is taken to the king's hall. On the way, Mephistopheles says he must have a plan if he walked right into enemy territory. He answers that, of course he does. The beastmen won't turn him away. After all, he has a power they've wanted for centuries. It's the battle art of the old Tiger King, the former ruler of the beastmen, the art of the strengthened body. The protagonist explains that the Tiger tribe held the throne for generations, but now they're gone, so if the royal art appears again, it would be priceless. Mephistopheles says MC sounds awfully excited to sell it. Then Irina steps before the king and presents the prisoners. She says she brought in the criminals. The great king praises her for the job and asks why humans are in their land. Elric is stunned to realize the king is a tiger beastman. That should be impossible. He's even more surprised because the tiger king is just a little boy. The king declares they won't leave this place alive. Meanwhile, Rhizes is just thinking about how cute he is. Mephistopheles laughs at him and says his plan doesn't seem to be going so well, but he realizes there really is still a tiger descendant, just a very young one. He decides to try anyway, and if it fails, he'll escape. So the protagonist steps forward and asks if he really is the king. One of the beastmen gets furious, demanding how MC dares speak to the king like that. He tells the old man to stay out of it, which only makes him angrier, but the king himself orders the elder to stop and asks if he really wants to defy him. Then the old man goes silent, still fuming, while Elric gives a small laugh. The king asks if the protagonist has something specific to say. MC thinks he took him for a naive kid, but the boy clearly has tiger blood in him. That might make him easier to persuade than expected. So he asks the king if he knows the art of the strengthened body. The king hesitates, and Elric follows with a bigger question. If he were selling it, what would the king pay? The beastmen explode in anger, calling him shameless for speaking about that art as if he truly knows it. The king tells everyone to calm down, but he says they're all way too loud and easily breaks his chains. The guards jump in front of the king, shouting that the criminal has freed himself, and soon the whole group is surrounded. Then everyone starts removing their own shackles, and Augustine asks the protagonist if he needs help. The protagonist says no, he'll handle them himself. He needs to show what he can do, so the guards rush him at once. Hayes says she'll kill MC if he so much as touches that cute little tiger. Sean knew something was up because MC had been way too quiet, and the Beast King is loving the chaos. The first guard charges at the protagonist with his claws, but Elric bursts forward at incredible speed. The attacker never saw it coming, and he uses the art of the strengthened body. Fierce tiger charge. That strike cuts the demi-human down completely. The others stare in shock, asking how he knows that technique. The king orders the demi-humans to take their beast forms and stop the protagonist. At once, they transform into full animal shapes with no human traits left. The ones in front look like werewolves, and lunge at Elric, certain he's finished. Instead, he uses the art of the strengthened body. Tiger slash, hitting all three at once and dropping them with ease. Another guard starts shaking in fear when MC uses Black Tiger Hunt and beats the demi-human down brutally. Irina is stunned by all of this, but she still charges Elric. Just as her blade is about to touch his neck, the king orders her to stop. The king rises, and Elric says it looks like he's shown his real skill. Then he asks the king if he believes him now. The whole throne room goes silent. The king asks how he knows that technique when even the demi-humans do not. Then electricity starts running through everyone in the hall. The protagonist says he can use the art because of magic. The king is confused by that, but Elric explains that magic lives in every truth of the world. It reveals nature's secrets and brings its rules together in harmony. The king asks if that means the art of the strengthened body was restored through magic, and MC says exactly. While saying it, he puts on a light show for the king, who looks deeply impressed, and Mephistopheles mutters that it's all nonsense, and he is lying again. He says it worked, because somehow the tiger tribe is familiar with magic. He knew that if he presented it in a flashy, mysterious way, they'd fall for it. Then he says it wasn't only the king who bought it, and Mephistopheles replies that the demi-humans are way too gullible. The protagonist says that's exactly why they're so easy to fool, and now it's time to finish this perfectly. So MC bows to the Tiger King and says the art of the strengthened body is a treasured secret of the royal family. Even if he reached it through magic, its true brilliance belongs in the hands of its rightful owner. The king smiles sweetly and even perks up his ears. He adds that he also wants to build a bond with the royal family of the demi-humans, but another beastman cuts in, saying that's enough. He's older, and he bluntly says Elric just wants to sell the art of the strengthened body for a huge price. This is the finance minister of Anthropomorphia. The protagonist thinks he can't believe the old man saw through his real goals so easily. Still, MC admits he's right. He came for information. He says he wants to know the road to the Temple of Flowers. The beastmen wonder why a human would want to go there, but the minister shuts them down and says he already understands the deal Elric wants to make. Still, they need to discuss it more carefully, so he dismisses everyone and tells Irina to escort the group to the adjoining palace. He thinks the deal would have been done already, if not for that old man. But Mephistopheles has been studying him closely, and from that look alone, he figures out the minister is a demon. So the king stays behind with the minister for a long discussion. One rabbit demi-human says this is the glory of the Tiger King, and a rat demi-human agrees. He says humans aren't their biggest problem anymore, the Furies are. If they gain more power, they can finally deal with them. Another demi-human agrees. The art of the strengthened body is a symbol that could unite the beastmen again after they split into many tribes. It could even become the reason the Furies stop attacking the kingdom. The king starts to say that if everyone thinks so, but the minister cuts him off and says no, they must not accept it. Of course, the others complain and say he doesn't understand anything, but the minister only glares at them, and they all fall silent in fear. He says he understands how important the art of the strengthened body is. Even so, the reason the beastmen ended up in this cursed land is because of humans. Have they forgotten? Humans lure others in with lies, then stab them in the back. He warns the Tiger King that if they accept this deal, they'll be in human hands again. Their history of suffering will repeat, and that's why they cannot make this bargain. That clearly gives the Tiger King a lot to think about. But when he's alone, someone tells him they can't let this chance slip away. At the same time, the king is looking at a statue of one of his ancestors. He says that ancestors' words were to rebuild the royal family, and if they want to fulfill the old king's final wish, they need the art of the strengthened body. The other demi-human then says they should summon the humans. The king says they cannot do that because Noros opposed it, and he is sure there is a good reason. Still, the beastman argues that even though Finance Minister Noros is known as the Black Sage for ruling wisely, he is old now and can still make mistakes. The king warns him to watch his mouth. Noros has devoted his whole life to the kingdom since the days of the former king, and he will not question the minister's judgment. The beastman quickly apologizes. Then he leaves, letting the king stay by himself. Alone, the king thinks about how much he trusts Noros' judgment. Meanwhile, at the palace next to Anthropomorphia, Carl brings someone into the room where Elric is waiting. The protagonist smirks and says they have quite a guest, the finance minister, Noros. Noros says he came to make a deal. MC welcomes that and tells him to sit. Then Elric asks if they decided to accept his offer, and how Noros plans to pay. Noros answers. He will give him exactly what he wants, a way to reach the Temple of Flowers. The protagonist says they are as generous as he expected. But Noros adds one condition. MC must sell the body-strengthening art only to him, not to the king. Sometime later, with his face on the table, the protagonist grumbles that no one else is coming. He wonders if everyone thinks getting the body-strengthening art alone is enough to take the kingdom. Every minister and officer gave him the same pitch as Noros. Augustine points out that the Tiger King's bloodline has been fading for a long time, then asks who he plans to sell to. The protagonist says Noros has made the best offer so far. Still, with so many buyers after the body-strengthening art, the price has gone way up. Then he asks what the royal family plans to do. Already aware that the Tiger King is there watching him, maybe he wants a deal too. Mephistopheles says this Tiger King has really hit rock bottom. If those people were his vassals, he would have cut off their heads already. The king can only wonder why Noros betrayed him like this. Elric says he warned him, didn't he? The king was bound to see something interesting. Hayes tells MC he should go talk to him, since he is obviously upset. He shuts that down. Politics is not a game, and comforting him will not fix anything. He says a throne means nothing without people to support it. No matter how grand it looks, it will only be looked down on. Hayes notices something new in Elric. People once called his family a noble magical house, but later they fell into something far worse. She says that the moment they lost their power, their vassals, the nobles, the imperial family, even the magic tower, abandoned the Mervinger family. Now those same people call him the hero of Lecent and the Grand Duke of the Shining Star. After becoming who he is now, the ones who mocked him and called him the family's shame changed their attitude completely. In the end, power rules the world. So Elric says the Tiger King needs to sharpen his claws and do it in secret, so when the time comes, he can use them to take back the kingdom. Then the protagonist says he will help him do that. That deeply moves the Tiger King. MC asks Mephistopheles how it is going, and Mephistopheles says it worked this time. The Tiger King looks ready to sell his soul to MC. Elric says that has to happen if he wants to gain even more. Mephistopheles says he knows he wants to push the Tiger King to fight. Whether others help or not, he is the only one who can fix his own mess. No one knows if he can ever be as great as his predecessor. But the Tiger King asks the protagonist if he knows Tiger King Yu. MC replies that he does. Isn't that the strongest Tiger King, the one who brought the beastmen to their peak? The king says yes. Then he offers the fortune left behind by that ruler, along with any research materials related to the body-strengthening art. But the gate to the Temple of Flowers was sealed by the Eastern General, so they will need him to open it. The king says he will personally guide Elric there. In return, he wants the body-strengthening art. Without hesitation, he shakes his hand and says the deal is done. Then they stand and start working out the details. As they walk, the Tiger King wonders if he really made the right choice. Still, he refuses to doubt himself. He is the king, and as Elric said, he has to sharpen his claws. Then, out of nowhere, he stumbles. Ryza catches him. He thanks her and says he just tripped over his own foot, but Race pulls him into a tight hug. He protests, telling her to show some respect. He may be young, but he is still the king. Race tells him that if he wants to cry, he should cry. Holding everything in is not healthy. He should laugh when he wants and cry when he needs to. Hearing that reminds him of his mother, so the Tiger King gets emotional and finally breaks down, letting out everything he had been bottling up. Elric jokes that he looked like a king until now, but at this point he is just a crying baby. Smiling, Mephistopheles adds that he really cannot handle the weight of the crown very well. In the next moment they are discussing the deal again, but the protagonist asks if what Ryza is doing is really necessary, because the Tiger King is sitting in her lap while she babies him. MC says that if his guess is right, they need to leave for the temple now. If they waste time here, Noros or the other officials will act first. They need to gather the royal bodyguards and get out of the palace fast. But the king says the royal guards cannot be trusted, especially Irina. She is Norris's adopted daughter, and he made her a guard just to watch the king. Elric says that does not mean Norris knows he is here. The king says no, he slipped out in secret. But by now they have probably noticed. Just then, Sean throws the doors open and says beastmen are gathering outside the adjacent palace. He realizes sneaking out will not be easy. But then he stops and thinks, wait, do they really need to sneak out at all? With the people he has now and the power on his side, they might be able to walk right out the front door. Elric starts putting together a plan and tells everyone to get ready. But just as he is about to speak, a huge sound echoes everywhere. The king says it is the emergency signal. It looks like the Fury tribe is invading the kingdom. Elric recalls that the Fury tribe is the one fighting Anthropomorphia. If they are here, they will definitely try to stop King Valence from leaving Anthropomorphia. Things look bad, because fires and explosions are breaking out all around them, and the protagonist thinks this could not have happened at a worse time. Then the king spots enemies rushing toward them. MC orders everyone to prepare for battle, but then he hears a familiar voice. He tells everyone to stop, and when the group gets closer, they realize it is the Blue Lion and his daughter Isabel. Elric wonders what both Isabel and the Blue Lion are doing here. After sizing the Blue Lion up, Mephistopheles turns to him and asks what kind of monster just walked in. The protagonist bows and says it is an honor to meet Herman Weil, the Blue Lion. Herman says he is just a simple warrior who happened to receive the title of Count. He tells Elric there is no need to be so formal, Bright Star Duke, and they head inside to get safe first. MC asks how they knew he would be here, and the Blue Lion says he wanted to thank the man who saved his daughter and cured his illness too. So he went to the capital, only to learn he had already left. The protagonist feels a little guilty for leaving without telling anyone, which made them miss each other. But the Blue Lion says it was not Elric's fault. He should have sent a letter too. He wanted it to be a surprise, so he gave no notice. That part is on him. Then he says he is seeing a lot of familiar faces here. He says he did not expect the Grey Lion's hound to be here, and Hayes snaps that she has said 1,000 times she is not a dog. MC asks if Herman knows his sister, and the Blue Lion asks if she is his blood sister. Well, that is interesting. Herman says he has a friend who is bad news, and he has seen her with that man before. He never expected she was a Mervinger. He also says it is rare to see the mad old man of Nerister wandering around like this. Augustine gets annoyed by the nickname and says he is sure he told him not to call him that. The Blue Lion fires back, asking what is wrong with calling him the mad old man when that is exactly what he is. The two step up close and start squaring off. Elric thinks they are about to start fighting, but then they suddenly shake hands, and the Blue Lion says every member of this group is impressive. A top figure from the traitor group, a beast man. Elric quickly tells everyone to calm down. Herman thinks that only makes him want him by his side even more. People who draw in talent are the ones who rise high. He also thinks ignoring the prince he hates and coming here was absolutely the right choice. But the protagonist asks how they ended up here. Isabel says they heard the group cross the wall, so they followed. The same. A wall guard said he saw MC being dragged into the forest, so they came to help. She adds that her people are causing a distraction to keep the beastmen busy. If they want to escape, this is their only chance. That makes Elric realize the chaos was not caused by the Furies, so he says that to the king. Then he kneels and asks if this is truly what the king wants. Does he really want to leave? The king says yes, but if he abandons his ruler during a crisis, his vassals will call him a traitor, and the city will fall into even more confusion. He puts a hand on his shoulder and tells him not to worry. He already knows the perfect way around that. Meanwhile, back in the kingdom, Irina heads out through the city gates. One of the guards asks if she should not stay behind and protect the city. Irina says no. A royal guard's duty is to protect the king, and their king is with those humans right now. Once the king is safe, they will kill every human. As they move out, people start shouting that the humans are escaping. The first one to stop them is Irina, and she demands to know where this trash is hiding the king. Sean just answers with a casual, "Who knows?" That sends Irina into a rage, and she orders all the guards to switch to their beast forms. They do it at once. She presses her sword to Sean's throat and warns that she does not know what trick they are trying to pull. But if they do not bring back the king right now, before she can finish, the king orders everyone to stop. He is being carried by Elric, who warns that if anyone makes one wrong move, the king dies. Everyone panics and starts yelling at him to let the king go. But the king quietly asks the protagonist if this will really work, and he says it will. Now that everyone can see a human with the body reinforcement art is taking the king hostage, no one will dare act recklessly. Then MC starts using magic. He summons Shu, the seal of violence, and says the king leaves here alive only if they move aside. Irina is furious, but Noros whispers something in her ear, and she calms down. After that, everyone clears a path. The humans slowly walk through the beastmen. Irina says they got what they wanted, so now they have to release the king. Elric gives a small laugh and jumps high, saying of course he will not trust them. He will release the king only after they are outside the city. Then he takes off, almost flying away. The whole kingdom erupts in panic. At the same time, Anthropomorphia is in chaos, with fires spreading and the Blue Lion's humans keeping everyone distracted. Elric is still carrying the king when he asks if the king wants to go back. The king says no, he was the one who said he wanted to leave, and he still plans to open the way to the Temple of Flowers. But he asks again, does he want to return or leave? The king admits the palace makes him feel trapped, but the people are different. They trust him and cheer for him. If he leaves them behind, the city will sink into chaos, especially if an invasion happens. Then Mephistopheles cuts in and says they do not have time for a chat. Elric asks what he sees, and when he looks over, he spots a massive tornado of black sand. Tiger says that is very bad, because it belongs to the Eastern General. The protagonist realizes this is the great disaster that wiped out the entire North. If it catches him, nothing will be left. But Mephistopheles says that is not the only problem. Some unwanted guests came with the storm. Elric wonders what he means, then stares in shock when he sees it too. An army is marching behind the tornado. Their banner bears the nine-tailed fox. That means it is the tribe of the Furies. They are old rivals of Anthropomorphia, led by the Tiger King himself, a beastman alliance that turned against the Tiger King's family after losing the body reinforcement art. Even though the Furies want to rule Anthropomorphia, their fights had stayed small until now. They had never started a real war. The king asks what the Furies are doing here. Elric says a traitor must have told them about the body reinforcement art, though the king clearly does not want to believe that. MC presses the point. If not, why invade Anthropomorphia out of nowhere and from the exact side where he was? They came straight for the one person who has the body reinforcement art. That thought leaves the king even more downcast. A traitor in the palace is the last thing he wanted to hear. Then he suddenly lifts the king up. Startled, the king asks what he is doing, but he asks again, does he want to go back to the city or leave it behind? The king thinks hard, remembers his people, and says he will return to protect them. Elric says he knew that would be his answer. Still, the king calls himself weak. He says he has nothing to offer and cannot keep asking others for help. The protagonist answers by headbutting him and tells his highness that friends do not care about stuff like that. The king quietly repeats, friends? Elric says all he has to do is ask. If he does, his friends will help. He looks to Sean for backup, and Sean says MC is not wrong. With a shy little look, the king asks him if he can be his friend too. The protagonist tells him friendship is simple. Sometimes people become friends just because they enjoy being together. The king gives a real, honest smile. Elric says that if his friend is in trouble, there is no way he can ignore it. Then he tells Sean to inform everyone that the plan has changed. As the Furies draw closer, Malty leads from the front, captain of the Fierce Beast Squad. They are already very close to Anthropomorphia. Hugo, his second-in-command, asks Malty if the body reinforcement art is really there. Malty fires back, asking if he doubts it, just because a human is using it. Hugo says yes. It is hard to believe an inferior race could have a technique like that. Malty says that even if the report is false, they can still use this chaos to invade the kingdom. Hugo agrees, and Malty adds that if the rumor is true, they cannot let the Tiger King's bloodline, the one that lost the will of the heavens, take hold of the body reinforcement art again. As the army keeps moving out, the Fury King says that if not for that mage with golden hair and green eyes who blocked his way 40 years ago, he would have conquered this kingdom long ago. But now, if he gets the body reinforcement art, he can restore his tail. And once he regains it, no one will be able to stop him. So he orders the army to seize the body reinforcement art and restore the Fury's honor. Then, he says, this world will kneel before them. Remembering that, the captain says the one who inherited the will of the heavens is their own king, the Bloody Wolf. They guard the blessings of the tail their king gave them. Then the captain orders every beast to tear off the Tiger King's head for King Bloody Wolf. They will drink their enemy's blood. But right then, the Mervinger seal activates, using the spell Freeze, and a huge wall rises in front of the army. Chunks of ice and snow start slamming into them, and the captain yells for the mounted troops to stop. But they do not see the wall in time, so they crash into each other and pile up in a mess. The captain stares around, wondering what the hell just happened. Elric says there are a lot of beasts. Sean asks why the three of them are the only ones fighting. But Reza says this looks fun to her. So just those three stand against the huge Fury army. Meanwhile, at Anthropomorphia's main gate, Elric's teachers are there, and the Beast King asks if they really plan to stay out of it. Augustin says the enemy force is not that big, and besides, MC asks them not to interfere. The king should not worry so much. As teachers, they want to watch how their student handles this, and they plan to enjoy it. Out on the field, the Furies wonder what happened. Did the power of the heavens abandon them? The assistant tells everyone to get up. The heavens did not abandon anyone. It was just a human using magic. One beast says he heard there is a human mage inside Anthropomorphia. They can barely believe the kingdom joined hands with such disgusting humans. The assistant agrees. Those humans are enemies now, and they have to kill them first, then finish off Anthropomorphia. After a war cry, the whole army gets ready again, but the captain keeps thinking about that mage with golden hair and green eyes. He met someone like that before, and he has never forgotten that bastard's face from 40 years ago, the monster of a human who wiped them all out by himself. Still, he tells himself Elric is different from that man, unless this is no coincidence, and he came back just to mock them. Either way, he orders his assistant to bring him that human's head. The first to attack are the demonic birds. A whole flock dives straight at Elric, and Hugo orders them to fire their iron feathers at him. As they rush in, a violent gust erupts. It blows every feather away and sends them back through the birds, piercing them with their own attack. As the birds drop one after another, the others are stunned by that magic. But Elric says it was not his spell, it was Sean's. Sean says he may not be as good as a Mervinger, but he is still a son of the Norester family. Mephistopheles admits he had been thinking Sean was useless until now, and he points out there is a reason Sean's family is the strongest in the magic tower. Their main element is wind, so birds are easy targets for him. Sean says he is going to let out some anger today, then asks the birds if they know the misery of being an assistant. With that, he wipes out the poor birds in a single powerful blast of wind. Sean's wind tears through the flock, and the birds scream as they fall. One tries to get away, but Sean cuts it down with a sharp gust. Then one of the beastmen hurls a hammer straight at Sean, and he barely dodges it. That attacker was part of a special fury unit too. They were demonic bulls, and they laughed that a little breeze would never stop them, so they charge in, but someone was already on them. It was Hayes. She jokes that this is her first time seeing a cow with a hammer. Then she says the fun starts now. One bull snaps back, asking how some weak human dares talk to him, and gets a hammer to the face before he can finish. The hit sends him flying, and he crashes down dead on the spot. The others are left completely stunned. Hayes lets out a little laugh and says she did not even mean to hit that hard. Then every bull rushes her to avenge their captain, but she slips past every attack and smashes them one by one, driving them into the ground. Meanwhile, Elric and Mephistopheles just watch her enjoy herself while she wipes out the bulls. Mephistopheles says he finally understands why people are scared of her. But then, suddenly, one of the Furies, a wolf, attacks the ice wall to break it. At last, they break through. Elric says it is about time. He has been itching to kill someone, and now he will wipe them all out. The Furies mock them, saying there are only 3 of them, and they will get crushed. But the protagonist unleashes his ice whirlwind, and the Furies cannot see or move forward through the storm. Then MC rises into the air and casts a rain of ice, sending huge spikes down onto the wolves. Elric notices there are still a lot left, so he decides to show off the spell he spent so long creating. He combines the seals of cruelty and ferocity, then wraps himself in Dragonheart mana. Anything he touches will freeze and be crushed too. The front line raises their shields to defend themselves, but Elric shoots forward like a bullet, and using the strong body art Fierce Tiger Charge, smashes through their defense and freezes everyone in his path. He says this spell he made is seriously amazing. Then, at last, a worthy opponent shows up. Violence warns Elric that this one is dangerous, and the protagonist can tell the man's aura is huge. He is definitely at the 4th circle of martial arts. The captain says this is getting interesting. Then he asks if MC is the one behind this mess, and Elric realizes this fight will not be easy. As much as he hates leaving his catch behind, he cannot waste any more time here. But the captain attacks first, and he sees right away how fast he is. The protagonist charges too, thinking he can still block it. His hand clashes with the captain's sword, and the 2 strikes meet evenly. Elric jumps back and admits the captain's speed and strength are both incredible. Still, the captain's sword cracks from that exchange, and he says they really cannot leave Elric alone, not for a second. Then an aura begins spreading across the area, and MC knows that is bad, because flying out of here just got a lot harder. So the captain orders Hugo to lead the army to Anthropomorphia. He wants his head before joining them himself. Everyone gets ready, Hugo gives the order, and the army rushes past Elric. The protagonist thinks that damn bear just made things harder, and Mephistopheles reminds him he underestimated the beastmen. There was a time even demons would not mess with them. Now the fight is down to MC and the Fury captain alone. He says that even if their race is weakened, some monsters are still left. No wonder Anthropomorphia built so many defenses against the Furies. The captain says now it is finally just the 2 of them. Elric knows he has to bring this guy down fast, no matter what it takes, but a blue lion appears behind him. The protagonist notices and smiles. The captain says that to erase the shame from 40 years ago, he trained again and again, and even if MC is not that same blonde mage, he will still ease his grief by cutting him to pieces. Elric says that is too bad, because he should have trained at least 10 more years. That only makes the captain angrier, and when he launches his attack, someone else blocks it. The blue lion steps in, and the captain demands to know who he is. He introduces himself as Herman Veal, the blue lion of the Empire. Herman says he will handle this one, and tells Elric to move on. He thanks him and runs toward Anthropomorphia. The bear stares at him. A lion? Then scoffs, asking if a mere lion really thinks he can beat a bear. Herman answers that they are about to find out. Meanwhile, Elric keeps heading for Anthropomorphia. A huge explosion erupts on the battlefield, and the protagonist figures that even if the blue lion is not back to full strength, losing this fight would still be hard for him. He also wonders whether Hayes and Sean are okay. A quick look tells him they are doing just fine, and he thinks they work perfectly together in battle. Still, they cannot stop every beastman alone, which is why he wanted the 3 of them fighting together. Then more help arrives in the fight. The Knights of the Blue Lion. Elric has heard they are elite fighters, and one of them is so obsessed with battle that he enjoys killing beastmen. That man loves fighting and takes real pleasure in slaughtering them. He calls MC nephew and says they will handle things here, while another promises that not even an ant will get through. Elric is confused about the nephew part, since they are Isabel's uncles and are already treating him like family. With the knights covering this side, he knows he has to handle the rest, but the rest is not a small problem at all, and he wonders how they got this far. Anthropomorphia looks strangely empty, and the protagonist asks what is going on. Why does he not see any guards fighting? Inside Anthropomorphia's rule hall, people are arguing. One says they need a defense plan right now. Another argues they cannot stop the Furies even at full strength. Someone else asks if they are really going to just sit there and watch. Then a rat pushes forward and says they should surrender, but the others demand to know what he is talking about. He insists there is nothing else they can do, and says he has another idea. Another voice fires back that of course there is. They should risk their lives to protect the city. But a rabbit agrees with surrender. He does not want to die like this either. Someone asks if they have all gone mad, and wants to know if they plan to put the people in danger. Meanwhile, his demonic seal starts reacting to all of this. Then he suddenly orders everyone to stop. He says he heard every opinion, and that the minister, the little rat, is right. The one loyal to the people is completely shocked, and Noros tells everyone who agrees with him to follow. That only leaves the others staring in disbelief, asking what the prime minister is doing. But Noros summons his shadow squad, and they call him a filthy traitor for abandoning his own country. Using his demonic power, Noros forces others to side with him, then orders them to kill the dissenters. Meanwhile, the Fury army is getting very close to Anthropomorphia. Elric creates another ice barrier, but this time it is not just a wall, it is a whole arena. This time the army manages to stop in time, and MC says he is impressed nobody trampled each other for once. He says that while stepping down from the ice arena, and the moment he lands, he sends 5 enemies flying. Naturally, everyone is terrified of him. Elric says he is a little disappointed that Bear did not let him have enough fun, so now he is here to enjoy himself. They wonder how this human is here if he defeated their captain. But a goat Fury says no, he did not beat the captain, he probably just ran like a coward. This is Barazen, and he orders all the soldiers to kill the protagonist. But Elric uses the strengthened body art again and tears into them with the Tiger King Claw. MC says the tiger's energy seems to fill them with fear, and Mephistopheles says that is only natural after ruling for so long. But then he asks how he plans to handle such a huge number of beastmen. The protagonist says the strengthened body art is useful, but against this many enemies, he uses the spell Brutal Freezing, which freezes them where they stand and breaks their bodies into dust. He says a crowd like this needs a wide attack, but he keeps moving closer. Only a few are left now, and they are terrified. Even so, Elric says it is better to finish with his fists. Meanwhile, in the Blue Lion's fight with the captain, the bear captain is actually struggling. Herman says he only recently started recovering, so his body still is not moving the way he wants, and the captain asks if that is supposed to fool him. Herman says no, he got sick while trying to reach the next level. Then he says that, thanks to his son-in-law, thanks to that young man, he got his life back, and now he wants to show the captain the results of his awakening. The captain of the Great Fury tribe never runs from a fight, so the two clash head-on. Herman tells him to watch out for the lion's claws, and the bear scoffs as if those claws could ever hurt him. Then lion and bear collide, and the force of their blows alone makes everything crack and shake, but Blue Lion came out on top. He calls it a great fight. The bear admits humans are truly amazing. Then he looks up and apologizes to the Blood Wolf King. He says he hopes the king's great plan still comes true. But when Blue Lion realizes what's happening, it's already too late. The captain had a flare ready, and Herman can't stop him. The signal shoots up and lights the sky. Blue Lion instantly knows they were too late, and even Elric, out on the frozen battlefield, spots it and wonders what that firework means. At once, the soldiers understand it means their captain is dead, and this was his final order. That drives them into a rage, desperate to finish their mission for the Blood Wolf King. Elric has no idea why they suddenly changed like this. Now they're even more fired up than before, with red eyes and no fear. He strikes them with piercing magic, and even though some die right away, the others keep charging without slowing down. The bigger ones get trapped by closing ice walls that crush and crack around them. Then the ice barrier starts collapsing, and they all rush toward Anthropomorphia. They scream that they'll destroy the whole city. Bizarra says the Fury traders inside should have already sent their signal, since Anthropomorphia's officers had chosen to follow the Fury tribe's wishes. To him, the outcome was already set. Then he spots a flag and takes it as a sign of victory. But he's wrong. It isn't a flag, it's hanging heads, and Bizarra is stunned, thinking this can't be real. Everyone is shocked when they arrive, and up above, Noros declares that every coward has been executed. He orders the Tiger King's warriors not to let a single Fury trader step into these lands. A storm of arrows rains down, and the enemy realizes too late. They start dropping one after another. Meanwhile, Elric watches it all when someone calls out to him. It's the king, asking what the hell is going on and why Noros is helping them. MC says it's because they made a deal. A little earlier, in Anthropomorphia's second palace, Noros had asked Elric to sell him the body-strengthening art. He thinks even the Prime Minister got dragged into this, but Noros says that before they talk business, he needs to show him something, and asks him to come along. The protagonist already knew the Tiger King had been watching the whole time, but says that's fine. So they head over to a statue, the statue of the previous Tiger King. Elric asks if Noros just wanted to show him that, but Noros says this palace is full of hyenas. He begs MC to protect the king from those filthy hyenas, pleading from the heart. He asks Mephistopheles why Noros is acting like this after almost betraying the king, but Mephistopheles says he has no clue. Then Noros says he'll pay any price and hand over every resource he has for the secret technique of the strong body art. Elric asks if there are other secret techniques left. Noros says yes, though only part of them survived because so much was lost in war. The protagonist realizes his body-strengthening art is still incomplete, and if he gets that hidden technique he might finally finish it. So MC asks why Noros trusts him at all when he's a human hated by demi-humans. Noros simply says he looks just like his grandfather, the same emerald eyes, the same golden hair, and Noros says that when people saw those eyes, they called them precious eyes. Then Noros opens a secret passage inside the statue, revealing huge doors as he says those green eyes bring light and brilliance to the world. Elric realizes there's a hidden space behind the wall, but the sight still leaves him completely stunned. Noros says this is the kind of man the protagonist's grandfather was, a huge stained glass image of the protagonist's grandfather, a Mervinger. And when the sunlight hits it, the whole thing glows with bright colors, just the way Mervinger would have wanted. Noros says he wore the same pendant Elric now has around his neck. He came alone and helped all of them without asking for anything back. Without MC's grandfather, the Tiger King's family and this city would have vanished long ago. And when they asked why he helped, do you know what he said? He simply said it was because they were friends. When the demi-humans asked why, he answered that the Mervinger family had always been friends of the Beastmen, and Noros says he seemed to know that already. He answers that not really, he only read bits of it in old records and books. Noros says that's right. It happened over 300 years ago, and everyone was shocked that he came as a friend to help them. Then he remembers the words that stayed with him for the rest of his life. Back then, the Furies were marching on Anthropomorphia just like they are today, a massive army. All Elric's grandfather said was that he was sorry for arriving so late. Noros thinks that moment made him remember the protagonist's grandfather for the rest of his life. So he says someone who looks like Elric is impossible to mistake, a true Mervinger. And Noros says he knew about the troubles the Mervinger family suffered in recent years, but by the time he learned the truth, it was already too late. He also apologizes for not being there to support the Mervinger family back then, but MC places a hand on Noros' shoulder and says, the Beastmen aren't doing much better, so he understands. Noros says it's shameless to ask him for help again, the help of a Mervinger descendant, but he begs him once more. Elric tells the Tiger King that this was the deal. While Noros dealt with the traitors in Anthropomorphia, the protagonist would protect the king. The fact that Noros is still standing there proves it, and the young Tiger King gets emotional hearing that. Then Sean suddenly comes running in to report that the Eastern General changed course. Still emotional? The Tiger King says that's great news. Elric then says it's time to end this war. So he tears through the battlefield, blowing everything apart in his path and driving the remaining Furies out of Anthropomorphia's territory. MC and Noros fight side by side. MC says Noros is pretty skilled, and Noros answers that he may be old, but a wolf's fangs never lose their aim. Then Irina suddenly appears with the king. Both of them bow to the king as he walks between them and heads back into Anthropomorphia. Then he raises his fist to the people and declares that they won the war. The whole crowd celebrates with their king. The king turns back to Elric, holds out his hand, and says he wants to thank him, not as a king, but as a friend. And later, in the castle of the kingdom of Anthropomorphia, the king is back on his throne, with everyone gathered once more. He's crying again, apologizing to Noros for not trusting him, but Noros says it's fine. He was the one who failed to warn them beforehand. He tells the young king that today, he became a great ruler, and made some great friends too. Now he can stand on his own without Noros beside him. Noros says he was the disloyal one and should step down as prime minister, but the king stops him and says he can't allow that. He still needs Noros, and begs him to stay by his side for a long time. Noros thinks he wants that too, to stay with him long enough to see Anthropomorphia regain its former glory, and watch the Tiger King's family rise again as well. But Noros says that by the time that day comes, he probably won't still be in this world. His body has already reached its limit. He thinks it's probably better not to tell His Highness that, but Elric asks Noros why he chose to work with demons. The king asks what he means, and he says Noros' body will one day be taken over by demons. That's why Noros refuses to stay beside the king, isn't it? And Elric remembers when Mephistopheles said Noros was a demon. More exactly, Mephistopheles called him a demon with a coil in his heart. The fusion has already gone very far, so soon he really will become a demon. And back in the present, the protagonist asks how he came into contact with demons. Noros explains that after the former Tiger King died, he lost hope for Anthropomorphia, so he wanted power at any cost, just to do something that could save it. By chance, he discovered the demon tree. Both MC and Mephistopheles are shocked. MC says that's the tree that creates demons, and as far as he knows, the Mervinger family destroyed them all. But Noros says the Mervinger family didn't destroy the one in the black snowfield. He asks if he ate the tree's fruit, and Noros says yes, he ate every last one to gain power. After that, he gained the strength of demons. But the thing lodged in his heart, even if it boosted his life force, will soon consume his mind. Then he'll become a real demon. That's why he plans to leave this place and die alone, so the cursed demon inside him dies too. Noros tells His Highness that this is the only way to keep him safe, but Elric asks Noros what he would want to do if there were a way to cure him. The king asks if he really can be cured and says he'd do anything for that. But Noros tells the protagonist not to try anything reckless, because if it fails, everyone there will be doomed. Then MC asks Mephistopheles if he's sure this man can be healed, and Mephistopheles says yes. If MC has fine enough mana control to form a soul link, then he can cut it too, even with a demon's massive mana. Elric says he can do it if he has enough time, but Noros is running out of it. So there is only one way left. He asks his master, Augustine, for help. Augustine says he owed him a favor, and asks if this is when he wants to use it. The protagonist says yes, this treatment can only be done by Augustine. Augustine agrees and tells him to lead the way. Noros says this would be hard for any mage, and wonders if it can really work, but MC tells him not to worry. Not even his grandfather could match Augustine. Noros is stunned by the power coming from the Master of White Knight. He says that if his master can cut the link between Noros's soul and heart, he can handle the rest. Augustine says he understands, but he has to be careful. Then Augustine says he is starting. With his usual stomp, he turns everything into White Knight. Noros is left in awe by White Knight. He wonders if one person can really hold this much power. Then he feels Augustine's massive presence closing in. A moment later, Augustine grabs him. He begins using his mana to pull the great demon out of Noros's body. The demon snarls that it was so close to taking Noros's body, and demands to know who dared interfere. Elric just says the demon talks too much. Then he starts absorbing it straight into his seal. The protagonist realizes this restores his energy and also puts anthropomorphia in his debt. Shu says it has been a long time since he tasted energy this good. MC tells him to eat all he wants, as long as he leaves the seal alone. Shu thanks him for the meal, and the seal starts to evolve. It is no longer ferocity, it is malevolence. But all of a sudden, Elric is pulled into another realm again, the demonic plane. There, he sees Mephistopheles ruling over the demons, and the voice says that every mystery and every reason came from him. The original sin, Mephistopheles. He wonders if he is inside Mephistopheles' memories. He only absorbed demonic energy like always, so why is this happening? Then Mephistopheles draws his weapon and gets ready to fight the demons themselves. He leaps down from the cliff and calls them foolish, ignorant creatures. Using his sword of original sin, he splits not just the earth but the sky as well. Then he slaughters the demons without mercy and asks how they ever thought they could defeat him. While Mephistopheles tears through them, Elric watches it all. And the protagonist thinks he had almost forgotten Mephistopheles was an evil spirit. This, he realizes, is Mephistopheles as he truly is, the greatest and noblest demon king. For some reason, MC can feel the same emotions he does. It is like Mephistopheles is saying he never wanted this, and is only following the fate given to him. For a sinner, sinning is as natural as breathing. That is why he is the lonely demon king known as Original Sin. Then that overwhelming aura rises behind him. Elric thinks this is Mephistopheles' true form. Then the real Mephistopheles suddenly asks what he is staring at, and the protagonist snaps back to reality after absorbing all that energy. Noros is collapsed on the ground, and everything is silent. Elric is breathing hard, exhausted and shaken, and Augustine asks if he is all right. The others worry too, but MC says he is fine. He says it did not feel like much time passed in his mind. He then thinks Mephistopheles may have seen his memories, just like he saw Mephistopheles'. Still, he cannot figure out why. The extracted demon became food for Shu, but somehow his mind ended up in Mephistopheles' seal. Mephistopheles cuts in and says their souls are linked. Elric is thrown off. Wait, can you read my thoughts now? I was not speaking to you telepathically. Mephistopheles says he is shocked too. He never thought a connection like this could form between him and a human. The protagonist asks if he has any idea what is going on, and Mephistopheles says he does not know everything. His only guess is that the seal the protagonist absorbed must be lower rank than his own. It was beneath King Mephistopheles as well, so MC asks why he did not recognize that demon. Mephistopheles says he was born among the great original ones. He never dealt with lower ranks. Elric asks if he is sure it is not just because nobody wanted to play with him, and that makes Mephistopheles furious. Then he asks what Mephistopheles saw in his memories. Was it something embarrassing? But Mephistopheles turns away and refuses to answer. After all, the protagonist's life has been miserable. Later on, Noros is recovering. He takes MC's hand and thanks him deeply. Elric says he is not fully healed yet and still needs rest. Noros says he knows, and he will be careful so he can live to see his king win. He then thinks it is about time to collect his reward. Mephistopheles says he is still as materialistic as ever, and the protagonist says that should not surprise him. Then MC complains that Mephistopheles snooping in his thoughts is creepy, but Mephistopheles says he cannot control it. It is not like he wants to hear MC all the time either. Just then, the king shows up with a box for him. The king says that, as promised, it contains the old Tiger King's treasure map and research materials for the secret body enhancement art. The protagonist realizes these belong to the former king. Inside the box are a scroll, a book, and a cloth. He is told to check under the cloth too. When he does, he is shocked. It is a rare herb from the east, and he asks the king why he is giving him something so valuable. But the king says there is one detail in the Beastman legend. When the world faces a crisis that brings destruction, the hero king who mastered the body enhancement art will lead everyone. When the harsh winter comes and freezes everything, spring will return to the land. The king says he believes Elric is the hero from that legend. MC fixates on that word, winter. He remembers Otto telling him he should finish things with winter, and says this cannot be a coincidence. He starts to think his grandfather may have come to Anthropomorphia, because the family planned it that way too. The king says he deserves the imperial family's elixir as well, and he sincerely thanks him for it. The next morning, they are ready to head for the Temple of Flowers. At the same time, in the Furies' territory, a bird returns in defeat. It apologizes to the Blood Wolf King and begs for another chance, but there will not be one. The wolf says it already failed, and with one touch, he takes its head. He says he will reclaim his tail. Mervingia has ruined his plans again, and he asks where they are headed now. The messenger says they are going to the Temple of Flowers. The Blood Wolf says it is the same path his ancestor once took. Then he orders his servants to burn everything along the way, including the temple. Meanwhile, back with the group, the Tiger King is trying to make the Beast King's tiger shake paws, but it refuses. The king demands to know how it dares disobey the Tiger King. Then he runs after the white tiger, and Sean is laughing hard at the whole thing. But then he looks over and asks what the Blue Lion, Isabel and Elric have been talking about for so long. We then see the Blue Lion sheath his sword and ask the protagonist if he plans to learn swordsmanship. The protagonist repeats, swordsmanship? Herman says MC picked up martial arts concepts very quickly, which is a rare talent. He adds that this is also important for anyone who wants to fight using the body enhancement art. Then he asks if Elric wants to learn swordsmanship from him. But Augustin cuts in, not so fast, my friend. He steps in with that intimidating aura of his, and the Blue Lion Knights are instantly terrified. The Beast King tells them they should stay still. They suddenly feel something at their necks, and the Beast King warns that one more step will make them explode. Then he asks Augustin what they are going to do now. Meanwhile, the Tiger King gets scared and hides in Rice's lap. The Blue Lion tells everyone to calm down because there are children here. That finally settles things, and the Beast King removes those ladybug-like explosive insects from the man's neck. The Blue Lion says he is not trying to steal their student. Since fighting is completely different from magic, he only thought Elric could grow stronger by learning martial arts from him. Augustin admits that argument is pretty convincing, but asks if he really thinks Augustin does not know what he is trying to do. The Blue Lion says the older Augustin gets, the more fearful he becomes. So is he scared his student might be taken away? And then, later, they go outside to settle it. While the carriage sits there with Carl, something suddenly strikes it, and then it is just the Blue Lion and Augustin throwing hands. Augustin says Herman is just a cursed brat, and he is going to turn this lion into a tame kitten. The Blue Lion coats his sword in aura and calls Augustine a stubborn old man. Then a huge beam of light bursts from the attack, cutting through the magic hand Augustine created. At the same time, the Beast King is dealing with the Blue Eagles, saying they need to be trained too. But they charge in, saying hunting beasts is what the Blue Eagles do best. So now it's turning into total chaos. Explosions on one side, punches on the other, and fire everywhere. Mephistopheles wonders why they're even fighting over him. What a mess. Elric says there's nothing he can do. Being this exceptional wears him out too. When he did that earlier, Mephistopheles was disgusted. He asks if he is using frequency transmission again, but he says peeking into someone else's thoughts is gross. Meanwhile, Augustine keeps yelling at them not to steal his student. Then Mephistopheles asks if the protagonist is really just going to stand there. Watching two old men fight is pretty revolting, and the Blue Lion fires back that Augustine is already old and close to dying, so he's just being greedy. Then Elric uses pressure magic on everyone and orders them to calm down. After that, he admits he does want to learn swordsmanship. Back in the office, Augustine asks why he wants to study the sword when he still has so much magic to learn from them. The Beast King adds that he still has plenty to teach too, but MC says it's because he wants to get stronger. He's realized that without martial skill, he can't keep improving, no matter how much he trains the strength and body art. Demons are incredibly strong physically, so if he learns martial arts, their chances in the war should rise a lot. That doesn't mean he'll abandon magic though. Martial arts would just support it. The Blue Lion says he never meant to pull Elric away into the world of martial arts. He only wants to help him again. Still, he says he won't learn from the Blue Lion unless his first two teachers agree. So they look at each other and think it over. Augustin finally says he has no objection. The protagonist is the head of the Melvinger family, so he should know what he's doing. The Beast King agrees. The Blue Lion's group is truly powerful, so learning from them is worth it. Then Augustin looks at the Blue Lion and tells him to take good care of his student. The Blue Lion promises to teach him with all his heart. The Blue Lion thinks he beat the old man this time, but Augustin feels like he only let him win. Elric feels a little bad for his two teachers, but this is a rare chance. The Blue Lion is one of the greatest swordsmen on the continent, so MC knows he can learn a lot from him. Later though, he can barely keep standing. He thinks this pace is going to kill him. The Blue Lion mocks him, saying he didn't know the protagonist's stamina was this weak. Elric asks if this training even means anything, swinging a sword 80,000 times a day without mana. The blue lion says that's the kind of thing babies in his family do when they're just learning to walk. Suddenly, Mephistopheles says he's made up his mind. When he returns to this land, he'll be especially kind to the blue lions. He'll leave them with at least one right hand, just because they're making MC suffer so much. Then he orders Mephistopheles to start dancing in a cute little dress. Mephistopheles starts cursing him out while doing the dance steps. Later in the carriage, Carl says they're reaching their next stop, and Elric thinks they've finally arrived at the Temple of Flowers. But when he sees the place, he starts wondering if this really is the Temple of Flowers, because it's completely ruined. The Tiger King says it's currently closed because of the Eastern General, but he already sent word they were coming, so it should open for them soon. Mephistopheles says he was impressed when he heard about the Temple of Flowers, so now he's honestly wondering if it's still even here. Elric asks what he means, and Mephistopheles explains that this place was built when the world was close to destruction, like a kind of Noah's Ark. Humans, dragons, and giants feared the great demon god's army, so they planned to restart their races here after the world was destroyed. Of course, the Melvingers wiped that army out. The protagonist thinks about dragons, giants, even the demon god, so this is the destruction Mephistopheles mentioned before. But how does that connect to the vision he saw? Suddenly, everything starts shaking. A huge light fills the area, and the Tiger King tells Elric to take a look. The gate to the temple is opening. MC is amazed, while Mephistopheles thinks there might be a familiar face inside. Then someone steps out. It's a young woman who introduces herself as the gardener, the one who takes care of the Temple of Flowers. Her name is Runiatrakoas, but she says they can just call her gardener, which is probably easier. She adds that it's too cold out here, so they should talk inside. Then they head toward the temple gate. Inside is a wide garden in bloom, and in the distance stands a large castle. The gardener explains that when winter comes, the Temple of Flowers goes into rest. Normally, they don't allow visitors during this season, but because the Tiger King has long supported them and made a sincere request, they decided to allow guests this time. So she asks everyone to follow his guidance, behave themselves, and keep things peaceful. The god here is hibernating. Then someone rushes in, excited to see humans. It's a tiny fairy saying they haven't seen new humans in 10 years. The gardener introduces her as Daffo, the goddess of daffodils, and Elric thinks, wait, is she a goddess, not a fairy? Daffo starts greeting everyone. She calls Hayes a very beautiful woman, and Hayes thanks her, saying she's cute too. To Augustine, she blurts out that he's a monster, a dark old monster, and Augustine asks how someone over 100 can call him old. Then she tells Isabel to work hard because her love is one-sided, though her scent is the best. Isabel shyly thanks her. Elric thinks this goddess is really loud, but when Daffo gets close to him, she senses a terrible smell, and says it's scary and dark. Mephistopheles asks who she is. Then he says that judging by how ugly she is, she must be a pumpkin flower. He starts wondering if she can actually see Mephistopheles. Dafaw snaps back that she's not some ugly flower. She's Dafaw, and the blonde lady said she's pretty. Mephistopheles asks if she really thinks humans are sincere, and whether she's truly a goddess at all. The protagonist didn't expect her to be able to see Mephistopheles. The others get confused since, to them, she's talking to empty air, and they ask if something is there. Elric worries they might end up discovering Mephistopheles, but the gardener says Daffo gets lonely, so she's probably just playing around. MC feels relieved when he hears that, and Augustine says that's really sad. Daffo insists she's not lonely, then asks why they came to the temple. He takes out the winter egg and says he has to deliver it to the goddess of camellias. Then they walk through some older, ruined parts of the temple. Elric says it looks like the temple took a lot of damage because of the Eastern General, and he had imagined something more like a fairy tale paradise. Mephistopheles says this was supposed to be humanity's ark, so he can't believe it's in this state just because of one winter. The protagonist adds that he still doesn't know why the Eastern General has been acting so stubborn lately. Mephistopheles says the demi-humans might be right. It could just be a random shift in his mood, or maybe it's tied to the arrangements the Melvinger family made. He glances at MC and asks if that feels like too much of a coincidence. It's almost like everything is waiting for Elric to make his move. He thinks that might connect to what Otto told him. Then the gardener says they finally arrived, and the doors open to a part of the temple that looks like a schoolroom or office, filled with desks. Several fairies start asking who he is, why he's here, and why he's looking for Camellia. Elric asks if the goddess of camellias isn't here yet. Then he bows and introduces himself as the protagonist Melvinger. The fairies are shocked when they hear his family name. They say Uston came here before, and that he's their friend, then ask why MC has come all the way here. Elric explains that his family told him to deliver this crystal to the goddess of camellias, and he asks where she is. Their faces fall, and they say that about that. Then he is taken to a kind of graveyard filled with coffins. One of the fairies says the goddess of camellias has withered, and he asks if it was because of the Eastern General. But the fairies explain that winter lasted too long, and spring never came. They all withered. All the flowers fell asleep, and the same thing will happen to them too. The protagonist places his hands on the coffin and starts trembling. If he can't deliver the ice crystal to the goddess of camellias, the second arrangement will never activate, and if that fails, he won't be able to rebuild his family. Mephistopheles is disappointed that gods could wither because of winter and calls them pathetic. The fairies get furious and tell the Demon King to shut up. While they're all arguing, Elric asks if they withered because of the cold, and if these goddesses withered without being fully destroyed, then maybe. He opens the coffin and finds a seed inside. So he places the crystal beside the seed and thinks this might work. Then he uses absorption magic. He starts drawing mana from the crystal and feeding it into the seed. As the power transfers, a huge aura builds around them, and the seed begins to mite. The seed cracks, and tiny sprouts and vines push out. Then a huge power bursts from inside it. A figure steps out and says the Mervinger really came, just as promised. He introduces himself as Elric Mervinger, Ustan Mervinger's grandson, and asks what promise she made with his grandfather. But right when she is about to explain, all the fairies rush Camellia, hugging her, saying they missed her, and asking if she slept well. She quickly tells them to be quiet. This talk is important. They all go silent at once, and Elric realizes the goddess of Camellias is nothing like he expected. She feels much more mature. Then Camellia looks at Mephistopheles and says, so much time has passed, yet he is still just as ugly. The only good thing about him was his body, and now even that looks weak. Mephistopheles snaps back that he is still the great king, but she shuts that down right away. No one in this world calls him king anymore. Ignoring him after that, she turns to MC and says his name is really beautiful. He thanks her, and she asks how he managed to wake her. Elric explains that while she slept, he felt a cold demonic energy inside her seed, so he thought he could wake her by drawing both energies through his seal and the ice crystal. Camellia says he is truly very clever, then suddenly asks if he has any plans to marry her. The question shocks him so badly he freezes on the spot. Mephistopheles groans that she is chasing pretty faces again, and she fires back that his inferiority complex has not changed either. She says she is not talking to ugly people right now, then asks Elric what he thinks, since an honored chance like this does not come twice. He thinks his normal answer would be much harsher, but he cannot say that to someone tied to his family's arrangements. So he politely thanks her, but says he cannot marry carelessly now that he represents his family. Camellia says that is a real shame. Then she drops the joking and asks if he truly wants to know about her promise with Ustan. He says yes. Camellia says Ustan told her one of his descendants would come here. That person would steal away the winter covering the black snowlands and bring spring back with him. Elric is stunned and wonders how his grandfather knew all that. Camellia asks if he can steal this long winter and bring the spring they have wished for. The protagonist says he does not know if he can steal something as vast as winter, but one of his ancestors told him to do it. He came here to complete the winter. Camellia says she knows who told him that, and that all of this may be part of one connected flow. From today on, he will go to that place. Suddenly, she starts casting magic near him. The Mervinger pendant reacts, and she says he must learn how to carry winter away. In an instant, he appears in a bright flower field. He says it has been a long time since he felt like this. Then he wonders if this is still the flower temple. It looks just like he imagined, but he cannot find the real temple. Looking out ahead, he starts to wonder what happened here, because everything is frozen. Then someone appears and says, this is the black snowfield. It is Otto, and he says this is the testing ground for the second arrangement. MC asks if it is really him. Otto says yes, it has been a long time, and MC has grown a lot since they last met. He adds that the seal of cruelty seems to have found its place, and he asks how Otto is here. Otto says until the protagonist finishes the winter, he will keep following him around now and then to bother him. But there is no time to explain much, so Otto tells him to look. He says this place was once the land of blessings, where all life begins. Then something appeared here, and death fell over it. Elric immediately thinks of the General of the East. As he looks at the massive tornado in the distance, Otto confirms it. That is what the demon god left behind, a remnant turned into a great curse. Then Otto tells his descendant MC that from now on, he must learn how to devour the General of the East. MC wonders if he can really swallow a disaster that huge, but he also realizes that if he succeeds, he will gain tremendous power. He asks if he should place the General of the East inside the Seal of Cruelty, like in the first arrangement. Otto says yes, and Elric figures that if this is the second arrangement, the enemy must be far stronger than the King of the Snowy Mountain. Still, he says he is ready. He just has to fight, the same way he did against the Queen of the Frozen Mountain. But Otto gives him one more thing first, a camellia seed. He asks what he is supposed to do with it. Otto says he must grow it into a tree within 100 days. When it blooms, the arrangement will be over. Elric just stares at him, like, wait, that is the challenge? Just grow a tree? Otto asks what is wrong. Is that too hard? The protagonist says first of all, how is he supposed to grow anything in rotten soil? And he still does not get what this has to do with the General of the East. Otto only says he will understand when the time comes. Elric thinks Otto acts like explaining more would kill him, and wonders what he is supposed to do with so little information. Otto snaps his fingers and tells him not to worry, because he is giving him the best guide possible, and a huge magic spell appears before them like a clock. Then someone complains about being bothered again, and says she has already said 1,000 times not to wake her like this. MC asks, the goddess of camellias? She asks him how he knows her, and he thinks she looks exactly like the one outside, but her presence feels completely different. It is like facing a giant tree that could cover the whole sky. So this is what a real god feels like. Otto introduces Elric as his descendant. Camellia says it is a shame he is a Mervinger, but she will let it slide because he is handsome, and she asks if he wants to marry her too. The protagonist thinks the personality is the same, but then she realizes he already turned down that offer once. He figures she may be linked to the Camellia goddess outside. Even so, she says growing this seed will be very hard, and asks if he can really do it. MC says he is ready to do his best. Camellia says she will stay by his side and advise him, though planting the seed itself is his job alone. MC says that is enough for him. Then Otto brings out one more item for him, a messaging device that lets him check the tree's condition in real time. Otto adds that the protagonist will discover its other uses later. Then Otto summons that huge magic circle again and wishes Elric good luck. Facing the frozen land, Camellia explains that the demon god's curse, known as the Frozen Lands, appeared 400 years ago, and MC must follow her instructions to gather the ingredients. He wonders whether time moves differently here than it does in the real world, but he asks what he should do first. She says he needs to find good land with a strong harvest to plant the seed, and the protagonist thinks cleansing nearby soil sounds easier than searching for fertile land. Camellia warns him this is a mental realm, but it shares the same conditions as the real black snowfield. That means he also has to deal with monsters. Right away, a huge demonic bird dives at him, but he dodges it. The real problem is that it is not alone. There is a whole flock. Elric does not see that as a problem and gets ready to strike, creating a swirling storm of ice packed with sharp spikes. The attack freezes the birds and tears them completely apart, and in the end, Shu gets a little snack too. Elric jokes that he did not know this place was an all-you-can-eat buffet for him. Camellia says he is very capable, just like the Mervingers, and asks if he will really be able to find the right land in this massive snowfield. MC thinks the field is huge and mostly bare. He needs water nearby and a place that can also be defended easily from monsters. Then he asks Camellia if anthropomorphia would still exist 400 years in the past. She is impressed he thought of that. She says the city should still be under construction in this era. She also points out that this land is very different from the one Elric knows. But he says finding the city will not be hard. Normally, deep valleys and high hills do not change much over 400 years. So if he finds the center, he should be able to find anthropomorphia. Soon enough, he reaches the center. Camellia says he really paid attention to the anthropomorphs, a smart choice worthy of a Mervinger, and Elric says he will prepare the ground. A bright light bursts from his arm, and even Camellia has to squint at it. She says that should be enough, maybe even more than enough. He creates a huge kind of greenhouse made of ice. He says the soil here is very good, and most monsters will not come near this spot. Camellia knows he is a Mervinger, but she still wonders how a human can use soul speech, the language of dragons, so perfectly. Getting flustered, she starts wondering what to do with him. As he moves through the area, a bright light suddenly flares from his chest. It is the tablet Otto gave him, and Elric thinks he cleared one step. But that is not it. The tablet says he failed the mission and will return to day 0. Then time resets. Elric realizes they are back at the start, and Camellia says this must be Otto's doing. He points out that before, things reset when he died. Now the mission restarts when he fails. He wants to know why. Camellia explains that this is the Black Snowfield, so there are plenty of reasons the seed might not grow there. Then she opens a portal and says she has already told him enough, so she is leaving because she wants to sleep. When he asks where, she says she is heading somewhere safe. He tries to ask for advice before she goes, but she vanishes, and the protagonist realizes he will have to figure out on his own why he failed. He lies there thinking, trying to find what he missed. Still, he knows he cannot waste time and needs to focus even harder. So he uses earth magic to search the ground for clues until he finds something and wonders what it is. He starts checking it out, but suddenly everything shakes and the ground collapses. That is because something huge rises out of it, a death worm. These things are big enough to swallow most giant monsters. They are among the strongest monsters alive, and even 3 or 4 sixth circle mages would struggle against a death worm. If you ever run into one, the only smart move is to run. Elric jumps just in time, but he still ends up right in front of its mouth, nearly swallowed. He realizes this monster buried underground is probably why the mission failed, and if he wants to kill it, he first has to break through its shell. The problem is, his ice spikes do not even scratch the creature, and he starts thinking that if magic will not work, he will have to smash the worm by force. But then it suddenly gets ready to attack, and Elric notices in time. The worm spits acid at him. He barely dodges and blocks what is left. Even so, the acid starts eating through his shield, and MC can hardly believe how strong this poison is. He knows that if he rushes in carelessly again, he is in serious trouble. Then the worm starts moving away, but Elric refuses to let it escape. If he loses it now, it may take too long to find again, and he will miss his chance to finish the mission. The fight keeps getting more intense. He notices the worm can even dodge, and he realizes this monster is far smarter than normal ones. He almost dies again. Then another wave of acid comes at him. This time, several pillars burst out, spraying acid everywhere, and while it spreads, he uses flight magic to stay clear of it. But the worm has already boxed him in, and is ready to swallow him. Elric knows that if he fails again, he will be sent back to the start, so he gambles. He uses weapon release and remembers what he learned from the Blue Lion. If he focuses all his power into one point, he can push the skill's damage high enough to kill it. Then he uses the body-strengthening art, White Tiger Hammer. With all his strength, he unleashes a massive blow that completely shatters the worm's shell. After that, he drops with his barrier breaking apart and thinks that if he had not poured his mana into that attack, he would have melted completely. Even so, he knows he cannot handle a second fight. Then the stone tablet tells him he reached the first restriction, and that restriction has been removed. Elric barely understands what that means. The tablet starts shining brightly, and something enters his seal. He has no idea what it was, and then he realizes he received a fourth seal. He did not expect that, and he guesses he will need it to devour the frozen lands, just like he did with the Frozen Mountain King. Still, he wonders how he is supposed to do that when he does not even know the demon's true name, and his mind starts racing with plans, but he pushes those thoughts away and says he will get answers later. For now, he thinks that since the area is cleared, he can plant the seed, but Shu warns him to be careful. The moment Elric senses it, he realizes that cannot be right. Death worms usually live alone, but in rare cases they gather, and if the land is good enough for a nest, there may be more than just a few. Then countless worms charge at the protagonist at once, and when they gather in large groups, there can even be dozens. Elric can only call it completely insane. Then he dies and gets sent all the way back to the beginning. He starts yelling that this is impossible. One was already too much, so how is he supposed to deal with 10? He wonders how the Tiger King ever built a city in a place like this. Only someone as strong as his masters could deal with that many worms alone. Still, the number of worms proves just how perfect this land is for planting the seed, so he has to keep going until there is no other option left. And he tells himself that if he keeps trying this enough times, he will find a way. But by the 34th attempt, he still has not solved it. He thinks about all the methods he tried, but every single one ended with his death, because killing all of them alone was impossible. So Elric moves to another area, since there is nothing else he can do there. But the seed will not grow in this new place. At this rate, he thinks he will be trapped here. Mephistopheles is not here, and neither is the Camellia goddess. As for Otto, he is probably watching all this and having a great time. Elric realizes he needs help. Then it hits him. He is an idiot for not thinking of this sooner. No one ever said he could not bring someone with him. So now he has to find the Tiger King from 400 years in the past. Meanwhile, at Camellia's great tree, she is asleep when Otto walks up and says she really does sleep a lot. The Camellia goddess asks how he got in there, since he should not have been able to without her permission. But Otto says he remembered someone begging him to come here one day, and she asks when that ever happened. Otto teases that maybe she is getting old and forgetting things. She asks why he is here, and he says he already told her. He came because she asked. Then he asks if she is feeling all right, since she must have sacrificed a lot 40 years ago to block that curse. She says she is recovering, but what she stopped could definitely happen again someday. Then she asks whether Elric is doing well with his task. Otto asks if she wants to take a look. Through the portal, they see MC being chased by demi-humans. They run after him, calling him a cursed human and an enemy of their race. Camellia panics, asking why the beastmen are after him, and Otto just laughs and says it is pretty interesting, is it not? But Camellia says he needs help right now, while Otto tells her not to worry so much, because at the moment Elric is actually having fun making a huge mess. The beastmen keep chasing him, shouting for him to be killed, but he stays totally calm, running and laughing the whole time. Looking back, he notices the Tiger King's family still is not among the ones chasing him, but he needs the Tiger King to help deal with those death worms. After he finally stops, the beastmen catch up, exhausted, saying they have finally got him. Elric thinks finding his dear friend the Tiger King will be hard, but it should get easier if he shows off their secret technique. So he activates the Black Tiger body strengthening technique. The beastmen are stunned, wondering how a human can use that body strengthening art. The protagonist figures this will definitely draw attention, so someone important should come looking for him. Later, an explosion erupts from one of the mountains, and a huge pillar of light rises from the technique. The defeated beastmen can barely believe they never even managed to touch Elric. MC thinks he has already caused chaos in 6 villages, and still no one has come for him. Maybe, he thinks, news just does not spread fast enough in this era, so he decides to wreck a few more places and see what happens. But as he jumps from a tree branch, he feels an incredibly powerful presence behind him. He dodges just in time as something slices through the tree he was standing on. Elric realizes that without his instincts and reflexes, he would have died. Then the beastman walks up and says his reflexes are even better than he expected. The protagonist stares at him, thinking he might recognize him, the one who united all the tribes and started a war across the snowfield. The great leader remembered for making an empire tremble in fear. This is the Tiger King, the great ancestor. He tells Elric it is hard to believe a human knows the body strengthening art, and asks who the hell he is. This is Tiger King Yu. The Tiger King says MC definitely smells human, but he has no idea what is going on or why he has that technique. Meanwhile, the beastmen finally notice the Tiger King is there, and ask why he is there. He answers by asking if he is not allowed to be there, and of course everyone goes silent, too afraid to argue with him. Seeing that, Elric realizes this must be before you united all the tribes for war, since the beastmen are still resisting him. If this is that point in history, then he does not even have his 5th martial chain yet, so why is his aura this overwhelming? Yu drives the beastmen off, saying that if they are not here to fight, they should leave. And of course, they run off right away. Then Yu says they are finally alone. Elric wonders if Yu was protecting him. Since Yu does not seem that hostile, he decides to thank him. But when he starts to bow to, Yu grabs the protagonist by the throat. He demands to know how Elric learned the body-strengthening technique. MC says his master taught him. Yu asks for more, but he tells him to let go first. Yu throws him down and warns that one lie will get his neck snapped. The protagonist says he is a refugee. His family tried to escape the Empire and fled to the Black Snowfield. He adds that monsters killed his parents. After he was left alone, a beastman saved him and taught him the technique so he could protect himself. Yu asks that beastman's name, but Elric says his master claimed he lost it long ago because of painful memories from his past. Yu studies every word MC says. Meanwhile, he trembles and sells the act with fake tears. He knows tigers have sharp senses and can even catch lies. Still, Elric thinks he can fool that. Tiger's red breathing and muscle tension, but he can hide both by controlling his mana flow. It seems to work, because Yu says they must be brothers. The protagonist realizes that brothers means those who know the strengthening art. Luckily, Yu has accepted him as one of them. Yu asks his new brother why he has been living in this cold, cruel land. Later, they travel together on wolf mounts. At that point, Camellia appears beside Elric again. She calls his act ridiculous, and wonders why no Mervinger can ever be normal. MC asks if it is really safe for her to show up next to him now. She says yes. Yu will not sense her presence. Then she asks what he plans to do now. Does he really think Yu accepted him that easily? Elric says of course not, but staying close to Yu is still the smart move. He explains that this is the point in history when beastman aggression hit its peak. No matter the tribe, only strength decides who leads. Then they head back to Yu's village, where everyone announces their king has returned. Camellia wonders how Yu accepted the protagonist so easily when beastmen hated humans back then. But the villagers are shocked, asking why a human is with their king. Yu answers that Elric is their brother. Someone else objects, asking how a human can be the brother of beastmen. But Yu tells everyone to calm down. This is not the time for that. MC knows they have a point. The human empire was especially brutal during this era, so of course the races hated each other. If he cannot win the beastmen over, his plan will fail. Then, before Elric can even react, beastmen crowd around him in tears. They say they miss his teacher and that he was blessed to learn from him. The protagonist looks at Yu, wondering what they are even talking about. Yu just gives him a big thumbs up, and MC cannot believe it. A moment ago, these beastmen were ready to tear him apart, and now they are friendly just because Yu said a few words. That is the power of a king. Then Yu starts a speech, saying that before his teacher died, he said that even after reaching his limit and living through all this hatred between beastmen and humans, he was still grateful to have lived in this world. He also said he still had a student, and even if that student was human, they could meet again in the next life. After hearing that, the beastmen break down crying even harder, calling it too cruel. Elric is left wondering how any of this happened. Then the Tiger King leans in and whispers that they are all idiots who will believe anything. He gives Yu a small smile, since he is clearly covering for him. But then another beastman steps forward and says they cannot accept this. He asks why they should trust a human, especially one who did not come alone, but with a... Camellia explains that this is the Black Wolf tribe, fiercely loyal to the Tiger King. Elric realizes they are Noros' ancestors. Yu asks the wolf in front, Ralph, if he is defying his orders, but Ralph says no, he is not. Even if the protagonist is telling the truth, his clan cannot accept such an inferior race. Yu asks what he means by inferior. He reminds Ralph not to forget their belief. They were all abandoned and hunted. Even if they are different, they are still family. And if Ralph forgets that, Yu himself will break his neck. That shuts the Black Wolves up. Elric steps forward and says Yu wants to break tribal limits and unite all beastmen as one. Then MC adds that he heard that this is the goal of the anthropomorphs. Yu asks how he knows that. He says he heard it while traveling through the Black Snowfields. He also heard Yu has many enemies, but many followers are starting to believe in that cause too. Elric says humans abandoned him, but his master showed him kindness, and now Yu has accepted him as a brother. Their ideals may not match perfectly, but they can still work together. Camellia murmurs that this is exactly what she expects from a Mervinger. He is good with words. The protagonist says he will live up to those expectations and prove he deserves to join them on this journey. He also says he heard power decides rank here. Ralph asks what he is getting at. MC keeps it simple. Let them fight. If MC wins, he stays with the tribe. If Ralph loses, he leaves. Ralph asks how a human dares challenge him, but he fires back, asking why he is talking so much. Is he scared? Ralph calls him nothing but a lost mutt. The protagonist shrugs and says at least he is not the one with mange. That does it, and Ralph gets ready to kill him on the spot. Elric asks if he is really that sure he will win. Then Yu steps in and stomps the ground hard. The shock sends both of them flying apart. He asks them both one thing. Will they accept the result? no matter what it is? Ralph agrees. If the human wins, he will accept him in the village. Elric swears on his master's honor that he will accept the outcome too. The king says good. The duel starts, and Ralph rushes in at once, transforming as he charges. He vows to tear MC into pieces. Elric knows his cover story will not last long, so he needs to prove his strength to the Tiger King. Thanks to his skills, that should not be a problem. He gathers magic in his hand and lands a heavy blow on Ralph's ribs, the fierce tiger charge. He taunts him, asking if one hit is already too much. Then he rushes in again before Ralph can react. Using the barrage technique, Elric hammers him with punch after punch. One beastman says Ralph is one of their strongest warriors, yet he is getting completely beaten down. Another wonders how this human knows the strengthening art and is this strong. Everyone is stunned. Still transformed, Ralph drops to his knees and seems to black out. The king says the fight ended much faster than expected, and Yu says this should be enough. But then Ralph wakes up again, even angrier than before. Elric realizes that is bad. It must be a kind of berserk. That happens when a beastman goes far past his limits in rage and stress. His physical power shoots up, and instinct takes over. The protagonist knows this could get messy, but he gathers magic in his hand again. This time, he casts a freezing spell toward Ralph. Ralph slips on the ice and falls flat. Then Elric creates several ice chains that bind Ralph in that enraged form. He tells Ralph to calm down a little. Then he lands one brutal smack to the neck and knocks him out instantly. The beastmen start asking if he is a mage. Was he fooling them the whole time? Elric thinks he had no choice. If he wanted to beat Ralph without killing him, he needed magic. He also knows the king would learn that sooner or later, and he already had a story ready for this situation. But he does not even need it, because Yu bursts out laughing. Yu says MC is far more interesting than he expected. Someone who has both magic and the strengthening art. Elric apologizes, saying he should have relied only on the strengthening technique in that fight, but he did not want to hurt his companion too badly, so he used magic. Yu says the method does not matter. He won and proved he was stronger. Then he finally asks his name. The protagonist introduces himself, and the king says that by the result of the duel, they will have to accept him. The people are happy, and they are not really afraid to do it. Then he raises his fist and declares that MC is now part of the family. Suddenly, the stone tablet shines again. Camellia asks if it is a new message. The tablet says Elric has met another requirement. The second restriction is broken, and now the true name will be revealed. It explains that this plain was once stained black, and sharp winds swept across the dry land like blades. The true name of the seal holding that cutting wind is Winterwind. He realizes it is a rare seal, like the cruelty seal of the frozen mountain king, but since he still does not know how to activate it, he cannot use it yet. The protagonist realizes Camellia slipped away while he was distracted, and he wonders if she avoided telling him anything about the seal on purpose. Still, he knows there is no other choice. First, he has to clear this trial and get out of here. Later, in the king's chambers, the king calls for his new ally. Yu says it is time to officially introduce the newest member of the family to everyone, MC, now part of the royal guard. MC thanks him for the honor and says he will do his best. Some of the beastmen are clearly unhappy about it, but Yu praises his attitude. He replies that he is ready for orders. Then Yu gives the protagonist his first mission. Since the protagonist has traveled across these plains, he wants him to find a good place for the tribe to settle. That mission puts MC on alert, and he realizes things may not go his way. Elric says he actually found a place that stood out to him. It is surrounded by valleys, has plenty of water, and strong demonic energy flows through the land, making it great for farming. But there is one problem. At the same time, both he and Yu say it. There are too many deathworms there. Yu agrees it is a great spot, but that issue cannot be ignored. He says it will be hard to find another place like that. Yu thinks it over, then agrees they will go there. Later, they begin getting ready to leave. Elric ends up in the same squad as the Black Wolves, and he can barely believe he has to travel with those annoyances. Still, he admits they are good at this kind of job, so they were the obvious pick. Even so, he wonders if you did this on purpose. Maybe this is a test. Then one of the wolves walks over and says the real issue is that the worms have gathered in that area, so this will not be easy. This is the third royal guard. Ralph complains that if not for this human, they would not even be going there. He asks what is so great about a place full of monsters, and says Elric probably just wanted the king's attention. Of course, that irritates the protagonist. While Ralph keeps talking, Yor quietly steps in and slaps him hard across the face. Ralph instantly backs down, scared of his captain. Yor reminds him not to let his feelings show like that, especially if it could affect the village's decisions. If Ralph does it again, Yor says he will deal with him personally. Then he asks if that was clear. All three quickly answer yes, and promise to do their best, obviously terrified. Elric figures he is only in this squad because King Yu trusts Yor, so MC bows and thanks him. Still, he knows it was not kindness. Yor only did his job. Even so, the protagonist decides he likes him. Elric tells the captain that if the worms sense even a little danger, they will stay underground, and he asks if there is a way around that. Yor says there is, but it will take time. Yor explains they need a death plant, a demonic plant the worms are extremely sensitive to. The smell can lure them out of the ground. MC breaks into a big grin, like he has been holding it back, and Yor asks what is with him. He says it is nothing, and tells him to go on. Yor adds that the plants can draw the worms out, but they are extremely hard to find. The protagonist tells him not to worry, because he has already found them. Yor likes Elric's confidence, but he still knows those plants are incredibly rare. Then a second later, he is stunned, because MC is already holding one plant in each hand, saying they got really lucky. As he keeps gathering more, the wolves can only stare. Elric asks why they are just standing there. They should be collecting the plants too. He thinks he saw plenty of this kind back in his master's labyrinth. He can also see demonic energy very clearly, so finding these plants is easy for him. He can even absorb their demonic energy. Elric realizes this is great for developing his seals. Then he calls the mutts numbers 1, 2, and 3, telling them to keep up. They get furious and call for their captain, but Yor answers by kicking Ralph hard. The captain orders them to obey the protagonist now, and they are clearly not happy about it. Still, MC notices that he has earned Yor's trust. The next day, they all gather near those abandoned lands. They bring the death plants, and the king says he is impressed they gathered so many so fast. Elric gives credit to the squad too. As for the squad, they look completely worn out. The king says it is time they can start the plan. Several torches are thrown onto the plants, and when they start burning, thick black smoke pours out. Then the ground shakes and splits open. Soon, a huge swarm of deathworms bursts from the earth, and King Yor tells everyone to get ready to attack. But one of the beastmen warns that they have a serious problem. The Fury tribe is on the way, and at the same moment, a deathworm is about to strike them. Yor asks what he means, and the beastman explains that somehow the Furies learned they came here to hunt deathworms and are ready to ambush them. Yor curses the Furies, saying they really are sneaky and filthy with tricks like this. At that moment, the deathworms begin their attack, and now the Furies are closing in too. Leading them is the Rhino Beastman Nakeward, the second general of the Furies. He declares that today the Furies will wipe out the Beastmen for good. But then, from a distance, they also spot the deathworms' attack, and Yu is the first to strike back. With ease, he tears through their scales with his claws. The general realizes the Tiger King is truly strong. Still, he believes the Furies have the advantage now. With magical tools helping in battle, there is no way the Beastmen can defend themselves while also fighting the deathworms and those magic cannons. He is sure they will soon kneel before the Furies. But suddenly, a strong gust of wind hits. The rhino catches the scent. It is the death plants. That smell draws the deathworms straight toward the Furies. Then they start attacking them too. Meanwhile, Yu laughs and says this was much easier than he expected. He praises Elric's plan. Turning the deathworms against the Furies was smart, and he never would have thought of it. He answers, an eye for an eye. Yu says, great minds think alike. The protagonist says it is time to collect their reward. Meanwhile, the Furies are still getting crushed by the deathworms. One of them finally spots King Yu, but it is too late, because he drops in and smashes through everything. Elric is there with him too, and the general roars in anger, demanding to know how they dared ambush them like cowards. In the next instant, the Tiger King tears the general apart. It happens so fast that, in a blink, the general is already struck down. Yu orders the royal guards to capture any Furies still alive and kill anyone who resists. Naturally, the king's army charges in, but the Furies are not about to give up so easily, so an all-out battle begins. Meanwhile, Elric watches in awe, taking in the true power of the Tiger King. Just by watching, MC can spot every mistake he makes when using the same technique, so he studies each move carefully to learn from the Tiger King's style. But then Ralph decides he wants to prove himself too. He charges in and cuts through the Furies, and Elric says he did a great job. Then Ralph is suddenly struck in the neck, and poison starts spreading through him. He rushes over and asks if the mutt is okay, but Ralph does not even have the strength to answer before collapsing unconscious from the poison. So Elric uses a removal spell and clears all the poison from Ralph's body. The others rush over in worry, but the protagonist says Ralph is fine, he only passed out. Then he tells them to carry him back to camp to rest. The king shows up and says they are done here. MC tells him they should move to the next step of the plan before more enemies appear. But the king wants to do one thing first. He bows and thanks him for saving Ralph, and the soldiers thank him as well. That makes Elric genuinely happy, and it warms his heart. Later, they round up the Furies who gave up. The protagonist sits on top of one of the deathworms. Then Camellia shows up again. She says what MC pulled off was amazing. He earned the trust of the beast folk in no time. He asks if she was watching the whole time, and if so, why she never stepped in to help. Camellia says her help was not needed. Elric lets it go and says he is going to eat now. Then he starts feeding Shu with all that demonic energy. He says there is way more energy than he expected. He never thought his seal would reach the 4th star this fast. After eating, Shu even lets out a little burp. The protagonist says that cleaned up the bodies, so he does not even need to purify the area. Then he takes the seed and says it should grow fine now, right? After waiting a while after planting it, Elric thinks everything must be working, since no message said he failed the mission. Then he suddenly freezes in shock. A tiny sprout pushes up from the soil. MC says it worked. Then the stone tablet starts glowing again. It congratulates Elric for meeting every condition. The 3rd restriction has been broken. Suddenly, he finds himself in a completely different place, something like a palace, and realizes it is the Temple of Flowers. As he walks in, the place feels cold, empty, and abandoned. He spots a woman sitting there and wonders if it is Camellia, but then he realizes it is not. The energy is totally different, more like a demon. Elric remembers that the goddess Camellia was once a demon queen. With power like this, there is no doubt she really was one. He cannot understand how a goddess and a demon could exist together in the same being. Then he suddenly wakes up to someone calling him. It is Camellia. She asks if he is okay, since he blacked out for a moment. But Elric brings up the seal of the winter wind and asks if it was hers. Camellia asks why he would think that. He says he saw her, and she asks what exactly he saw. He tells her she was alone in an empty palace, looking bored, sad, and lonely, and that demonic energy matched the winter wind seal. Camellia says that is only a story lost long ago. Elric asks if that winter, that cold, was caused by her. She says yes. Still, she tells him that no longer belongs to her. Now she is Camellia, the goddess of flowers. He figures this challenge is about erasing the traces of who she used to be. Camellia says that maybe, for now, all he has to do is watch over that little seed. He just has to remember what Otto told him. He needs to learn how to devour the Ice General. The Ice General is Camellia's past. Every mistake she made, Elric thinks that probably means he has to drive away all this cold. Camellia tells the protagonist to keep his eyes on the Ice General, because he will be the biggest obstacle in his path. Later, back in Anthropomorphia, MC says it has been 91 days since the challenge started. The flowers on the tree grown from that seed are starting to bloom. Then Ralph comes running in, saying the chief is looking for him. Elric thinks he never gets a moment of peace. Later, in open fields, he goes flying after getting thrown back. It turns out he has been training with Tiger, and he asks if he can take it a little easier. Tiger reminds him that Elric asked for this duel after saving Ralph, and a good king keeps his word. The protagonist only wanted to improve his technique and toughen up his body. He did not expect it to be this brutal. Tiger tells him that, as his brother, he should not give up so fast. Still, MC thinks this may be worth it. He really can learn something here. Then Tiger says they will continue the Tiger Charge exercise, but suddenly he senses something. Tiger says their duel will have to wait, and Elric asks what is going on. Tiger does not explain. He just heads straight for Anthropomorphia. Meanwhile, in the castle of Anthropomorphia, many people are rushing inside, especially the badly wounded. Elric, Tiger, and Camellia watch it all. He asks if the Ice General did this, and Camellia says yes. He has made his first move. The protagonist says he does not remember the Ice General being this strong. Camellia explains that in MC's time, the Ice General is nowhere near as powerful as he was at his peak, but at this point in history, he is nearly unbeatable. Tiger managed to calm the chaos, but even he cannot defeat the Ice General. While that is happening, Tiger starts making arrangements to help everyone get organized. He also says he wants to speak with Elric alone later. Then someone walks up to him. It is Ralph, handing something to him. The protagonist asks what it is. From the way Ralph acts, it is clearly a gift. He says Elric can do whatever he wants with it, and he leaves without another word. Camellia says it is a very rare medicine made in small amounts in Wolf Village. She is surprised Ralph gave him something that valuable. MC smiles and says he really did not see that coming. Later, during a large meeting with Tiger, the representatives of every tribe in the kingdom of Anthropomorphia gather together. One leader says his tribe was badly damaged, and another says they lost countless families. Then Tiger has Elric brought into the room. He asks him for a favor. The protagonist guesses it is about the disaster, and Tiger confirms it. They need to find the Ice General at once, and he asks if the protagonist can track him using demonic plants. The leaders all turn to MC, wondering if he can really do it, but still hoping he can. Elric says yes. Tiger says that is great. The tribes say they will gather their best elite warriors and join the mission. He thinks everything is falling into place. He found the king, the seed is growing, and now they are about to face the Ice General. Later, everyone gets ready to leave and bring down the Ice General. Elric feels like the real mission starts now. They move across the empty fields, with the protagonist's magic lighting the way. Tiger says he never stops being impressed by it, and the protagonist says he can teach him if he wants. Tiger says there is no need to learn when MC is already by his side. MC jokes that makes him his personal little mage. Tiger shoots back that if he hates it so much, he can become king instead. He thinks he had no idea Tiger was this wild. Imagine what his descendants would think. But Tiger keeps going, saying his tribe and kingdom have changed a lot since meeting the protagonist. He seems like an angel sent from the sky, and the protagonist is honestly touched by that. Then Tiger says he will give MC a gift, the final piece needed for the body-strengthening technique. Tiger asks if he really did not notice. He got close to him for a reason. The protagonist asks how long he has known. Tiger says that story about learning the technique from a skilled beastman sounded suspicious, though not impossible. But the magic was different. No one learns magic alone. Tiger knew that was why Elric was never hostile to the beastman and why he stayed close to the tribe. He was interested in the body-strengthening technique all along. MC asks that if Tiger knew, why keep him close? Tiger laughs and says chasing your own interests is normal. Watching his skills has been fun too. Then Hayes smacks him on the shoulder. The protagonist says that hurt like hell. Camellia tells him he has been dancing in Tiger's palm this whole time, but the protagonist says Tiger still has no reason to teach him that. Tiger pats Elric on the head and says he wants MC to survive. He has suffered a lot to get this far, and it would be unfair if he died before he could properly protect himself. He is stunned by those words. He wonders if Tiger really means it, if he truly wants him to live. The protagonist thinks Tiger only sees it that way because he does not know this is just a hologram of the past. Even so, MC thanks him deeply and sincerely. Then Camellia cuts in and apologizes for interrupting the touching moment, but says they need to stop for a second. When Elric turns around, he is shocked by what he feels. That energy, it is a huge wave of killing intent and evil, like it could swallow them at any second. There is only one word for it, a demon. That demonic force starts attacking them, and he thinks they need to get out of this area now. But the energy grabs the protagonist, and suddenly he is alone in the darkness. He wonders where Camellia and the others are, then realizes the Ice General has cut off the mana flow in this place. Elric fears they were ambushed and that his companions may already be dead. He needs to get out of here fast. Then he thinks about the seal of the Winter Wind, since it carries the same energy as the Ice General, and both came from Camellia. It might help him find a way out. But to use it, he has to activate it first. He wonders if another seal might work here. Then, out of nowhere, the seal of cruelty starts to glow. That makes him remember what Otto told him. He would need to learn how to devour the Ice General. Back then, Elric asked if he should do it with the seal of cruelty, and Otto said yes. So MC focuses on the seal of cruelty and uses absorption magic. He starts pulling in all the demonic energy around him. Elric realizes the whole mass of demonic power is being drawn into the seal of cruelty. As more energy pours in, the seal shines even brighter. He wonders what will happen if all of it gets absorbed into Shu. But then a heavy pressure hits his arm. The mana flow has reversed. It's coming back out of the seal. That power moves from the seal of cruelty into the Winter Wind seal, like it's being filled with magic. He feels it clearly, with overwhelming force. Then he finds himself inside another memory. It looks like a celebration, with people full of joy. He wonders where this place is. Everyone there is honoring their queen. A little boy offers her flowers, saying he brought them because they reminded him of her. Elric starts to think this memory is from before she became a demon. The others say the flowers are beautiful, but they still can't compare to the queen's beauty. They go on saying she is far prettier than any flower. Someone asks if the queen will like them, and another answers that, of course she will. But the queen only wears a sad, empty look, and the people wonder why she's so quiet. All she does is let out a sigh. Then that bright, happy scene crumbles away into dust. Soon only Elric and the queen remain. The protagonist feels like he understands what she's going through. She says she's terribly bored. MC thinks loneliness may be the worst pain a person can feel. For her, it came right after losing someone she loved. He understands that well. She once lived for her people, but now they're gone. When the queen opens her eyes, all she sees is emptiness. She had carried everything alone. She was the queen. All she had were her subjects and her people. She was a lonely queen. In that vast palace and land, not a single plant grew. Snow covered everything in a thick, bleak layer. The queen says she should just fall asleep. Then she notices something and says maybe she won't be so bored after all. It said she smiled for the first time in ages. From that moment, her whole life changed, all because she spotted a tiny change, a small sprout in the ground. She says she normally wouldn't care about something so small, but people should always know how blessed they are. They have to choose what is best for themselves, and whether they hold on or let go is their choice. Later, she finally fell asleep. When she woke up, she was stunned. The plant had bloomed into a beautiful flower. She walks up to it, nervous and trembling. Then she says this place won't work for it. So she grabs the flower and runs through the palace until she reaches a more closed-off room, almost like a greenhouse. There, she plants the flower in the soil. Looking at the flowers up close, she says they're very beautiful. Elric is genuinely happy to see that. It's explained that even though the outer world stayed frozen and empty, strange new flowers began blooming in different places. That place slowly became a huge garden full of flowers. Of course, the queen was happy. The queen of snow and ice living among flowers. It was truly amazing. Then, all of a sudden, she feels a sharp pain in her chest. It's explained that she was meant to live in the cold, and a warm place like this was like poison to her. Even so, the queen didn't want to leave her garden. She wanted her life to grow just like those beautiful flowers. After all, that garden was the only thing left from her memories. And so, the life of the Winter Queen who loved this world so much came to an end. But when her final tear fell onto the soil, her dreams became real. Many flower fairies appeared, telling the queen how beautiful she was. Elric realizes the flower goddesses are the same as they were then, but he still wonders what happened after that. How did such a peaceful place become something so awful? Then something arrived and began rotting the whole garden. A being with a demonic presence, a demon god. He thinks this demon god is the one from his dream. That demon god used its power and filled the queen's body with that evil energy. Then she rose from the dead and became a demon queen. She was also given a demonic companion, and it was said spring would never return to this land. Then that demonic energy starts spreading. Elric thinks that figure is the Ice General. There's no doubt that is the Ice General's power, but at the same time, the protagonist can still feel the queen's true emotions. Even so, the whole garden was destroyed, and a deadly wind was born there, the winter wind. Then the tablet announces that the fourth restriction has been broken. MC thinks he knows what to do now. He finally understands how to use the winter wind seal. That power starts running through his arm, and with a snap, he casts the spell to gather the void. Suddenly, everything changes, and he's taken to a beautiful cosmic sky full of stars. Camellia says he did it, and Elric realizes this is the flower garden. She's surprised he knows that, and he says he'll do whatever it takes to return this place to how it used to be. He wants to see the flowers, just like the queen did with her final breath. He wants to protect Camellia's rebirth, and says that if he completes winter, he can bring back the spring the demon god stole. Camellia asks if he can really do that for her. Elric tells her she doesn't need to be so formal. Friends don't talk like that. Then he runs off to another place. Camellia is happy, wondering if they really are friends, especially after dragging him into such a huge mess. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield with the beastfolk, they're fighting demonic golems. The beastfolk soldiers are already exhausted, and most of them are hurt, but the golems still look untouched. Only the king is still standing against them, and he thinks Elric would know how to beat them. Then something makes the situation even worse. The golems they already defeated get back up with ease, and now another army stands in front of them. The king isn't scared by their numbers at all, though the wolves are basically saying he's insane. He just says he'll give them special treatment. Then he charges in, saying it's time to hunt. But Elric suddenly uses a spell that chops every golem into pieces. The soldiers are left wondering what just happened. The king looks up at once because he already knows. The protagonist has come back to protect his brothers. Elric lands and apologizes for being late. The king asks if he hadn't run away. MC asks if the king has ever seen him run from anything, and just gives a small grin. But this isn't the time to talk. The king says his attacks barely work on these golems. He says they can probably only be beaten if they're struck in one exact spot. After reading the mana flow, he says the energy is gathered in the golem's left leg. The king realizes he'd been aiming for their heads for nothing. Then he casually tells Elric he's about to use the technique, so if the protagonist wants to watch and learn, he can. He rushes forward with martial energy, and MC notes that the king is teaching the technique step by step himself. The two of them head straight for that giant golem, and as they move, the king says some people think this style is all instinct and senses, but that's nonsense. Right then, the golem attacks with icy claws. The king keeps explaining that you need the right base movement at the right time. That's how you draw out the full destructive force of the technique, and it also depends on how you use those moves. Then he drives off the ground with huge force, and says the power is always different, using the fierce tiger charge on the golem's leg, and the leg cracks apart completely. The king says it may look easy, but it can take time to learn. Then he grows a little confused, because Elric already seems to get it. He does the exact same thing to the golem behind them, and his blow hits even harder than the king's. The king says he not only copied him perfectly, but also mixed in his own techniques. He says Elric really is a beast. After that, they move together to wipe out the rest of the golems. The protagonist realizes that once he started following the king's movements, his seals also joined with the technique's power. But suddenly, a massive burst of energy erupts from one golem, forcing them to jump back. MC says that if the energy is leaving its body, they should be able to hit the other parts now. The king says that's great. Now he'll teach the final 3 steps of the technique. These are the 3 steps that fully complete the body strengthening technique. The lower body must have the legs of a beast. The middle of the body needs a beast's claws, and the upper body needs a beast's fangs. With that, they charge the golem together. The king tells him to bite and tear through it, then unleash the core-crushing strike. No matter how tough the target is, a beast's claws and fangs must break through. He tells Elric to make sure his enemy never rises again, rip it apart and devour it. If that thing is still breathing, it still has a chance, so leave it with no way to hurt anyone again. Now he has to show overwhelming power. In this moment, the two of them rule this battlefield. That is when Elric realizes his 6th sense has awakened. Through these new eyes, he sees the world through his magic and that new sense together. The king asks how it feels, and the protagonist says it is interesting. The king cannot believe MC is laughing on a battlefield where he almost died, and MC points out that the king is laughing too. The king says he never claimed that was normal, then suddenly notices something and is shocked. Elric has gotten even stronger again. He realizes he reached the 7th magic circle thanks to King Yu. He had been stuck, but those lessons pushed him past the wall. He looks at the king and wonders why he was so kind. They are not even family, so why teach him all this? The protagonist finally asks why he helped. The king says that once he sees someone as a brother, he trusts him to the very end, even if that brother hides something. That is no reason not to help. Elric starts thinking about what a brother means, and remembers that as a child, he trusted no one but his sister. Humans betray anyone, anytime. He wonders if leading others means being as warm as King Yu. Then a freezing gust suddenly hits them. A golem starts rebuilding itself, and they admit they finally have a worthy enemy. Elric gets ready and says he will go first. The second round starts now. Back in the present, the Blue Lion team was there, and Isabel was clearly on edge about something. Blue Lion tells her worrying will not change anything, and says she should sit down and have some tea. But Isabel says it has already been 4 days. One uncle is surprised it has been that long, while the other says there is nothing they can do. Earlier, Risa had spoken to them. She said the Mervinger family had matters to handle, thanked them for their help, and asked them not to get involved. One uncle says it sounds like she wants no outsiders in family business. Besides, powerful people are already on Elric's side, so Isabel should not worry. But then both uncles feel a huge pressure, and when Isabel looks out the window, she freezes in fear. The whole flower temple is burning. The attackers finally appear, the King of Furies and his messenger. The messenger reports that all the Wolf King's blood has been used up. The Lion King says this is the last of it, and as he gathers the Wolf King's blood in his hand, he declares that it is time to carry out the plan. Then they all rush the flower temple. Blue Lion steps in to defend it and demands to know how they dare attack a sacred temple. The Furies order their men to get rid of the humans and charge in, but from above, the Beast King drops down and crushes them. He says there is no place here for the likes of them. Still, Isabel feels something is off. Why are the Furies acting this reckless? This is not a surprise ambush. They are just throwing themselves in. Then she realizes it. Her uncles were ready to wipe these Furies out, but Isabel warns them that it is dangerous, and her uncle asks if she is worried about them. To him, this is just a bunch of idiots they are about to kill. She says that is not it. MC is the one in danger. These Furies are only a distraction. Their real target is MC, and she is right, because the Lion King was heading straight for his location. He arrives by smashing through the sanctuary door, and the messenger says this could be a problem, because all the fairies, the flower spirits, are there, telling them to leave at once. The King of Furies apologizes and says he will accept any punishment, but then he picks up Elric's scent and says the protagonist is behind that door. One fairy warns him not to come any closer, but he says if they keep blocking the way, he will have no choice but to be rude. The fairy knows they cannot handle him, but she remembers what Camellia said, no outside interference can appear before Mervinger, or he will be trapped in that dream forever. So she decides they have to do everything they can to stop them. She starts using her magic, sending branches at the King of Furies. He quickly slices every branch apart with his sword and says it is useless. Then he rushes at the fairy, but someone steps in to protect her. Their blades clash, and the King of Furies is thrown back. He says, this must be that man, the Blue Lion who defeated Captain Bear. Blue Lion glances at the fairies and says no one is getting past him. Back in Elric's trial, he says they have destroyed this greater golem again and again, but it keeps regenerating every time. The king says MC has noticed it too, hasn't he? It seems to get stronger each time it comes back. The king says this will not work, and he agrees. The king says these creatures revive no matter how many times they are killed, while their side keeps wearing down. He adds that finding the general already completed the mission, but this golem will not let them leave so easily. The protagonist immediately says he will not do it. The king says he has not even explained yet, and the protagonist answers that he does not need to. He already knows the king wants him and the soldiers to escape while he buys time. The king says that makes sense. He is the only one who can lead them out, but MC says no, the king can too. The king looks at him and sees how nervous he is. The protagonist thinks he cannot start over again, but he also cannot let this regression mean nothing. The king asks if Elric really just told the king to run, then says it is time for MC to repay those lessons. He hesitates, clearly not wanting to leave, but the king says refusing could count as insubordination too. The protagonist gives in. He says he will go, but he will be back soon, so the king has to stay alive until then. Then he starts gathering the people of Anthropomorphia to return to the kingdom. They have to get back safely, no matter what, while the king holds the line. The king watches his people make it back alive, while he stands surrounded by an army of golems. Still, he says he will not let them pass so easily. Fully transformed into a beast, he swears those golems will not lay a finger on his people. Back in Anthropomorphia, the wounded arrive for treatment, and some are moved to tears just for making it back alive. Ralph says Elric will return, right? He will come back for the king. But at that moment, MC is staring at something in shock. The camellia tree has bloomed. Then the tablet appears again, saying he has now completed the challenge and all restrictions have been broken. At that moment, the regression is about to end. He is being sent back to reality. But Elric runs, thinking not yet. He has to say one last goodbye. Then Camellia appears beside him and asks why he is in such a rush, if he already finished. He says it is because he still has not said his final goodbye. Camellia tells him this world is imaginary, so he does not need to insist on that. But Elric says nothing and keeps moving. He thinks about all the faces he remembers, the people who betrayed him and his family, those who turned away and abandoned them, those who shoved his sister aside while she begged for help, people smiling cruelly. Many of them were once called the protagonist's friends. They were people he trusted, and after all that, he closed his heart. He swore he would never go through that again. Even so, he met people who warmed his heart again, and little by little, that ice began to melt. One person trusted him and called him brother. And Elric says that even if this world is fake and no one will remember, he still owes him one last thanks and goodbye. Camellia just stands there, thinking that really is Mervinger. She could never hate those cursed blondes. MC finally reaches the battlefield under a cracked sky, like reality itself is about to shatter, because it is. There he finds the Tiger King sitting there, badly wounded, and the king says he finally came back. Elric asks what happened to the Winter Commander. He wants to ask if the king is hurt anywhere, but the king looks more proud than injured. The king says, "Isn't it obvious? He beat the general." He asks how that is obvious. Is he really that confident? The king asks if Elric actually thought he would lose. Did he? The protagonist knows King Yu has flaws, but he still looks up to him, so he says he never doubted it. The king was going to win from the start. The king just laughs and says defeat isn't in his dictionary. MC thinks to himself that it's a real shame he missed the king's fight with the Winter General, but the king says it's time to say goodbye, isn't it? He is caught off guard, and the king asks if that surprised him. When he asks how he knew, the king explains that he always wondered why the protagonist wanted to learn that technique, and figured the truth would come out eventually. Then he points up at the cracking sky. After passing through that wall of light, the king says he started to understand things he never could before, including who MC really is. That's when he realizes why the king stayed by his side. King Yu pushed past every limit, reached the 5th martial chain, and rose to a superhuman level. Because of that, he understood this whole place was fake. Elric tries to speak again, but the king cuts him off. He says it doesn't matter what happened or what comes next. They only need to focus on this moment. The protagonist doesn't fully agree, but he admits the king has a point. Before they part, the king says he has one question left. What is MC's real name? With pride he answers, Elric Mervinger. The king repeats, Mervinger, then he gets it, and bursts out laughing. He tells his brother, him Mervinger, that he kept his promise and saved the people of Anthropomorphia. As a reward, he says he'll show the protagonist something interesting, a farewell gift. He's going to share what he learned while fighting the Winter General. MC watches as the king slowly shows every step and every motion so he can take it all in and remember it clearly, without missing a single detail. That was the king's parting gift. After a while, the king starts to tire. He says that if fate allows it, they'll meet again. Then reality collapses. Elric wakes up once more in the flower field. Camellia says he doesn't look very happy, but Otto reminds him he gained far more than he needed and should be proud. He asks if Otto can send him into the trial again. He wants to defeat the Winter General himself. Otto refuses. The Tiger King pulled that off by giving up years of his life, and Elric thinks he can do it in just 100 days. He explains that the Arc of Time was created because the general was never fully stopped. The demonic god's curse is far stronger than the Tiger King alone could handle. Otto says he only managed to leave this setup behind because Ustan helped him, and all of it was for the protagonist's sake. MC wonders if his grandfather had a hand in this. Otto says their real goal was to teach him how to devour the Winter General and then, in return, fight her. Now Elric has to fix in the real world what he couldn't fix in there, and from the looks of it, he's ready. At that moment, the protagonist is still sitting there, meditating with Camellia. Then shadows start closing in on him. A demon says, this is where the Mervinger brat was hiding. That messenger of the Furies was a demon. The messenger says it's hard to believe a human could survive all this, even the Wolf King's blood. But now he's going to execute Elric. Just as the blow is about to land, MC opens his eyes. At the same time, deeper in the sanctuary, the battle between the lions still isn't over. After a heavy clash, the blue lion thinks that if he were in peak condition, he would have already taken this beast's head, but his body is still recovering from the illness. Maybe he has no choice but to use his secret technique, the same one that made him sick. It's risky, but worth it if it protects Elric. Then he notices the other lion smiling and wonders why, until he realizes someone may be attacking him directly. At that moment, the messenger lunges at the protagonist with a knife, but MC wakes up right then. In the next instant, a freezing wind locks the messenger in place, stopping the attack cold. Elric asks what exactly the messenger was saying just now. Now he's completely done for. Then Shu devours him. The messenger doesn't even get last words. Elric says Shu's seal of violence has grown much stronger. Then Mephistopheles finally shows up again. He asks if he can now use freezing winds along with ice. Looks like he really has gained the power of winter. The protagonist says it's weird, but he actually missed that ugly face. Mephistopheles snaps. What did you say, brat? The protagonist just grins and says he's so ugly it's almost funny. Camellia chimes in that he should admit he's ugly already, which only makes Mephistopheles more annoyed. While they bicker, MC just smiles. Then something suddenly glows in his pocket. He sees the ice crystal has turned into a snowflake, but then he hears all the noise outside and wonders what's going on. When he opens the doors, he finds a troubling sight. The blue lion is down, hurt and worn out. Still, he turns to Elric and says it's good to see him safe. He rushes over and asks if he's okay, and the blue lion says he's fine, just exhausted. But the protagonist points out that, judging by his face, he actually seems a little refreshed. The blue lion says his body isn't what it used to be, then asks if Elric knows what he gained from surviving that illness. MC asks what it was, and the blue lion points across the room. He says he finally took a step toward the place he's wanted to reach for a long time. There's a massive slash across the wall, and the Furies are all dead. He says that's great, and he's going to transfer mana to help the blue lion stay on his feet. The blue lion warns that mixing with his mana flow could be dangerous, but the protagonist uses a yellow current of mana, almost like lightning. It doesn't hurt at all, and the blue lion can only wonder what changed so fast. In just a few days, Elric has become much stronger. After giving him the mana, MC asks how he feels, and he says he's fine. But outside, the fighting is still going on. He tells the lion he'll go ahead. When he reaches the flower temple garden, everything is burning. The Furies are blasting the place and setting it on fire. Elric isn't about to let that continue, so he steps in with his magic. He unleashes a huge snowstorm that hits the Furies and freezes them at once. The ones who escape the ice panic. The Mervinger is awake. As Elric stares them down, they all start backing away, trying to flee. But the protagonist says they don't get to choose when they leave. He won't allow it. So he doesn't just freeze them, he blocks every escape route. That's when they realize just how doomed they are. Elric gathers an enormous amount of power and forms a cyclone of ice. It wipes out every Fury in one strike. Even the Blue Lion's family is stunned, not just by the power, but by how beautiful it is. Even the flower goddesses are amazed. Now everything is covered in soft white snow, and they all agree it's beautiful. Even the camellia tree is frozen over, filled with powerful magic. Later, at dawn, Elric explains that he plans to use the ice crystal to absorb cold energy, awaken the winter flowers, and fill them with divine power, from Camellia, the goddess of flowers. Camellia says that's exactly how he awakened her. If they can do it again, they may even be able to seal the Ice General and finally bring back spring. But MC remembers Mephistopheles telling him that to complete winter, he needs several other elements too. Then he absorbs that snowflake. Winter's power flows into his hand, and he realizes the snowflake holds the queen's power. If he can gather everything she scattered across the black snowfield, winter will fully develop, and the forgotten spring will return on its own. Where the winter flower once withered, warm spring winds will blow again. Then the spring flowers will bloom once more. Isabel witnesses the beautiful sight of the place coming back to life, filled again with flowers. Later, once everyone gathers to talk, Elric says they need to kill the Ice General. Sean asks how he plans to do that. Sean isn't saying they shouldn't stop the general, just that they shouldn't charge in recklessly. He tells him not to worry. He knows exactly where the general is, at the Tribe of the Furies. Sean asks if he's really doing this again. The protagonist just goes, "What? You're not coming with me? They're all in this together now, aren't they?" Everyone smiles, because yes, they are. Sean says maybe he's starting to regret helping Elric from the beginning, but MC can tell Sean is enjoying this adventure deep down. So he says it sounds like everyone agrees they're all going. Time to shake things up. Meanwhile, in the Fury Kingdom, the Wolf King was furious about what had happened. To him, everyone had failed. Then someone walked up and mocked how badly his plan had gone. The Wolf King said the flower temple standing or falling didn't matter to him. It had been ruined ages ago. Still, it kept bothering him like a thorn in his side. The man who approached, looking almost like an elf or a vampire, said his side had failed to kill the Mervinger. Hearing that again only made the Wolf King angrier. The other man said they had that in common. They were both sick of hearing the name Mervinger. The Wolf King answered that they could just build a bigger, stronger army to crush him. He also wanted to use this chance to unite the whole snowfield against anthropomorphia. Then he sensed something. Right away, he wondered how Mervinger dared to do this. He could feel parts of his forces disappearing. Sections of his army were being wiped out. That cursed Mervinger was behind it. The other man suggested that maybe the Wolf King needed their help. Meanwhile, in the city of Dolfgang inside Fury territory, chaos had broken out. The Ice General was tearing everything apart. People were panicking, asking what was going on, and why no one had stopped him. Elric watched the mess and joked that things had been going pretty well until now. Mephistopheles replied that causing chaos was one of his talents. The protagonist said this was nothing compared to what they did at the Flower Temple. Camellia joked that just watching this had relieved so much stress, she felt 100 years younger. Then MC pulled out what looked like a communication crystal. Through it, he could see the Blue Lion family, and they seemed to be enjoying themselves too. Mephistopheles said Elric and the rest of the group were completely insane. He answered that, thanks to everyone, things were going very well. The Blue Lion family had managed to break the Furies' stone barrier. Hayes and Sean had also done their part. That made the Furies lose the tail blessing, which was basically their protection. Now they were exposed and getting swept away by the Ice General's wind. But Camellia pointed out that the Furies had the largest population. They controlled most of the cities in the snowfield, so destroying that many places would be hard. Elric said the Furies would be forced to move, and breaking the barrier was only one part of his plan. The cities had sworn loyalty to the Bloody Wolf King for only 2 reasons, his overwhelming strength and the protection they got from the Ice General. So if the people here were attacked by the Ice General, they'd start losing faith in his rule. That would stir up conflict inside the Fury tribe. And that was exactly what they wanted. Elsewhere in Fury territory, one of the commanders was asking why the people of Anthropomorphia had suddenly attacked their barrier. This was the second commander, Neteri. He said that no matter how unstable things got inside their government, everything would be fine as long as the Bloody Wolf King's power stayed on their side. Still, he kept wondering what Anthropomorphia really wanted. Then he looked at the map and noticed something. He circled a spot on it and asked himself how they could possibly know. The place he marked, the one it made sense they were after, was the Domain of Night. Neteri grew worried, because that was where the Ice General's real body was hidden. If people learned the Furies had taken the Ice General for themselves just to rule the population, everything would spiral out of control. The cities would turn against the king and start protesting. so he called for his army and ordered them to move at once. Back with the protagonist group, the protagonist explained that through the formation, he had learned the domain of night existed inside Fury territory. He still didn't know its exact location, so he attacked every area around it. That would force the Furies to rush in and defend it, letting him track their movement and find the real place. He said all this while staring at the army that had shown up to do exactly that. Mephistopheles said he couldn't wait to see their faces when they realized they had been playing right into MC's hands. Camellia added that the Mervinger family's tricks were a lot of fun when you were on their side. He then spoke through the communication crystal and told Blue Lion that everything had gone as planned. Blue Lion asked if he needed help there, but Elric said he was fine handling this move alone and told him to wait at their meeting point. Blue Lion agreed to follow orders, but warned the protagonist not to get himself into trouble. The protagonist thanked him and said they'd meet again soon. Then he said it was time to go. Meanwhile, at the Fury camp, there was Temple, a lion and the leader of Team 4. He was getting his squad ready to ambush MC, but then, he pointed at someone in the group and said he'd never seen this guy before. The newcomer, acting nervous, said his name was Rissel, actually Elric in disguise, and claimed he had received orders to come here. The team leader thought it over and grumbled that he always got stuck with people like this. He warned him not to make any mistakes. Rissel quickly answered that he understood, sir. The leader said he'd explain the mission on the way. Meanwhile, Mephistopheles and Camellia were still watching, and Mephistopheles said the Furies really were idiots if they fell for a disguise like that. Camellia replied that an infiltration like this was definitely unexpected. Elric asked if his acting had really been that bad, and Mephistopheles said it wasn't terrible. He shot back that if he said something like that again, he'd be dancing in a maid outfit one more time. Later, the protagonist kept moving with the Fury group. Their mission, basically, was to guard a certain place. That made MC realize he may have finally found the location he wanted, so he cast one spell to move faster and another to stay hidden better. He slipped past the guards quickly and easily, then headed straight for his target. He said he could feel a huge amount of magic gathered there. Once he crossed this area, they would find the Ice General. After passing through the thick fog, they reached another place. Elric stared in shock, wondering what he was looking at. It was the Ice General, chained up. He figured she had been there a long time, since the chains were already rusted. Mephistopheles laughed, saying a blessing from a demon god had been tied up like this. He added that this must be connected to why Camellia had been asleep for so long. Camellia confirmed it was. Mephistopheles said the chains carried a strong scent of flowers, meaning they were made with divine power. Camellia explained that 40 years ago, she and Ustan had bound the Ice General. Their seal was never meant to last this long, so someone must have added another seal on top of it. Elric realized that second seal was the tail blessing, basically, the bloody Wolf King's blood. The protagonist said he never thought he'd be thankful to that cursed Wolf King, because, without those chains, he wouldn't know how to handle the Ice General. But with her trapped, absorbing her would be easy. As he moved closer, the Ice General noticed him and looked terrified. He was just about to absorb her, when someone interrupted by opening a portal beside her. Elric jumped back and saw someone step out of it. He asked what a beastman was doing there. MC said he had felt that energy many times before. This was Azazel of Madness, one of Grigori's demons. Azazel mocked the idea that some ordinary soldier could approach this seal without fear. But then he immediately realized Elric was a Mervinger. He dropped the disguise and said not bad for a demon who managed to see through him. Azazel wondered if this was the Mervinger causing all the chaos. He recalled that his mission was to help the Wolf King and, in return, take the Ice General for himself and his organization. If the protagonist hadn't interfered, that mission would already be over. Still, this was a good chance for him. Killing a Mervinger would earn him even more credit. His organization ranked demons by their accomplishments, and he declared this was his chance to prove himself. Elric wouldn't stand a chance. Then, he unleashed a huge tornado at MC. Mephistopheles remarked that this demon must come from a strong bloodline. He wouldn't be easy to beat. Hearing that, only got Elric excited. He said they'd finally hooked a big fish. Azazel couldn't understand why he was laughing. Had he lost his mind? Fine, he could laugh while he still could. So Azazel prepared another attack, and hurled a barrage of dark blades at the protagonist, saying he'd be cut into pieces in no time. MC's body was hit and torn apart completely. Azazel scoffed that the demon's natural enemy wasn't much after all. But then Elric dismissed the copy he had used. His real body was completely unharmed. That, of course, left Azazel badly shaken. He said it was nice to meet someone similar to himself. Then he gathered his power and fired a precise shot straight at Azazel. Azazel thought he had to block it, so he raised several stone walls, but the projectile pierced every one of them with ease. Azazel could hardly believe it. How did Elric have the Ice General's abilities, and how could he use the North Wind and the True Winter? Then comes the explanation of a wind that devours everything, a blizzard that once covered the whole world in white. That was one of the great powers of the demon god, who not only wanted to destroy the Empire, but also revive Grigori. Grigori realizes the key to reviving Azazel is the Winter General. He can't understand how a human is using that power, especially a Mervinger. Elric calls him out for overthinking in the middle of a fight. Then he rushes in up close, boosts his body, and strikes with fierce tiger charge and claw attacks. He tears off Grigori's arm with ease, Grigori is stunned that this Mervingir knows that technique too. He throws up another huge stone wall to protect himself from Elric. At the same time, he starts regenerating his arm. Grigori figures the protagonist is far too strong for his age, at least an archmage, maybe 7th tier, and if MC is also using body enhancement, there's no way Grigori can win. He decides his only option is to escape with teleportation magic, but his scroll suddenly burns to ash. He stares, confused, wondering why it won't activate. Then Elric appears behind him and says of course it won't. He made sure Grigori wouldn't get away. A second later, he slams his head into the ground and causes a massive collapse. The protagonist tells Mephistopheles he was a little tense because this guy looked strong, but it turned out to be easy. Mephistopheles answers that none of Azazel's underlings are that impressive, and even he feels a little shaken. Ever since that deal, MC has gotten way stronger and way too fast. Elric wonders why Grigori's presence came all the way here and says he won't waste time thinking about it. Since Grigori is dead, he'll just take his demonic energy. But suddenly, the mark on him, the seal, starts glowing. Shu warns him to be careful. The attack comes so fast, he can only block it, not dodge. Everyone is left wondering what that was. That man was definitely dead, but now it looks like someone else has taken over his corpse, and that being claims responsibility for everything. Elric quickly notices the one inside the body has overwhelming demonic energy, probably a demon king. Mephistopheles is shocked and asks if he already woke up. The one using his subordinate's body is Azazel. It's explained that humans won the war against the demons 30 years ago because the demons had no true leader. But if Azazel, the great tyrant, had returned back then, the whole hexagram and the imperial family would be buried by now. The protagonist tells Mephistopheles they should run, but Mephistopheles says there's no need. The protagonist asks what he means, and Mephistopheles explains this is only a copy, a weaker version that failed to become the real Azazel. In short, the 4 great demons, including him, were sealed or killed, but as long as a demon's name still exists, other versions can appear, and that power remains in this world. Elric asks if Azazel's true name is somewhere else. Mephistopheles says yes, otherwise this wouldn't be happening. Azazel's cult must have restored his true name. MC thinks that means those totems are part of it, the same ones that have been taking lives on the farms. And even knowing that, he realizes he's still in serious trouble. He faces the copy and admits he did kill that subordinate, but he also thinks that one day he'll come for Grigori's leader too. He won't hide from them again. The copy replies that if that's the case, he has to die. Then it summons several tornadoes, each as strong as the last ones, or even stronger. Elric fires back that, in that case, this thing should die instead, and says the copy can't even speak properly. Then he answers with a tornado of his own, made of ice. The two storms crash together like spinning tops in a clash, but the protagonist uses that moment to try to bind the demon. The demon catches the trick and shatters all the chains. But Elric realizes the distraction worked perfectly. A beast's claws should always stay sharp, so he uses the body enhancement art, White Tiger Claws. The demon still stops the hit, but the force spills out and triggers a huge magical explosion. The demon asks if Elric also knows enhancement arts. MC is surprised that his punch was caught with just one hand. Even so, he strikes again with his claws and slices the demon's body in half. The demon says it's pointless and fully regenerates. Now it's ready to strike back. Elric knows this is dangerous, so he casts a barrier and forms that honeycomb shield. He keeps thinking that if this monster is this strong while using a borrowed body, the original must be far worse. Still, he knows waiting will only let the soul bind to the body even more and grow stronger, so this has to end now. Then it's revealed this is the demon trying to avenge Kaya, the same one tied to that earlier mansion incident, the one who had been tracing Elric's movements. And Mephistopheles says that copy may be fake, but it's still a copy of a very powerful demon. Losing to a kid like the protagonist would be embarrassing. MC knows he's right. At best, he can only force a draw here. But he realizes the real problem is that right now, the Furies are surrounding him. On top of that, more portals open behind the demon, and it says it looks like it has won. A huge demon army pours onto the battlefield. Mephistopheles tells him he's completely surrounded now and asks what he'll do. He says he can escape, but it would drain all his mana and might still kill him. Mephistopheles asks what the plan is, and the protagonist gathers his power and asks if Mephistopheles knows what this is. Then he sends a slash toward the demons. The Demon King blocks, saying it's useless, but Elric says his family really gave him a fine education. Then the demon realizes what MC actually did, and he says that if he can't keep anyone contained, then the slash wasn't aimed at the demon at all. It was aimed at the Winter General. The demon is completely shocked. Mephistopheles calls him insane, and in that moment, the Winter General is fully released. Camellia says she knew he was a Mervinger, but he's seriously out of his mind. Mephistopheles says this is a real Mervinger. He calls it the best thing Elric has done since they made their contract, while Camellia yells that he should have sealed her, not freed her. The protagonist says, what else was he supposed to do? Then he focuses, turns and runs, saying it's time to go. Of course, the Demon King sends other demons after him, and thinks they'll have to seal the Winter General once this is over too, since they don't know whether she'll attack them or not. But if they lose Elric now, he'll definitely become a huge problem later. The most important thing is wiping out the mercenary before they grow stronger. Then suddenly, he coughs up a huge amount of blood and realizes the body he possessed is dying. Meanwhile, Elric is being chased by the Winter General. Mephistopheles asks why she's only chasing MC, and Camellia says it's because she deeply resents mercenary mana since they sealed her. But Mephistopheles says that doesn't fully add up. If that were true, she should be after the Wolf King too. Why is she only focused on him? That makes Camellia stop and think, because something really does feel off. The Winter General is supposed to hate everything and everyone. She's never singled out one person like this before, and Camellia knows her well enough to see that this anger is different. Then she realizes something and asks Elric if he did anything to her. He says, not exactly. While preparing his magic, he explains that when he broke her seal, he just used an ice arrow to flick her on the head. Camellia repeats, flicked her, and asks why on earth he would do that. Elric says that if she chases him, he can lead her anywhere he wants, and on the way, the Furies get crushed too. The demons try to catch the protagonist, but they're all getting wiped out by the general, who doesn't even stop moving. MC says that means he can use her to take out his other enemies too. While everyone below is screaming, he calmly flies on. Mephistopheles asks what he plans to do now, and he says, since things turned out like this, he might as well make it worse. Mephistopheles says this is the first time he's actually liked him. Then someone on the communicator asks the protagonist what's going on. They say the ice storm has gotten even stronger, and MC tells them it's all his fault, so they don't need to worry. But his uncles tell him to be careful. If he gets hurt, he won't be able to marry their niece. Then one of them asks what in the world he did to get everyone this worked up, and Elric casually says it was nothing much. He just released the Winter General. That alone leaves everyone stunned. Even the Blue Lion nearly has a heart attack. His uncles say they knew he was crazy, but not this crazy. Then they ask if he has a plan and how they can help. Elric says he just needs an escort, and they ask where exactly he's headed. He says he's going straight for the center of the Fury tribe, and back in the Fury Kingdom, panic breaks out as one commander wonders how the hell the mercenary managed to free the Winter General. A messenger rushes in and tells the commander they're getting flooded with questions and complaints because several cities lost the Tale's blessing. The commander knows the general is vital to the kingdom. If that secret gets out, their whole system could fall apart. He orders a full mobilization and tells every leader to gather and come up with a response. The messenger runs off to spread the order. The commander reminds himself that protecting civilization comes first. If the people start protesting, the chaos will only get worse. They can figure out how to stop the Ice General later. Right now, all he can think about is how this disaster started with that cursed mercenary. They have to kill Elric no matter what. He sends more messengers to find the protagonist at any cost. Then one messenger reports they may have found him, and the commander demands to know where. Panicking, the messenger says the mercenary is right in front of the Fury Kingdom's main gate. The commander snaps, asking what kind of nonsense he's saying. Then the whole palace starts shaking. He looks out the window and freezes in shock. The one charging at them is the Ice General, and of course Elric is with her. The commander curses that bastard. Everyone panics, trying to understand why she's coming here. Still flying above it all, MC jokes that this game of chase is getting tiring. Mephistopheles says he feels bad for anyone stuck relying on him. He wonders what the general ever did to deserve this. After all, Elric was the one who flicked her with an ice arrow. The protagonist says he's always been like this. Then he focuses. Now it's time to get serious, and he forms a spell with many ice spears. They slam into the Fury Kingdom's barrier. The army is already moving into position, but the Blue Lion and his family are there to block the Beastmen. A fight breaks out between them. At that same moment, the Fury Kingdom's barrier is shattered with ease, and the commander nearly loses it. Now the Ice General is charging straight at them, with nothing left to protect them. Elric says he's heading right for the center. Then the kingdom starts collapsing from the ground to the ceiling. Meanwhile, the bloodthirsty Wolf King demands to know who dares disturb his rule. He roars, asking who dares invade his domain. Everyone nearby drops to their knees before the Wolf King. Elric realizes this is the bloodthirsty Wolf King he's heard so much about. His presence is overwhelming. He's even pushing back the Ice General's power without using mana. The Wolf King looks at the blonde, green-eyed boy and says that foul smell means he must be a mercenary. He thinks to himself that he has already restored his 8th tail, but to recover the last one, he needs the body-strengthening art, and that very thing is standing right in front of him, Elric. But the Ice General keeps charging, smashing everything in her path, so the Wolf King finally meets her head-on with his own power. His aura and savage force erupt outward. He calls the Ice General nothing but a mindless monster, unworthy of rushing at him, and orders her out of his land. Their energies crash together, triggering a massive explosion across the Fury Kingdom. Elric stays out of the blast, but he wonders why she suddenly turned on the Wolf King. Camellia guesses she linked his energy to the chains that once sealed her. MC watches the battle from above. But for once, he isn't smiling. Camellia asks what's wrong, but Elric is already moving toward the fight. As he flies, he reaches into his pocket and pulls out the true winter snowflake. Camellia asks what he's trying to do. Using its power, he traps the general in another surge of intense energy. Elric says the Wolf King actually helped by weakening her, and he can't waste that chance, so he starts absorbing all of the Ice General's power. Mephistopheles says he stole what he wanted and crippled an enemy in one move. He really does have a gift for this. Then the protagonist notices something. The Wolf King is staring right at him now. Elric fires an energy strike straight at the Wolf King. The Wolf King blocks it and demands to know what MC is doing. He answers, surprised. Did he really think they were on the same side? Mephistopheles realizes Elric tried to use the Ice General to bring down the Wolf King. No wonder the king must be furious now. The Wolf King thinks that if he still had his 9th tail, this damned Mervingyar would already be dead. But then he notices something and grins. He tears off one of his tails and hurls it at the protagonist, who barely dodges. MC asks what the hell that thing is. Then a huge explosion erupts, and suddenly it looks like the Wolf King has made copies of himself. Elric admits the king has some good tricks too. All the clones rush him at once. He answers with freezing magic, and his icy slashes cut down some of the clones, but he stays alert. He tells the Wolf King he's not sure what that attack was supposed to accomplish. Then he suddenly gets caught off guard. He tries to break apart the attack coming at him, but something suddenly slips into Elric's mouth. The Wolf King says he finally got him. The protagonist is instantly bound by a strange spell. The Wolf King thinks that once he steals MC's body and memories, he'll gain the strengthening technique and recover his 9th tail. He enters Elric's memories to search for the technique, wondering if this is the Mervinger's mindscape, until he spots a young him. He can't believe the protagonist's soul is sitting there so unguarded. Drooling with greed, he thinks his luck couldn't be better. He plans to tear MC's soul apart and take the technique for himself. But MC's voice cuts in, asking how a beast dares steal what is his. Then the Wolf King feels an enormous presence. He wonders what kind of absurd power this is, and Elric orders Shu to devour the Wolf King. The Wolf King is thrown out of his mind and clutches his chest in pain. He can't understand what that thing inside the protagonist's mind was. What the hell was hidden in that boy's soul? MC asks Mephistopheles what just happened and whether someone protected him. Mephistopheles says he has no idea and tries to avoid the question. Then it becomes clear, the voice and aura weren't MC's, they were Mephistopheles's. That only makes the Wolf King even angrier. He swears he'll burn everything and everyone. Even the Fury people start running from their own king. He wonders what's happening now, but then he's stunned by the power. A blast erupts like a nuclear explosion. The Wolf King thinks it's been a long time since he used this much power. He wasn't even sure he could handle the Ice General, but now he believes he burned them all, even that Mervinger. Then a voice says that was a pretty nice little show. It's Elric, mocking the Wolf King's firepower as almost cute. He tells him to show even more of that power. Meanwhile, back in Anthropomorphia, the king is extremely tense. Then Tiger appears and tells him to calm down. He's Tiger, the king of the mountains, so he has to carry himself with dignity. But the king says it isn't that simple. People he trusted betrayed the kingdom long ago, and now he wonders whether those who remain will listen, understand, and follow him, or just look down on him. Then someone calls out to the king. It's Tasha. She reminds him he wanted to rebuild the family and give all beastmen a happy life. Only he, the king of Anthropomorphia, can do that. Sean adds that they'll stand with him, so he doesn't need to worry. They're here to support him. The king realizes they're right. He's the only one who can do this, and he must do it for the sake of those who trusted him and helped him get this far. And of course for Elric too, since he gave him this chance. He thinks the protagonist would probably take over this meeting without any trouble, and finish everything in no time. Still, he decides to become more like MC. He is the king after all. Then his entrance into the meeting hall is announced. Inside, many important beastmen are waiting. Some of them are struck by the king's presence, and soon the whole room bows before him. His imposing aura says enough on its own. Meanwhile, Elric keeps draining the Winter General's power. He says this power feels incredible. Camellia warns him that absorbing her power doesn't mean she's actually getting weaker, and he says he knows. He also knows the general is learning her enemy to grow stronger against him, but they can still gain something from this. Their Winter Wind seal is getting stronger. And more importantly, Elric says he already has an idea for how to devour the general. He starts circling her in the air and asks the Wolf King if he's finally ready to give up. Exhausted and wounded, the Wolf King growls that it's the Mervinger again, thinking everything would be different if those cursed Mervingers didn't exist. Then his past is revealed. As a child, he was nearly left to die in a cold, dark place. Someone with mysterious power found him, and after centuries of training by that person's side, he gained the strength to defeat any enemy. He easily took command of the Furies and the Beastmen who hated the Empire, then rose as their ruler, the bloody Wolf King, who wanted to crush the Empire and make it bow to him. But then one huge obstacle stood in his way. That obstacle was Mervingir. He apologized but told the Furies they would not get past him. He did not want to kill them. He just wanted them to turn back. The Furies rushed him anyway, trying to wipe that smug human out. In the end, they were crushed with ease. Even so, the Wolf King refused to quit and gathered his army again. But on his second attempt, another enemy blocked him, that cursed Tiger King, Yu. On the battlefield, the Wolf King kept asking himself why he always failed. Why did he keep losing to these cursed mortals? So he swore to gain a power no one else had. He threw away everything he had learned over centuries and turned to a forgotten, forbidden power. Then he entered demon territory, determined that no one would ever stop him again. But then another Mervenger appeared. The Wolf King hated that name more than anything. He demanded to know why the Mervengers kept getting in his way, and swore he would never forgive them again. The Wolf King's aura grows so intense that Elric drops to one knee. Focusing his rage, the Wolf King vows to tear the protagonist apart and kill him. But in that instant, all of his tails are cut off. The Wolf King falls into total panic. Then Mervenger steps in. He says the Wolf King has always had a problem with his family. So he will end that family feud right now, and launches a spell. It triggers a massive blast across the battlefield. The Wolf King crashes down, badly wounded and frozen solid. He is still alive, but barely. He cannot move and mutters that this is not the end. Then he stops responding, either unconscious or dead. Elric knows it is not over yet. Still, it looks like the Wolf King will not be doing anything for now. When he turns around, he faces the Ice General. MC says he has something else to do now. She is the next target, and round 2 of tag is starting. Camellia wonders why he is doing this again. Mephistopheles says Elric must have noticed something specific, and Camellia asks what he means. Mephistopheles reminds her he mentioned this before. After absorbing a seal, he seems to keep something from it that helps him understand its owner. So he likely found a clue that will let him absorb the General's power too. Camellia wonders if it is like when he saw her memories. Did he see the Ice General's memories too? She says the General is not easy to deal with. Camellia cannot understand her feelings, but maybe the protagonist can. Elric asks why the General is so angry. He thought they were having fun. At first he thought she was just an empty shell that used to be Camellia, filled with evil intent, but the memories came with that fragment, and they were nothing like he expected. He saw the true Ice General, a lonely child, all by herself. Long ago, she was not hostile. She was born as the Ice General through the power of the demon god, full of curiosity like a newborn. But that curiosity did not stay gentle for long. Everyone called her a monster. They felt cold near her, drove her away, and treated her like something awful. All she wanted was to play. She was just a child who wanted to be with the other children. She wanted to laugh, talk, eat with them, hunt monsters, and run through the forest. Instead, the village feared her and grabbed weapons to kill her. Even the monsters living there ran from her because of her overwhelming power. The trees were consumed by her power, and the rivers froze and stopped flowing. She froze everything she wanted most. From birth, she had no allies, no friends, no peace, no family. Destruction was the only thing she had ever known. So she came to believe the world was cruel to her, and decided to return that pain to everyone else. That is how she became a monster full of hate. Even so, something was still hidden in her heart. The first thing she saw after being born was children playing tag. And right away, she deeply wanted to join them. Elric realizes that, even if he did not mean to, he ended up playing tag with her when he brought her here. He figures that even if she looks furious, deep down she is enjoying this, and he decides to keep the game going for her sake. MC tells her she failed to catch him, which means now he is it. The General looks a little confused. Then Elric tells her it is time to run, because if the one who is it catches her, she loses the game. With a small smile, the General starts running from him. Mephistopheles can barely believe all she wanted was to play. He calls it pathetic. Camellia thinks it is unbelievable that protecting all of this, something that had been such a hard task for years, could be solved with a simple game. Maybe the answer should have been obvious. After all, the General was born from her. She is probably just as lonely as Camellia once was, deeply isolated, like winter itself. That is why Elric has to treat her kindly, to ease the loneliness buried so deeply in her heart. The protagonist says she is pretty fast, but while she runs, her energy is drained and her body keeps shrinking. Soon, she becomes as small as Elric. She keeps running and running until the bindings around her finally come apart. Then MC finally reaches her and says he caught her. What appears then is a little girl, thanking him and saying she had a lot of fun. All that energy is pulled into the snowflake, but at that moment, Elric releases it. It spreads across the dark snowy land, and that flower fragrance is absorbed into the ice crystal. The winds carry that scent far away, through cities, kingdoms, and across the whole snowfield. As it pushes out the darkness, it melts the lonely, suffering snow that had tormented these lands for so long. The sleeping season finally wakes. The air turns sweet and fresh, and the people who feel it for the first time are filled with new strength. This is the spring snowstorm, the sign that winter is over and the season of flowers has begun. Camellia is so moved that she starts to cry as she looks at the beautiful field of flowers before her. Back at the ruined Fury tribe, people wonder if it is really over. Have the Furies truly fallen now? Noro says he also heard that the Ice General was defeated. The king says it feels strange to see the Fury tribe in person. Noro says it feels strange to him too. His dream has finally come true. But what matters now is what happens next. Even with the Furies defeated, rebuilding the empire with the Tiger family will not be easy. The king agrees and says he will work even harder to make it happen. Then the flower spirits appear, cheering that spring has finally come. They point at Elric and Camellia as they return, and one spirit asks how in the world he did it. He says it was thanks to the fragrances they gave him. After all, nothing was better for dealing with winter. They ask what he means because they do not understand. Camellia says the protagonist already told them he could not have done it without them. If they still do not get it, they can just accept the thanks. So they start celebrating, happy that they helped Elric. MC asks if everything is going smoothly now. The Tiger King says yes. Thanks to him, convincing the other nobles was much easier. The protagonist says he knew he could do it. Noros watches the Tiger King speak with the nobles and the Fury Tribe's elite, and it almost feels like he is seeing MC in his place. Even the King of the Mountains admires him that much. He clearly has the talent and traits of a true king. Noros thinks the future of the continent will surely be shaped by the Mervinger family, and from now on they must stay allied with them no matter what. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, soldiers stare at the Wolf King's frozen body and wonder how he died. They can hardly believe he is really gone. One says this Mervinger must be incredibly strong. Another agrees, anyone who can defeat a Wolf King has to be. Then, without warning, the guards are struck by something. It is that Demon King who had been weakened earlier, but now he is standing again. He thinks the only reason he can stand is because he stole strength from his fallen subordinates. Still, everything has gone wrong. Both the Ice General and the Bloody Wolf King were defeated. They spent more than 10 years on that cursed wolf, only for it all to fail, and they barely managed to influence the Ice General at all. If the Wolf King had united all the Beastmen, it would only have been a matter of time before they seized the North Wind and that cursed blizzard. He also thinks they should have dealt with Elric while he was still sick with the blocking disease. They should have burned every trace of House Mervinger. The demon's carelessness has come back to haunt them. Now he sees only one way to fix this: wake the demon sleeping inside the Bloody Wolf King. So the demon kneels and calls out to the demon god, offering his life in exchange for turning all this snow into its strongest subordinate. Then the demonic energy starts leaving that body and pours into the Wolf King's corpse. The Demon King says their frustration runs deep, so they should keep piling those feelings up, letting them rot again and again. That is how a great demon is born, and how a new path opens. Then the wolf's body wakes up. At the same time, they ask Elric what he plans to do with the Ice General's power. He says he will finish his task. No, finish winter itself. Camellia asks if he even knows how, and he admits he has no idea. He asks if she knows anything, but Camellia doesn't know either. Then a huge pressure suddenly crashes over them, and Elric wonders what it is. He starts thinking this must be what the Wolf King meant when he said it was not over yet. The whole area turns red under a massive demonic aura. It is the Wolf King's body, now taken over by demons, and it is even more enraged than before. Only half its body remains, and it floats through the sky with its tails and power. Camellia says someone with the demon god's power sacrificed themselves to make this happen. If they ignore it now, it could become another Ice General, or something worse. Elric thinks things were going too well. Of course something had to go wrong. Using the crystal, he calls Rice and Chao, tells them to gather everyone, and get the whole city out so nobody dies. Then they ask what he will do. The protagonist says he will handle it himself, and rushes straight at the giant demon wolf without fear. Mephistopheles asks what the hell he thinks he can do alone. MC should know this is not an enemy he can beat. Camellia adds that he will not get the same lucky break he got against the Ice General, but Elric says he wants to test something. Thinking this is how he will complete winter, he starts eating that snowflake. Both of them panic, yelling at him to spit it out. But then parts of his face slowly start to freeze over. Even so, he calls on the magic of pure winter. A massive snowstorm erupts around him, and Mephistopheles thinks this idiot is about to cause even more trouble. Camellia knows that ice crystal was already dangerous enough by itself. Now it is mixed with the Ice General's power. He has taken in the strength of that being that lingered on the battlefield for years. Camellia thinks this is madness. Even if he is a Mervinger, absorbing all that without any prep could destroy his body and throw his mana out of control. She cannot understand what he is trying to do. Meanwhile, Elric feels that huge amount of mana and realizes his Winter Wind seal is getting stronger. Then brutal pain tears through his body, and he starts coughing up blood. He realizes his mana veins cannot handle it. But against the Demon Wolf King, failure is not an option. Then it seems like he loses consciousness. At that moment, the ice crystal inside him begins to shine brightly. He finds himself somewhere else, like the arrangement, or maybe his mindscape. There he sees two figures talking in the distance. The small Camellia, from before she became the Ice General, and Otto. He asks if she is coming with him. She quietly nods. Otto asks how she agreed so easily. She does not even know whether he might hurt her. She just looks at him with curiosity. Otto says she is too kind, and it is sad to think she was once treated like an enemy. Then he tells her it is fine. They can go together, and by his side she will never be bored again. She hugs him tightly, and he asks why she is so happy. Then she notices Elric too, and runs over to him. She stops to thank him, but the protagonist tells her thanks are not needed. She can repay him by having fun. Otto tells Elric he did far better than he and Ustan expected. They thought she would be defeated and sealed, but not that her true self would come out. MC understood the general and eased her heart. Otto says that if he had done the same long ago, the general would not have suffered so much. Still, he had left that method for him on purpose, though he finished it much faster than expected. But he cuts in and says it is time for Otto to give him winter. Otto replies that he never said the protagonist was ready. He still needs to understand it slowly and study much more. So the protagonist asks if after everything he has done, Otto still will not give it to him. Otto says that is not it. He is not refusing. MC just is not compatible yet. The right time will come. Then Elric tells the general to get away from that old man because he is mean, and she listens. He says he wants to take the general somewhere, but he cannot do it without Otto's permission. Otto says the protagonist is getting more and more arrogant. Elric fires back that Otto should not talk like that about his own descendant. Then he asks again, will he hand over Winter or not? Otto had thought he was joking, because getting Winter now would not even help him much. He still needs a far stronger foundation for it. MC says he knows that, but things outside are bad, so he needs it now. Meanwhile, Camellia was trying to wake him, because if he did not wake up, the Wolf King would devour him. Elric tells Otto that if he does not return to reality now, he is going to lose his head. Otto says that is no way to talk to an ancestor, but he lets him go. Still, once this is over, he must come see Otto alone, so the protagonist gains all the parts needed for true Winter. Back in reality though, he still had not woken up yet. Camellia was desperate. If he did not wake now, he would die. At that moment, the Wolf King grabs Elric's body. Inside his mind, MC is thinking that he is about to meet Winter in its most terrifying form, and he really hopes no demon has eaten him yet. Then, as he calls out that power, it is so strong that even the Wolf King has to let go of Elric. Now he is awake. Mephistopheles says fine, Otto helped him, but this kid still absorbed a general's seal. He is a monster. Of course, the Wolf King gets ready to strike back, but this time he is ready. Then the clash begins. True Winter's storm against demonic power. Camellia wonders if he is really controlling all of Winter so freely. When the Wolf King attacks with its claws, it gets skewered by a giant ice spike. Elric realizes his magic is on a completely different level now. What he holds now is the Winter Seal, the seal of cruelty, the Winter Wind, and the general's power all fused together. The Wolf King cannot handle the pressure. Its wounds start tearing open, and they do not heal. Elric says it has been screaming too much. It is annoying. Then he tells it to shut up. Chains race across the Wolf King's body and clamp its jaw shut. The protagonist says this is the peace and quiet he wanted, but then the Wolf King tries to melt the ice with flaming breath. Again, Elric uses even more chains to bind it tighter. Soon the Wolf King's entire body is locked in chains. MC says it is time to end this, but when he charges in, the Wolf King breaks free with demonic power. Elric realizes this demon is getting even stronger. He wonders if not even Winter's power can stop it. Watching with his eyes and reading the mana flow, he sees the demon is absorbing all the demonic energy on the battlefield and growing stronger by the second. The way to kill it is simple. Destroy its core. Simple does not mean easy. Inside the demon Wolf King's mind, there is only one thought. Kill the Mervinger. Kill the Mervinger. Nothing but pure hatred. Elric thinks that if this demon lives, another demon king could be born. He gets nervous because he cannot find any opening. Then Shu finally speaks up and asks if he wants help. He says it sounds more like Shu wants to eat. Shu says it is actually impressive the protagonist has not asked for help until now. His pride is pretty strong, and Elric says he does not need it if Shu does not want to. Shu brushes that off. Of course he would never pass up a chance to devour something. Then he charges in with all his ferocity, taking on his huge true form to devour the Wolf King. Shu quickly bites into the Wolf King's neck, and MC knows this is his chance. His earlier attacks did nothing, so now he has to pour all his mana into one strike. He uses the final lesson Tiger taught him, the body strengthening technique, 1000 Tiger slashes. Then he starts tearing through the Wolf King's whole body. The wounds rip open with demonic energy, but still cannot heal. At last, its core is fully exposed. Elric says it worked, but then his heart starts getting overloaded by mana. He realizes his dragon heart will not last much longer. Then, high in the air, he passes out and falls. Shu cannot hold on much longer either. Elric thinks he cannot waste this chance. If he misses it now, he will not get another one. But the original Sin seal suddenly starts reacting. He wonders why Mephistopheles' seal is reacting like this now. Mephistopheles says it looks like his remnants are responding to the protagonist's new seals. Even so, it is only a tiny drop of his power. MC wonders if the seal reacted when his heart started overloading. But he says this power, even if it's only a tiny piece of Mephistopheles' strength, is enough. Now he'll finish this cursed wolf. Then he crushes the core. That huge demonic sphere cracks and bursts into countless pieces. Then the Demon King's body also blows apart across the battlefield. Even from far away, everyone could see the massive blast. The king realizes this is bad. Spring has finally returned, but after that explosion, the heat may become too much. Then Noros transforms and orders the army to protect the king. A storm from the Wolf King's remains rushes toward them. Noros knows they can't stop that hot wind alone. He thinks magic would be perfect for a moment like this, but they were too proud to learn it. Still, Noros says that as long as the king lives, the beast folk can survive. Everyone must protect him, even if it costs their lives to do it. But then something suddenly wipes out the demonic hot wind, and Noros wonders what that light is. The one approaching is Augustine. He says he could have helped from the start, but earlier he asked him not to. He knew he couldn't always rely on his master. Augustine had asked what was so wrong with accepting his help. The protagonist answered that before being Augustine's student, he was the head of his family. No one would trust a patriarch who couldn't stand on his own, so he'd choose the dangerous path, just like his grandfather once did, for the sake of the family that would shine like a star again. That was his fate, a Mervinger's fate. Augustine asks if, besides teaching him, He's also supposed to watch him die. Elric says no, that won't happen. He won't die. The only thing he asks is for Augustine to protect the people of Anthropomorphia, because they matter to him. And Augustine says protecting them is his duty too. He calls out to Noros and asks what's wrong. Then he asks if Noros has met Ustan, MC's grandfather. Noros says he has, and Augustine tells him to look carefully now. He asks which of them is the more dangerous mage, him or Ustan. Noros gets nervous under the pressure and starts wondering just how powerful this old man really is. Then, as always, Augustine stomps the ground and summons White Knight. If the darkness controlled by the General of Ice became a blizzard that covered the sun and drained all light from the world, it would come close to White Knight. It's a horror, an abomination that devours not just death, but existence itself. The beastfolk are terrified. Noros thinks this is the power of a disaster. No one would believe a human could wield something like this. After White Knight breaks, the first thing they see is the sun. The beastfolk wonder what happened. The demonic fire is completely gone, and Noros can't understand how one human can cause such devastation. Then the king calls for Noros, who runs to him and asks if he's alright, but the king says they need to hurry back. Elric is in danger. Augustine says the king can't really think his student would fall that easily. Then in the distance, he appears with the rest of his group. The king is so happy his eyes even turn yellow. They were all alive and safe. Well, alive, badly hurt and exhausted. The first one to call for Elric is the king, excitedly shouting to him. But when the protagonist tries to answer, he suddenly feels something and collapses. Isabel catches him in her arms, and of course everyone panics, but he was only asleep. Sean says he's really good at scaring people, and that's how all the chaos in the black snowfield finally ended. Later, beneath a tree in a flower garden, Elric wakes up. In front of him is the general, wearing a huge smile. MC asks if she stayed there until he woke up, and she quietly nods. He smiles back and tells her that her job now is to enjoy this place, but not cause any trouble, and Elric thinks he doesn't know where she'll go next. But wherever it is, he hopes she never gets hurt again, and can laugh and be happy. Then she stands up and says her first words to him, asking if he'll play with her again. He is shocked at first, but then says of course he will, and she's incredibly happy to hear that. Later, as the sun sets, leaves from the first spring in a long time drift in with the wind through the doors. One of them wakes Elric. He gets up, wondering how long he slept. Waiting for him is the king, and the protagonist asks how long he's been there. The king says Camellia had been watching over him, so he only arrived a little while ago. Then the king suddenly hands something to Elric. He asks what it is. He already received all the materials the king promised him, but the king says this is the diary left behind by King Tiger Yu. MC says that's something precious to him and the royal family, and asks if he's really giving it away. The king says he found it by accident in the library, and discovered something very interesting while reading it, but he'd rather MC see it for himself. He marked the page with a small leaf, and when he reads it, he's completely stunned. The entry begins on February 14th. King Yu wrote that he found a very strange human trying to enter the tribe, so he brought him in. What made him so unusual was that this human knew body strengthening. By the 16th, he had officially joined the tribe and adapted to its customs very quickly. On the 17th, he was introduced to the roots of the tribe's culture. Then that human suggested the perfect place for them to settle and build their new civilization. By February 29th, they were still training body strengthening hard, and Yu noticed that the human's technique was very similar to his own. On April 16th, the General of Ice caused major trouble for his people, so he and that human led the army to defeat the General of Ice. Elric starts wondering, did he change the past? How? Wasn't it all just an arrangement? He keeps asking himself if that human was really him, but he lived through all of it inside the arrangement. How is that possible? So he keeps reading. King Yu wrote that his brother left that place and vanished without warning. His name was Elric Mervinger, and he claimed to be a future descendant of the Mervinger family. And the protagonist grabs his pendant and wonders what these arrangements really are. Is that why everything felt so real? Did he actually live through the past? Is it time magic? Did he change the past? But that can't be right. Not even a god should be able to change the past. Then he thinks about how he knows almost nothing about Otto, but Otto said they should meet in person later. So MC decides he has to return to the Empire as soon as possible. Then Sean suddenly bursts through the door and says he's relieved. He thought Elric would never wake up, but he doubts Sean came running just because he was worried. So what happened? Then Sean says a war has started in the Empire. And that's the end of Season 2 of this series. It's going on hiatus now, so there are no more chapters for the moment. I really enjoyed telling this story, and I hope you enjoyed it too. Be sure to like and subscribe to this YouTube channel. It really